Henry in. Cox getting down, he's bowled. He's looking to sweep. Henry cleans him up. New Zealand win the test match. They level the series. And Matt Henry has an 11-wicket haul for the first time in his career.
Being back in this team now, being back here as captain, it's about this week. It's about the game, it's about the team, and making sure that the team knows that I'm fully focused on what we need to do this week.
Well, good morning everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Glorious sunny day, all set up for the deciding test match in this three-match series. I've just seen Ben Stokes. There you go, you heard him just chatting away there with his blazer on, marching around looking very businesslike. And it's a crunch game, isn't it? 1-1, and all the shenanigans of the last 10 days or so. We'll see how England respond to that. You heard Matt Henry taking his wickets there in the opening clip as well. Well, he's not playing. He has an injury, and there are one or two floating around in that New Zealand side as well. 4 changes to England. We'll go through all of that in a moment, but clearly all the conversation at the moment, apart from what's been going on here for the last 10 days, is the weather. And it is a glorious day here in Nottingham. There isn't a cloud in the sky. It's warming up. It feels it's heading towards a hot day, certainly. I know a man who can tell us more than that. Good morning to Chris Fawkes. How are you today?
I'm very well, Jonathan. Yes, it's all set up nicely there today, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Yeah, as far as the weather goes, I mean, there's no problem today. As you say, lots of sunshine around at the moment. It's still quite humid, not quite as humid as it was yesterday, though. The winds are going to stay light and temperatures will climb up to about 32 degrees Celsius. So it's one of those days for the spectators in the stands. Definitely want to keep hydrated, and no, booze doesn't count. Looking at the weather over the next few days, though, the weather's going to kind of get a little bit more unsettled as we go through this test match. So looking at the weather tomorrow, there is a risk of a shower, and I think probably the greatest risk is early on. If we do get one, it should be fairly brief, so I'm not expecting big interruptions, and it is going to be another warm day. Temperatures up to around 32, maybe even 33 degrees Celsius. It stays hot on Saturday, but I think we're going to see a risk of some larger scale thunderstorms, something called a Spanish plume, where the storms develop coming up from sort of France and move across parts of central and eastern England. Can't be exactly sure where they're going. They might or might not hit Trent Bridge, but the thing is, if we do get one of these storms, it could bring some torrential rain, and it could last a few hours. So there could be a more significant disruption on Saturday. Temperature about 30 degrees. By the time we get to Sunday, well, we've got a weak cold front that's set to move through, and that could bring an odd patch of light rain during the early afternoon. Nothing particularly significant though. Any delays would be short-lived, and then Monday, if we get there, we're back to the dry conditions with some sunshine around, and it will feel a lot more pleasant, a lot cooler and fresher. So a decent start to the test match, but question marks with showers really as we head into the weekend in particular.
Right, I'm looking for that Spanish plume. That doesn't sound very nice at all. We'll have to keep an eye out for that, Chris. Thank you. All right, there we go. Thank you to Chris Fawkes. Yeah, could be torrential storms then on Saturday. Have to look out for those. Michael Vaughan's out here enjoying the weather. It's a nice day. And let's be honest. I mean, cricketers are used to playing in heat. I mean, you think of England tours overseas and so on. Actually, this is rather pleasant. Some of the places we go.
Yeah, and it's not. You get humidity in the likes of Sri Lanka that is very hard to cope with, but this is quite nice. Actually, there's a breeze blowing across the ground, so it's not uncomfortable for the players. You still feel generally, in this era of the game, you don't get surprised when the captains win the toss and bowl first. I'd be amazed if that's the case today. I think both captains will want a bat.
Right, we're moving right into the fielding practice here, so we'll have to keep an eye out on what's going on. There's balls flying around, but the captains have arrived, and they're presenting their team sheets. There are some changes. 4 to England. We know about those. England announced their team, of course, a couple of days ago. Shoaib Bashir is in the team. I think he might get a bowl in this match as well, actually. And of course, we know that. Hang on, the ball is flying around. It's all a bit crazy. We know that Ben Stokes is back. Gus Atkinson is back as well. So, but it's New Zealand actually. So no Matt Henry, no Glenn Phillips. We've just got to wait and see what that team is going to be. We'll receive word of that in a second. But for now, Andy Pycroft, the match referee, has the team sheet in his hand. Henry, isn't that a shame? I mean, he bowled beautifully, and he also set up this whole conversation point about the wicketkeeper standing up and all that, and then he's injured, calf.
Well, let's be honest, Ag, as England can't believe their luck. I mean, no Henry, no Jameson, no Glenn Phillips, 3 players that have been in fine form.
Here's the toss.
Heads it is. Big smile. Tom, what are you going to do?
We're going to have a bet.
Yeah, no surprise there. Okay, so New Zealand win the toss, and they are going to bat first. So it looks a good toss to win there. What you might have done on that looking pitch, had it been cloudy and overcast and muggy, I'm not sure, because there is a bit of grass on there, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, you look at New Zealand with all their changes this week. I guess the only chance that they have with the bowling attack that they'll put out is to get a big number on the board. They'll get the chance to do that. I think there'll always be a little bit of nibble, but it looks like it's going to be very, very slow. And obviously over the course of the next few days with the weather that we've got coming, I'm sure a little bit of spinner play apart. Santner in the side, so the left arm spinner for New Zealand back in the side. So you're looking at their attack of O'Rourke. Tickner gets the game. Nathan Smith. Is that Glenn Phillips is playing, is he?
This is all very confusing. You get a team sheet which doesn't actually tell you who's playing, which is not very, very helpful. I couldn't see Jameson's name anywhere on there at all. So we'll find out from Tom Latham what's happening there. No, Jameson is not playing.
Sears comes in. Ben Sears is playing.
Yeah, and Blair Tickner, the seamer's playing. So yeah, some changes there. Mitchell Santner. So they're ringing through the changes. It's just a shame, isn't it? I mean, it's set up 1-1 as this fellow's bowled beautifully and set up this whole conversation, this whole narrative, and he's gone on the calf.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Joe to my left and Harry Brook, who Matt Henry did for. In both innings at the Oval with the tactic with the keeper stood up. Those two will be very happy, I would think, to see no Matt Henry on the team sheet.
Right, let's have a word with New Zealand's captain Tom Latham. Hello Tom, lovely to see you again. Welcome to the paradise, cricketing paradise at Trent Bridge. Well, was that a difficult decision? I guess it was quite a straightforward one, was it?
Reasonably straightforward. I guess you try weigh out what's important, and hopefully, I guess towards the back end of the game, with the weather being the way it is, hopefully, can bring our spinners into play, and have obviously got a few changes and a reasonably good spinner amongst the group. So.
Could you go through this, because the team sheet is exactly clear? So there's no Matt Henry and no Jameson, is that correct?
Yeah, so Cole Jameson, he's been rested more through, I guess, his kind of return to play to Test cricket. He's had a long journey back to getting into this format, and certainly playing 2 Test matches has been a massive win for us and for him. And so he misses out. Blair Tickner comes in. Matt Henry misses through a niggle. So Ben Sears comes in for him, and Ben Phillips has a niggle as well. So Mitch Santner comes in for him.
Right. What would it mean to you to go away from here having won this series, Tom?
Yeah, obviously at the start of the series, you always, I guess the end goal is to be there at the end with obviously with what you set out to do. But for us, it's more about trying to play our brand of cricket, stick to our process as much as we can. Thought we played fantastically well last week. Had a really clear blueprint of how we wanted to operate, and we know if we do that throughout the next 5 days, then hopefully we'll give ourselves a chance in the back end of the match.
Go get pads on. Enjoy the game. Thank you, Tom, very much for speaking to us. There we go. Always a very talkative chap, isn't he, New Zealand captain? He's a good man. I knew his father. There you go. It shows how the years roll by, don't they? We'll talk to Ben Stokes in a second. He's giving a very lengthy interview over there. But, excuse me, he hasn't got to get his pads on, so that's okay. So some key people missing there as well. I mean, Jameson rested in a deciding test.
Yeah, but you've got to look at the back problems that he's had, and I guess that's just precautionary. Glenn Phillips is a massive blow.
Yeah.
Because he obviously is in good form with the bat. He's been the one player that's kind of putting them under a huge amount of pressure in both tests, and obviously bowls good off spin. So he's going to be hugely missed. The only way that they could win the game is bat first, get a number, and hope Santner comes into the game, I reckon.
Here he is, the skipper returns. I'll shake. There we are. Nice to have you back, Ben. We missed you last week.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good to be back.
Oh, very exciting. Interesting couple of weeks, but it's nice to be back in the role. And same thing for Gus. And look, what's happened. We're back here doing what we do, and we're very excited to hopefully have a good week for the team and be here at the end of the game lifting the trophy.
Correct. Well, let's just look ahead to the game, shall we? Did you see much of the last match or not?
Yeah, I did. I was obviously playing myself with Durham and keeping my eye on what was going on. So, look, we always know whenever we play against New Zealand, they're a very tough team and they're a very competitive team as well. And look, can't change what happened over the last few weeks, whether that be off the field or on the field.
Yeah.
But what we can do is affect what we do going forward, and obviously everyone's mindset, in particular mine, is on what we need to do over the next potential 5 days, because it's a big week.
And you got runs, so I mean that had become a little bit of a background story. So that must be good for your confidence.
Oh, it always is. Your currency as a batter or a bowler is runs and wickets, and it was nice to spend some time out in the middle, get some runs, and just feel a little bit more freer. It's a simple game. Made quite complicated sometimes by a lot of people.
Yes.
But look, that doesn't mean it guarantees you to go out there and be successful every single week. But not going to lie, it was nice to feel a bit of fluidity at the crease, and sort of try to implement myself on the game in terms of my presence. So that's something I'm going to be taking into this week, and you do take a lot of confidence from that. But hopefully you can show a bit of that this week. But we'll see.
Yeah. And last one. I mean, how important is it that you win this match and win this series, Ben?
Very important, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, good luck. Nice to see you back. Cheers. There we go. And that's a fairly obvious answer to a fairly obvious question, but it is. I mean, this really does feel like a big game, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you get a sense that the wheels are just starting to loosen slightly. So it's important that England win this series to put away a lot of that noise. I've actually just seen the chairman of the ECB, Richard Thompson, and Baz McCullum in quite a big conversation on the outfield, and they've just walked off together. Obviously the dressing rooms are at the end that we're commentating from, with the old pavilion going through a bit of reno. So they were talking for a while. You just get a sense, you only go on what people are writing, that the likes of Rob Key, Baz McCullum, the hierarchy at the ECB, they need a win this week.
They do. They absolutely do. Right, Michael, we're going to leave things here. It's all set up. New Zealand won the toss, going to bat first on a pitch that, if it was very overcast, so we often get those days here near the Trent up in Nottingham. You might be thinking about bowling on it, because there is quite a bit of grass, but not today. Today it's gloriously set. It really is, without a cloud in the sky. If you're listening to us, all the advice as usual, of course, drink a lot, wear your hat, and enjoy the cricket, because it should be a really competitive match. Right, we're going to head off. Simon Mann is already in the cool of the air-conditioned commentary box. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning. Probably the best place to be today. But we're really looking forward to this game, this test match. So much riding on it. It's been a bizarre series so far. I've got Stephen Finn alongside me. I've got Jeremy Coney with me as well. Just a quick one to you, Finny, on kind of the continuing aftermath of the last game, everything that went on in it as well. You were saying to me that you were involved in sort of the Kevin Peterson thing in 2012 with all those texts and everything. So is it unsettling for the dressing room?
Well, it certainly is, yeah. I look back to that 2012 series, and yeah, you kind of, as players, you're also half aware of the media and all the rumours in the media as well, which can be really distracting. And clearly, there's been a lot of briefing and media noise over the last few days, especially in between the Test matches. Once the regulators' investigation was sewn up as well. So yeah, incredibly distracting. You're almost just glad when the cricket gets underway. And I think England, when that first ball goes down today, they'll be able to just talk about the cricket and just concentrate on the cricket. But certainly there's absolutely no doubt that it's unsettling, and it leaves England in a precarious position here, where if they lose this test, who knows what the ramifications may be, and there'll be a lot of people within the ECB watching this and sweating about what the result's going to be. Which is not a nice place to be, so it does feel like a very big week.
It does indeed, and New Zealand have done a good thing, you'd think, by winning the toss on a day like today, but as Graham Gooch used to say, it's not about who wins the toss, it's about how you play. And that's what we're going to find out in, 20 minutes' time. Jeremy's alongside me because New Zealand, they're the ones coming into this game actually suddenly with one or two problems. I mean, Matt Henry, just imagine Joe Root and Harry Brook. They probably wouldn't say it publicly, would they? But internally they might just think, oh, phew, that's not a bad little bonus for us.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be saying that, won't they? New Zealand have been ravaged since the last game, from one side to the other, it seems to me a little bit. Yeah, to lose Henry in particular is a big blow, isn't it?
New number one bowler in the world.
Is he? All right. Yeah, you've been looking at the averages. O'Rourke brings the ball in. They've introduced Sears, who last played in Ireland. He takes it away from the right hand at a decent pace. Tickner has come in as the seam bowler, the kind of replacement for Henry, if you like, so Blundell might stand up to someone of his pace. You'll enjoy the way he starts his run-up, rather like the Spanish horses, the choreographed Le Penza horses, and of course Smith is there with some outswing, and Santner is the addition as well. A little bit lighter in the batting, of course, because there are a couple of number 11s as it happens now. Jameson, I don't think he was considered, even though he is fit to play in a sense. They are looking after him in the long term, and they're saying, even though the first test was only 2 days long and there was a lengthy period before the second, they're saying, no, we're not going to look at you.
So just on that lower order, people might say, well, you mentioned there that they have to change things. So you think Tickner's like essentially a number 10 who's batting at 9, and Sears and O'Rourke are number 11s.
Correct.
One of them's got a bat at number 10.
Correct.
Okay.
The
so
other option, of course, New Zealand had was to play Will Young in the side, but that then just limits your bowling so much. And that leaves you with Ravindra and Mitchell and co doing quite a lot of bowling.
Yeah. So they've got 5 bowlers, they've got 4 pace bowlers, and they've got a spinner. They've got Mitch Santner, who's a very experienced cricketer, captains in white ball, of course, and he's back into the side. England have felt the force of Santner in the past. He is playing his 33rd Test match. Just on Tickner, he's playing his 6th Test match today, and Sears is playing his 3rd game. The England lineup we know because it was announced a couple of days ago. One thing that strikes me about the England lineup, Finney, just looking at it. Okay, there's only one change from the Lord's victory, and that's Archer for Robinson, who was player of the match in that game. It's very much an Ashes squad team. This, Rob Key at the start of the summer said, performances in county cricket, someone put their hand up, will someone put their hand up, it's up to you. Emilio Gay is the only one of that squad who wasn't at the Ashes.
Yeah, the interesting one is Robinson, isn't it? I think that the others, it's not surprising to me, and it feels like that Emilio Gay deserves his opportunity, clearly, because of that weight of the weight of runs and the way he started his international career. But I think the interesting one this week is the fact that they've opted to play Jofra Archer again in back-to-back matches, having been at the IPL and having curtailed preparation for a Test match series. And not playing Robinson, and even though it seems as though Robinson is fit, he has just not been selected. And that's an interesting caveat as well behind everything in this Test match. They clearly felt as though a long, hot, sticky, potentially 5 days on a pitch that looks like it is probably going to be slow and favour batting, especially for the first half of this Test match, until maybe the sun and the weather bakes the pitch out, that they've opted for the extra pace as opposed to the line and length of Robinson, especially given how successful the line and length bowlers have been throughout this series. So that's something to keep an eye on, I think. But the rest, I think, is pretty self-explanatory.
Are you surprised that Robinson's not playing?
Well, I still think there's room for a bowler like that in a Test match team, and I think Archer is very capable of fulfilling lots of different roles. So he's a very versatile bowler, I see him as, but for him to have maximum impact, you want him to be bowling shorter, sharper bursts, unless he's on an absolute roll. So to have that holding bowler and someone who is going to control the scoring rate if it does get tough and hard to take wickets is something that this team lacked when they were in Australia. They lacked that control, and Robinson gives them that. So it will be interesting to see how it plays out.
I suppose one other thing as well, Shoaib Bashir's in the side. He's barely bowled for a month. He's bowled 14 overs in the last month. Admittedly, he bowled a lot of overs earlier in the season. He bowled 200 overs for Derbyshire. Hardly bowled, but he likes this ground. But he's taken 16 wickets at 37 this season, and Rayan Ahmed was a possibility. Do you think Shoaib Bashir was the obvious pick, or do you think there would have been a lot of debate about those two and which one of them plays?
I think there would have been debate, but when you look at the New Zealand lineup and you've got Latham, Conway, Ravindra, Santner, left-handers, I think you look at that and you think the off-spinner is probably and Henry Nichols, is a left-hander as well. So you would say that the off-spinner is the more logical pick for a batting line that contains all those left-handers. I think the balance of the team is an interesting conversation as well, because If you do trust Root and Bethel to perform a holding role as such as finger spinners, it then allows you the space to be able to play Ray and Ahmed as an attacking wrist spinner towards the back end of a game if you need to break it open, and just lengthen and strengthen that batting lineup. But given the team that New Zealand have picked and played today, although England couldn't have foreseen that because they picked their team 2 days before New Zealand, I think it makes sense for Bashir to play.
If you've just switched on, good morning, welcome to Test Match Special. New Zealand have won the toss on a lovely sunny morning at Trent Bridge and made the inevitable decision to bat first. They have made 3 changes, with Santner coming in, Tickner coming in and Sears coming in. They've got 1 or 2 injury problems, and 2 players who've been excellent so far in this series are out. Henry is out and Phillips is out, and Carl Jameson has been rested. So it's a new look New Zealand lineup, well, to some extent, the lower order anyway. And England kind of gone back to their Lord's formula, albeit with Jofra Archer playing Lee Robinson. What have you made, Jeremy, of England's travails over the last 2 weeks? Have you got long enough?
I like the way you adjusted your glasses there.
No, well, it just seems in the end to have gone on and on and on. That's I guess the feeling I have. It could have been something that I would have felt you just needed someone to come out and say this is going to happen at some point. No, that's not right. No, that's done. And get it over, even if it's a bit embarrassing for somebody. I think get it over quickly, because it does swirl around a team. And look, you and I have been out there, Finney, out on the ground, and we're not actually talking about the game. We're doing a lot of listening about extraneous issues surrounding the team. I don't think that's good for the game.
Do you think it was a good time for New Zealand to play England at the Oval? Did it feel like a good time?
Well, it was scheduled that way. I think it was good enough for me anyway.
Yeah. Well, it was a thumping victory, but I just wonder, whether perhaps that well, we'll find out, won't we? Whether that balance has changed a bit, with New Zealand a bit disrupted in this game.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that England look a stronger side at the moment. There are a lot of changes to the lower order for New Zealand. I don't think they really. I mean, I mentioned Young, but I don't think they could really play Young in addition to Santner, and that just lacked the bowling. I think that would be asking, too much for the bowlers that would be remaining there at that time. So they've gone with a similar kind of attack as I've mentioned, but they're not quite the top dogs, you might call them.
Yeah, no Matt Henry, who's gone level with Jasprit Bumrah at the top of the ICC rankings. Jamie Smith coming back into the side. I saw Tom Latham at breakfast this morning kind of marshal his 2 children. I think he's got. Or was it a third as well?
I think there's a third one.
There's a third one as well. He looked fairly fraught. You've not long been a new dad. Jamie Smith has been away on paternity leave. Discuss how much time did he actually get to focus on preparing for the game?
Well, he's got 2 under 2, which is his first concern. I'd imagine that he probably got here as early as he possibly could in the week, and slept in late. I mean, I woke up at 8 o'clock this morning, and it was an absolute pleasure, because at home you're 6:15, 6:30 every day on the dot. You're up and raring to go. So I'd imagine he's more well rested now than he has been for the last couple of weeks, and he'll be looking forward to playing some
on
cricket.
the dot. That's great. You've got a very disciplined family.
She is very disciplined.
Well, that's great. Yeah, I would have thought Smith's first concern was to pack his thigh pad or his gloves.
Yeah, I think all the New Zealand families seem to be over, don't they? Yeah,
very different. But that's okay. That's what they work out. They have a special person to come in and look after all the hordes of children that are there now. We used to take the view that the first 2 weeks of a tour was for the team to set their routines and what they had to do and how they practiced and so on. And then after that, but of course we were still a bit younger, so it was more girlfriends rather than families. And so these guys are a little older.
Well, he might have had a furrowed brow, Tom Latham, not because of the children, but because of all these team news problems this morning. They've got a few, haven't they, with no Henry and no Phillips. But it's still a pretty good unit, isn't it?
Yeah, look, O'Rourke, as I say, I felt a bit sorry for him over the tour so far, he hasn't quite had the pitches where he can use some bounce, which is one of his main weapons, and to have, and to bring the stumps into place at a place like, the Lord's pitch. He had to bowl a very different kind of length. So that didn't really suit him that much. It suits the Henrys of the world and the Robinsons of the world, really. And then, of course, the second match, exactly the same, a slow pitch that he was, what length shall I bowl? So but it may be good in the long run for him that he then can operate from different lengths and knows how to do that. This one looks a little bit the same, I'd have to say, as the oval. So we'll just have to see that. But I think he's a good long-term prospect for New Zealand. Sears, he will be a fuller bowler and take the ball away from the right-handers.
Although Sears last week, I was watching their practice session, I think at lunchtime on one of the days, and Sears clocked one of his teammates on the head with a pretty ferocious bouncer. So
he's just taking out a lot of competition.
Yeah, he wanted to play.
That's a good way to get noticed, isn't it? If you're trying to get on the side.
That
was Tickner, by the way.
It's just such a shame, isn't it? Because clearly these guys are excellent professional cricketers, but it would have been an absolutely blockbuster contest had everyone been available for this match, because of the significance for England and all the wider context of that's been going on, but also New Zealand on the cusp of doing something that I don't think they've done since 1986, which is win a series here. Is that right?
No, I think in 1999 they won at the Oval. I think
they did win here in 2021, but that was a 2-match series. So what we're talking about here is winning a 3-match
series.
Series. And England haven't lost 3-match series or more at home since that series you were talking about, 2012.
2012, against South Africa, which is the best cricket team that I ever played against. The 1 to 11 superstars. And they became number 1 in the series in the world that series.
The England team are down beneath us. They are rebuilding the pavilion at the far end. It's still not being completed, so the changing rooms are still at this Radcliffe Road end of the ground. I was looking at the far end thinking, where are the teams? But they're down beneath us. You can see Ben Stokes poised to lead his team out. We'll have all the various ceremonies before the start of this Test match. Big games for everyone, of course, if we get a series decided. But Ben Duckett and Jacob Bethel, Finney.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because you in a series like this, where you play on a lottery pitch in the first match and then you fail in the second, it creates a narrative that I don't think necessarily needs to be there. The 2 previous Test matches that Bethel played, scored that 150 at Sydney and a really important knocker in the Shorten Melbourne Test. So the conversation there is an interesting one, but clearly both of those players, giving their lean patch in this series so far in the 4 innings that they've had, would welcome some runs today.
Yeah, well, when they get their turn.
Or tomorrow.
Well, they'd love some runs today, wouldn't they?
Yes.
They would, because that would show that England have bowled New Zealand out. It's going to be hard work, you feel, on this surface, on this first day. The 2 teams are out there. They're lining up. I think very soon we are going to get the national anthems of the 2 teams. They're all no sweaters or anything like that on show today. We'll see the numbers of the players. It's a very warm day, as you'll know, here at Trent Bridge today, and the crowd gradually building up as well. It's a day for being at the back of the stand, I think, with a bit of shade, and there is some shade on this ground, but not a huge amount. But the crowd's turning out for what is a really key game, deciding game in this series before everyone goes into white ball mode, and India turn up. Well, they're already here, I think, for the T20 5-match series. So there's no let up for England. New Zealand have challenged them, and then India are here for a 5-match T20 series. And Ireland are playing India tomorrow. We'll have commentary on that game as well. So India warming up. They're playing Ireland a couple of games in Belfast, and then the series starts at Chester Street. It's quite an intense programme as well. 5-match T20 series. We'll bring you all those games, of course, here on TMS, and the 3 one-day matches as well. Right, here we go then. Time for the national anthems.
Yeah, the crowd enjoyed that. Good morning, everybody. We're all set for the start of this deciding test match. It's such a shame that a couple of really key members of the New Zealand team aren't playing, particularly Matt Henry, who's not only bowled brilliantly, of course, but actually sort of set up the whole narrative about the keeper standing up and all those things that we've enjoyed talking about over the last 2 or 3 weeks. So he has got a calf strain, and Carl Jamieson, even though a deciding test match, a bit like the Jasprit Bumrah situation last year, they decided he's only going to play 2 games, and so deciding match or not, he's not playing. So it's the way it's done these days, Cookie. There you go. It is disappointing though, isn't it?
Morning, Aggers. Is that true?
Yeah,
he's not injured.
No, it's they're sort of monitoring his comeback, as it were. A bit like Bumrah. So yeah.
Do you not think he would say? This is it. This is why you want to play. This is deciding games. When was the last time they won a 3-match series? A while ago.
For New Zealand to come here and win a series is a big thing. No, I agree. It's disappointing. And on the one hand, you're saying, well, Test cricket's really important. Injuries are kind of part of it all.
When's their next game? Tour?
No idea. They're heading into winter there, aren't they? So they won't have much at home for a while anyway. Right, let's have a look and see what happens here. We've got Gus Atkinson, who's going to bowl the first over, one of those missing from the Oval, of course. I must admit, I thought Ben Stokes at the toss actually was... Ben could be one of 2 things when you interview him. He could be very forthcoming and chatty and whatever, breezy, or he can be very difficult. Actually, he was in that breezy mode. I thought there he wanted to explain things, and I think they're just really making an effort. Hands up, knowing what went wrong, but just trying to move the story on now. And this is a vital game for those in charge of English cricket. This is going to be the reset and everything else, and to win this series. So they've got to get out there and do it now. Latham's going to bowl going to face the first ball, and Atkinson's going to deliver it. So with 3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off's quite wide there, mid-on, and a square leg, and there'll be a fine leg who's out of our view down there. Beautiful day. There really is not literally a cloud in the sky, just a gentle breeze pulling at the flags down there at the far end. We've got the pavilion. In the course of it, it's a very exciting looking renovation behind Atkinson, who's running in now around the wicket and bowls to Latham, who comes forward to the first ball of the game, and Stokes immediately in on the action, picks the ball up there at mid-off. That pavilion's going to look very special, I think. It was a real problem for the club in that it's a listed building and all of this, and very difficult therefore to renovate. But they've managed to keep sort of the facade as it used to be, the dressing rooms and so on, with the balconies there that people will remember. And then they put this whole new section in. In comes Atkinson and bowls, and that's the pad picked up at square leg by Shoaib Bashir. And there's no run. Oh, you've got a futuristic plan there, have you?
Fair to say, I'm not very good at looking at stuff and seeing what it'll look like. But at the minute, it just looks nothing like what it's meant to look like. What it meant to look like is really good. At the minute, it doesn't look good.
They'll get there.
There's scaffolding.
There's scaffolding up, but it'll be ready for next year anyway. Right, 3 slips a gully. Latham left-handed, waits for Atkinson. He's got the crowded pavilion, at least the bottom section of it. Behind him, he scuttles in now and bowls to Latham, who scores the first runs, turning it away down towards Archer, who sprints up from long leg, does very well there. He heard the loud cry of no from Latham. An arrow-like throw, and Archer moved very quickly there. That could easily have been 2 runs.
Just a question of results, really. How many times has Gus taken the first over bowling with a new ball? Robinson's been picked, hasn't been picked, Archer's been picked ahead of him. I can't remember Gus taking the first over ever.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
It's usually old bowlers who notice those things. It's a bit like you noticing who receives the first ball of the opening batsman, isn't it? Right, we have a leg slip, and this has been very much the vogue position of this series. and Stokes has put himself there, so there's a gap now at square leg as Devon Conway, not much of a series so far, waits and Atkinson bowls. Then he comes forward, or rolls back up the pitch.
Morning.
Good morning, Andy.
Well, it's the 6th time that Atkinson has bowled the first over of the innings to turn both innings of the first test of this series at Lord's, both innings at Melbourne in that rather truncated match on Boxing Day, and in the second innings at the Oval last summer when Chris Woakes was injured.
Well, he turns in the sunshine. Conway, also left-handed, waits for Atkinson to come round the wicket. Here he comes, there's little steps and bowls, one that lifts rather, and Conway's rather hurried there. He fended it away with one hand off the bat handle, and immediately comes up, does a little bit of gardening. Quite a lot of grass on that pitch. As I was saying when we were out there, if it was a muggy, overcast day, I think you consider bowling first. Not today.
Is that colour of the grass to me? This is kind of going back to my beginning of my category, where the grass is that light colour, not green grass, which most modern pitches seem to have on the beginning.
Atkinson bowls. He's in on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. That must be a good shout. Ooh, quite close from here. But, maybe got a little nick on that, because the fielders, after an excitable appeal, scuttled off into their fielding position. So there must have been something there that was very obviously wrong with that. Probably a nick, but there's a bit of zip there, isn't there? Definitely.
A really good start from Atkinson. I'm sure there'll be a few more nerves from what's gone on. Well, that looked close.
Yeah, he didn't nick it. It hit him on the back leg above the pad, so they must have thought that was going over. And again, that's scooted through. Now Archer's going to bowl from our end. That's the Radcliffe Road end. We're up on here on the 3rd floor. Normally windows open, but we've gone for the air-conditioned field today. So looking through the glass, but I think it's probably a good decision given the heat of the day. Well, it doesn't feel actually as humid out there today as it did yesterday. Just down the road, I've got one of those fans that you plug a hose into, and it mists and blows, and the dogs was lined up, just sitting there with this misty, watery fan blowing straight into their faces. They really enjoyed it. It was a hot afternoon. One for no wicket. Cry of sit down from behind Archer there. Latham on strike, and Archer's going round the wicket straight away. 3 slips and a gully, and he bowls. Oh, he's trying to leave that, but the ball thumped into his bat before he'd get it out of the way. Picked up there in the gully.
The play leave. Looks to play, then thinks I'm going to leave it. And how many times do you middle it? Absolutely straight. We'll just have a quick look at on the screens that
going over.
Conway's LBW at the end of the over. I think New Zealand, it is going to do a little bit this morning, but this, for me, New Zealand, the only way they're going to win this game.
Archer glides in, bowls full. That's punched away. Oh, they've got a hand up there at mid-on. That's Shoaib, and they'll come back for a second run. So 3 for no wicket. Sort of a punchy drive there. 3 for no wicket.
I was saying about New Zealand winning this game is their strength and their experience is all in their batting now. And they've been given this opportunity that I think it'll be tough for the first hour, and then will flatten out. Day 2 would probably be the best time to bat. Trambridge. Joe Root always tells that to me. I never experienced it myself at this ground, but he thought New Zealand bowlers unexperienced.
Yeah. Archer runs in, bowls, and he feels for that rather, but it's a very short boundary down to 3rd man. It's slowing up rather. Maybe the fielder, they got a hand on it, because that looked to be 4 when it left the bat. That was the boundary that, of course, Johnny Bairstow peppered 4 years ago at the start of Bazball. It's not a big boundary at all. It's the shape of the stand that's brought that boundary in. It's dead straight. It used to be, it was a bit ramshackle down there, but it was a curved stand before. So, gradually, all these cricket grounds just taking shape in a new form. Lovely ground. There's always such a friendly welcome as well. And goes Archer round the wicket and bowls. That is a little bit low as Latham allows that to go by.
You're happy that your car parking spot.
Yes.
This is all
I got there before you.
But why do you want to park there? Like, I'm sure the spot I've now parked in is a better spot.
Very happy where I am, thank you, because I've parked there for 35 years.
You chose a bad spot.
Actually, I did panic a bit because the old boy wasn't there this morning, or he wasn't there when I arrived. Actually, he was sitting in the car with the air conditioning on. So I thought, oh no, there's a new fella there. But so I just went and parked in there anyway. Archer round the wicket, runs in, bowls, and he's on the front foot here. Not much of a stride, but played comfortably back again. Flat. Yep, it looks pretty flat.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to keep saying I can't comment on batting at Trent Bridge, so I won't, but there's ever a day.
Yeah. It is a ground, I think. We used to play here a lot, in which overheads do actually play quite a big part in what goes on.
Can you name a ground in England where it doesn't?
Yeah, true. Archer again, bowls outside the off stump. He lets that go through to end the over. 5 for no wicket. Latham 5. Conway yet to score. This feels like here particularly, whether it's the Trent or what it is, I don't know. But the A46 that goes down to Leicester from here. We live on the east side of the A46, and you could be driving from the west side over the A46, and particularly things like fog and mist, much denser over on our side. So I don't know.
I mean, you're definitely
ask Chris Fawkes.
You're definitely going to ask, say, Lords.
Yes.
You're definitely going to say Lords. Is another one of those.
Recent tests at this ground have been high scoring. Last year, England beat Zimbabwe comfortably. They made 565 for 6 batting first, England. Zimbabwe 265 and 255. Brian Bennett got a fine century for them. Comes to the West Indies game in 24 after this.
Still people moving there. The stewards must get a grip. It's the members. They're allowing people to settle down behind the bowler's arm. And Conway says, no, we have to wait a moment. Now they're settled. And Atkinson, round the wicket, comes in, bowls the left-handed Conway, leans forward, finds mid-off. There's no run.
In the West Indies test 2 years ago, the first 3 innings of the match were all over 400 before West Indies collapsed in the 4th innings. It was only the 2nd test ever in England in which innings 1, 2 and 3 had all surpassed 400. Then we had that game in 2022 that we've been talking about, the New Zealand-England game. New Zealand 553, England 539, New Zealand 284. Got in a bit of a 3rd innings pickle. And then Bairstow and Root saw England to a spectacular victory, 299-5 in the 4th innings.
Root at first slip now. Waits as Atkinson comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a good leave. Good leave. It goes flying through to the keeper. Now Root spotted something and he's going to tell Ben Stokes all about it in the gully. Having a long chat with Root this morning, I saw. Actually, he was on bouncy form this morning as well. He's taking the mickey out of my shoes.
Was there a reason? Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah.
Well, he asked if they were fakes.
There is absolutely a reason to take the mickey out.
Well,
how old are you?
So they're not fakes.
How old are you, Agnes?
That's all information to myself.
Why are you wearing Nike? Are they Nike Air pumps?
Oh. Here's Atkinson, bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Conway. He was determined that they were fakes.
He actually came up to me and said, "What's his Aggers wearing?"
That's what he said?
Yeah, he said, like, who's he trying to dress as?
Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm a bit disappointed about that.
Well, no, I think in a nice way.
Oh, okay.
I think he's surprised that your gears actually matched and looked okay.
Oh, you think he was impressed?
Yeah, but as in like dressing like a 35-year-old.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not trying to do that.
You're not?
No.
Okay.
Atkinson, round the wicket again, moves in, bowls, and he's played slightly across his pad there. Conway still looking for his first run. It's picked up at mid-on.
Yeah, so the last 3 tests high scoring. Prior to that, though, not so much. The India test here in 2021, I think there was It was quite a cloudy game, as I recall. That was fairly low scoring, ended in a draw after last day was washed out. Going back a little further, that 2015 game, Australia bowled out for 60 and 18 and a half overs. Stuart Broad taking 15.
And a big one also when it did swing. Pakistan here, when Jimmy Anderson swung the ball around all over the place. Here's Atkinson coming in and bowling, and Conway thumps this. Finds Bashir at mid-on.
2000. When did India there before that? India here?
India played 21, 2018 and 2014. That was
2014 is very
flat pitch.
Very flat.
Good bowl to get a wicket on that pitch.
I remember
walked into that one, Agus. Very good bowl to get on.
I'm ignoring it.
Straight in.
I'm ignoring it. The filthiest wicket I've ever seen. Atkinson round the wicket, moves in, bowls. Oh, that's a sumptuous stroke. Beautiful cover drive. While the left-handed Conway gets him off the mark. A little bit of width there. He really hit that hard. So 9 for no wicket. That'll make him feel good. Yes, and while it was all nice and chatty out there, you did confirm to me that you have also been gaslit by Stuart Broad, which is disappointing.
I got a reply.
Yesterday?
I got a reply yesterday, yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I sent him a happy birthday wish, and there were the 2 ticks, and he never replied. I got gaslit.
I reckon, for me, he replied almost instantly. Which is very unusual for Stuart.
I did have it out with him. I said, hey. He said, I'm very sorry, I was doing this, doing that.
He was busy. I think I must have timed it right.
Oh, ghosted, is it not gaslit? I've got the wrong term. What's gaslit? In goes Archer and bowls down the leg side. And there's no run. Ghosted, that's what I mean. You get the 2 ticks.
You got the shoes, but not quite up with the modern.
Gaslit's something, isn't it, Andy? I don't know. But still.
Can we just quickly go back to the dogs? How were the dogs? Just
hot.
Chilling.
Yeah, but they just sat there with a fan blowing, and you stick the hose on it, and it just mists. Archer bowls, thumps into the pad. There's a howled semi-appeal there from behind the stumps, but a leg bye taken, which takes New Zealand, who won the toss onto 10 for no wicket. Latham 5, and Conway has 4.
It's not quite the same for the farm dogs yesterday.
Did they like it?
Well, we're shearing.
Ooh.
We were shearing yesterday. I say we, the royal we. I was involved in the shearing, not shearing. I had to mention.
What were you doing? Just sweeping up or something?
No, pushing the sheep in. But Angus Walker and Toby Walker, how do you reckon they did yesterday in that heat between 2 of them?
Tin roof?
No, outside.
Outside?
We did a bit of shade when we could find it.
Archer bowls outside the off stump. A bit of bounce there. It's ignored. Well,
it was cold yesterday, wasn't it? Everyone was moaning about the heat.
How long will it take to shear a sheep?
Are you talking scissors or using some electric?
I think Cookie's Farm's got a bit more gadgetry than that.
Well, they bring their
own.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to be a minute and a half a sheep.
I'm just seeing what you think 2 guys did yesterday in 35 degrees.
Because they do it all in one, don't they? Get the fleece off. There's Archer bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from the batsman. So if they do it for 7 hours, with an hour's break, but actually they probably have 2 breaks. 2 breaks, so that's an hour off. 6 hours. What's 6 hours divided by 90 seconds?
I reckon that's you're talking 40 an hour then.
40 an hour. 240, so they've done 500 sheep.
Not a bad guess.
No. Archer round the wicket, bowls full. Oh, that lovely drive again. Does play that shot well. I remember that double century at Lord's was full of those. Beautiful stroke. 14 for no wicket. Go on then.
So between them, they did 664.
Oh, that's not bad.
I mean, it's an unbelievable effort.
That is.
One of them did 370.
Is it like a contest between them?
Well, I think they were brothers actually.
Right.
But it's just one extraordinary effort. And every person was shearing, or Ella was rolling the wool as well. And I know Toby Fox was shearing as well. I just doff for the captain.
Yeah.
That's not easy. Not easy. It's a tough way to earn the money.
Certainly is.
Conway on strike, Archer runs in, bowls, Jim thumps into the pad, Archer gallops through to pick the ball up. And there's no run, end of the over. 14 for no wicket, docile looking pitch at the moment. And the weather warming up, certainly, the crowd basking in the sunshine. So they let you loose with the shears yet or not?
I've sheared one.
Right.
I've decided that's not for me. But yeah, I was kind on the dogs. They were allowed to sit in the air-conditioned car for a bit to cool down, which I thought was
quite right.
Quite right. They were unbelievable as well. But yeah, it was a good day. I really, sometimes you're like, you feel a bit guilty because you just stand there pushing the sheep in and get the sheep in and move them around. But when you see them sweating up like they are,
it's like captaining a bowling attack on a hot day.
Actually, yeah, that's not.
Yes. 14 for no wicket. And there's still movement up there. Come on, everybody. The chap is pottering across there. There we go. You sit down, so don't worry. Right behind the arm.
He's got to find the right number now, isn't he?
He's still standing up.
No, he hasn't chosen the empty seat there.
The umpire's saying, what's going on? Come on, for goodness sake. It's umpire Menon down there. He's a very mild-mannered chap. Our steward's seeing him off. He's got a blue hat on, the steward. Saying, come on. Right, play continues. And Atkinson bowls. That thumps into the thigh pad. Rolls down to backward square leg. I can sort of imagine how the sheep looked after you'd finished with it. It's like when you've had a bad shave with a blunt razor. There's bits of sort of sticky plaster and cotton wool.
I think they wouldn't have enjoyed moving out the hedges under the shade. I think today they'll feel a lot better.
Well, they'll be happy today, won't they?
Love it.
Imagine lugging around those fleeces from 35 degrees. 14 for no wicket. Here comes Atkinson bowls. It comes off the thigh pad just in front of leg slip. No run. I feel a bit sorry for Ralph, our Romanian refugee, because he's got what they call a double coat.
Okay.
So he's pretty hot. Keeps him nice in winter.
Are they not shedding? Are they not?
No, he doesn't seem to be. I mean, I think he's still a bit jet lagged.
I liked our email we got. Were we allowed to wear shorts today? Did we get an email saying it's hot? I was half hoping you were going to wear shorts. Or did I misread it?
I might do tomorrow. I was out there on the pitch today.
Have you ever worn shorts?
Not in this country. As I was saying to Michael, we go to hot countries all the time, don't we? In comes Atkinson, bowls, and that's a nice stroke. Played away off the hip, out to deep square leg. Let's see how fast this outfield is. Well, it's not as fast as Lord's. And that's well stopped now, Joffre. Right, Joffre's put a bid in there for the Los Angeles Olympics hurdling, 100 metres. He's hurdled the advertising board, so thank goodness he did. Because that might have been a nasty collision otherwise. He sprinted all the way up from long leg again and then realised that he had to, well, not only lose balance by flicking the ball back, but then confronted by the board. Terrific piece of hurdling. That's good technique.
It was the flick back between the legs and then the hurdle.
No, that was impressive.
Do you think he'll be doing that at 6 o'clock tonight?
I don't know. That was a good effort. Atkinson again moves in, bowls. That's such a lovely silky drive. Conway just dealing in boundaries. That one's gone a little squarer than the previous two. It goes to 12. Yeah, it's looking pretty flat, this.
The only thing about overseas heat and English heat, England, it does get warmer throughout the day. Keeps going and going and going. So 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock is actually, I think, as hot as it is at 12 o'clock. But when you go abroad, it's roasting from about 12 to 2. Really hot. That hour after lunch, when you come out of the dressing room, it's air conditioned, you go out and it hits you. But then this evening session actually is cooler. But here, this will be the hottest session, the evening session.
Atkinson bowls. Conway checks the drive this time. Sends the ball up to mid-off.
If Archer does make the hurdles team in the LA Olympics, he's going to have to go some to get a gold medal. The world record was broken in a college meet in America the other day. A chap called Jacoby Tharp ran 12.75, broke the world record that stood since 2012 in a college.
Jacoby Thong?
Tharp.
Oh, Tharp. I said Thong. Right. Well done. Well done him. Well, yes. I mean, he only did one hurdle. I don't know how many hurdles you have at 100 metres.
Is it 110?
Some bowls, and that's outside the off stump. No stroke offered. How many hurdles
I
are
think
there?
it's 110 hurdles for the men. Is 10.
One every 10 metres or something?
Yeah, 11 metres.
Is this? Oh, good. There we go.
Well, I don't know if there's a longer bit before the start. Just quickly on the...
I'm going, and there's no rota here, but I think Stephen Finn's coming in.
The number of changes in this series, England have used 16 players, made 5 changes after the first test, 4 changes after the second test. New Zealand have now used 15 players, so 31 in total, which is one of the highest ever in a 3-test series in England. Hello, Finny.
Good morning. Good morning. Your musings, very, very interesting as always. Good morning, Cookie. Sir Alistair, sorry.
Panicked.
What, you feel like I shouldn't be here?
No. I just can't believe they've trusted us.
I know.
20 past 11 on day 1.
Archer, round the wicket, bowls, back of a length, beats the outside edge. Latham on strike. Latham's on 8. Conway's looked more fluent this morning, I think it's fair to say. He's latched on anything full. But Archer there, good bounce, but it feels as though it's a bit of a docile pitch.
No, I was excited that you're doing ball by ball. I just didn't think they would. I thought they'd put maybe me and you together once, like day 4, 5 o'clock or something. I did not expect the opening spell.
Well, it's like...
I mean, Adam's very trusting.
Yeah, we just need to find a couple out the middle of the bat early and then we'll be all right. Archer turns at the Radcliffe Road end. Around the wicket still. Latham facing bat raised. It's down the leg side. No shot offered. Dot ball. 21 without loss. New Zealand this morning. 12 minutes, Cookie, it took you. 12 minutes to mention your wicket.
Was there a sweep going on?
Well, in my mind, I was thinking, well, I'm coming on after 20 minutes, and will he have mentioned his wicket by then?
I was led that path.
You were, but you kind of...
I've never scored a run here, so I thought it was an easy way to get my wicket. Also, do you know one thing is nice though? I can actually ask you questions about bowling, but with Agus, I can't really do that, can I?
Well, there we go.
We'll be all right.
We'll bumble our way through. Archer to Latham, full of length edged. Oh, just wide of third slip. A third slip would have caught that. It races away for 4. Groping Harry Brook at second. Couldn't reach that, but we gutted there's not a third slip there. 25 for none.
Well, as we were rambling on about Agus's bowling and my wicket, they just literally just moved third slip to second gully. As often the way, how often that happens. And it would have gone straight to third slip. Harry Brook diving away, but how costly would that little tactical tinkering cost England?
The 2 gullies is always an interesting one because I find on a slower pitch the edges tend to go finer than square. There is still no third slip. Archer round the wicket to Latham, back of a length, tabbed into the onside. There's confusion. Latham wants a run, but Conway doesn't. He's sent back, and it's a dot ball. But there's a bit going on here.
Well, firstly, you could never then put the second gully back into third
because it will go through gully.
Well, you can't do it straight away. They might do it in the beginning of the next over when, as a captain, you think no one will notice it.
How easy is it to shake things like that as a captain, though, if you've just moved the fielder?
It's not.
You just accept it?
No, it's not easy.
Right.
Because especially on you feel like maybe at the end of the day will be like, it doesn't cost him. If Latham goes on to get a bit of scoring, you'll think, why did I do that?
No, there is a leg slip. 2 slips, 2 gullies. No point. Archer round the wicket, left alone by Latham, outside the off stump, through to Smith. A dot ball. Archer has none for 12 from his 2.5 overs, 84 miles an hour. That delivery, so he's not cranked it up just yet.
You get at Trent Bridge, obviously as a captain, you'll get you sit down, have a little look at the stats of where's the scoring areas. And this ground, I'm pretty sure third man's you score a lot of runs to third man. So instant in your mind, you're thinking, one's gone down there. You think, so it's there.
Yeah.
It's there, and that's why he's done it. I think because there's nothing's gone through the air in the second gully or would suggest that it's a 2 gully wicket.
Archer to completely over, full of a length outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Latham, and that completes a somewhat eventful over. Archer looks a bit gutted, to be honest. His head drooped and looking at the floor as he drifts away down towards fine leg, and to contemplate why they removed that third slip. Atkinson will continue from the Stuart Broadend. Speaking about deep third, probably one of my favourite games of cricket for England was here in 2013 when we won that test by 11 runs, wasn't it, against Australia? But I was at deep third for a lot of that last hour of play where Jimmy just bowled and bowled and bowled. I remember being at deep third, half thinking, please don't hit the ball in the air to me. But also thinking you just felt in the game the whole time.
But see that one there, I'm thinking he's moved it there. It's almost like a halfway house. We're keeping the catches in. There's nothing on this pitch which I'll be saying it's going to second gully.
Because second gully suggests that either it's really stoppy as a pitch and it might balloon off the outside edge there, or it's really quick.
Yeah.
This is kind of an in-between, isn't it? It looks like just a good batting surface where if you find the edge, it's going to go fine. Now, Atkinson over the wicket to Conway. It's defended back down the pitch by Conway off the back foot, top ball, 25 without loss. Conway has 12. Latham also has 12.
So you're trying to stop the runs as well, but keep the catches in.
Yeah.
But now I can understand a little bit more from over the wicket.
Yes.
2 gullies, 2 slips. Yeah, but they got a leg slip here as well, which they're kind of covering a lot of options, aren't they? Not.
Well, the leg slip's fashionable at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's more for a glance off the face as opposed to what you would consider when I would have a leg slip. You would think it's for the back of a length that's off the shoulder of the bat or the glove, but Atkinson over the wicket, Conway facing, defended towards one of those 2 gullies. Bethel picks up, returns to Smith, dot ball, 25 for none.
Anyway, I think I've got about 1 minute 30 left.
Okay, go on.
Until what I can put my headphones down saying, because this next ball goes to second gully, but we're saying, why have we got a second gully in your court?
Well, he's always a poor captain, that Cook.
Yeah.
But it is an interesting debate. I, as a bowler, would always prefer a wall of people there to catch an edge, as opposed to hedging your bets with 2. But that was just my preference, and I always felt as though my nicks went finer anyway. Atkinson to Conway, back of a length outside the off stump. Top ball, left alone. And it's lovely here at Trent Bridge. The pavilion does look like the old pavilion, doesn't it? But the renovations must be going on inside. You said you're no architect.
No, I was going to say it looked lovely here, and then I thought you were going to say that pavilion looks lovely, but at the precise moment in time, it doesn't.
No, it's a work in progress. At least people are sat in front of it, albeit they don't seem to understand the etiquette of cricket because they keep wandering around behind the bowler's arm. And they're the members. Atkinson to Conway. Full of a length. Punch back down the route. Good fielding by Atkinson and his follow through. Stops that going for any run, sprawling across the pitch. He might get a grass burn for his troubles there, but dot ball nonetheless. 25 without loss, and we're losing Sir Alistair Cook. It's 29 minutes past. Oh no, it's just ticked to 30 on my on the clock in front of me here, and we're gaining Alex Hartley. Looking resplendent in your blue dress this morning.
Sorry, I was just wondering whose shirt Cookie's picked at the back of the box.
Atkinson. There are 3 slips now, beats the outside edge. Through to Smith, lovely delivery that. Just moving away on the angle across Devon Conway. Pushes at it outside the off stump and straight through to Smith without hitting the edge of the bat. But Stokes is shuffling around this field here. He's gone from 2 slips and 2 gullies to 3 slips and a gully for that ball. He's just trying to find this early breakthrough.
I always like it when he does that though, so for me it feels like he's thinking about the game, on top of the game, and he's trying to be proactive.
Or distract himself from what's been going on for the last couple of weeks.
Or that. He's in a good mood this morning though.
Atkinson, 3 slips and a gully to Conway, defended towards extra cover. He wants the run. Latham responds to that call and makes it through comfortably for a single to complete the 7th over. Conway moves on to 13. New Zealand 26 without loss. Atkinson none for 13 from his 4, and the major event of the morning is that edge through 3rd slip that had just been moved. How frustrating.
So annoying as a bowler, that, isn't it? Obviously I wasn't a quick bowler, but when you move a fielder, I wish I was. I always wanted to be. So
no, too hard on your body.
But I always wanted to be able to bowl a bouncer.
Yeah, well you could have done.
Bad
Shane
shoulder.
Warne did it.
Bad
shoulder.
Yeah, but when you move a fielder and the next ball goes there, you're almost like, oh, why? Why could I not have just been slightly more patient?
Yeah. But then on the flip side, if you move it and it goes to where you've moved it, you look like a genius. So you take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be a change of angle for Archer to Conway here. He's bowled around the wicket a lot this morning. Now coming over to try and create that angle across Devon Conway. Now there are 3 slips and a gully, extra cover, mid-on, square leg just in front of square, leg slip and a long leg as Archer in over the pitch, back of the length, tucked towards that forward square leg where Stokes himself does the fielding, a dot ball, 26 for none.
Yeah, you say looking splendid in this dress, but I did wear it yesterday, didn't I?
Well, yeah, a bit of... did you wash it overnight?
No, I hung it up so it wasn't creased, though.
Okay. Quick spray of deodorant on the armpits and we're off.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I don't really do summer. We don't have it here that very often.
Well, it is confusing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is very confusing. When I was packing yesterday, I just stuffed as many clothes as I could fit into my suitcase just in case.
Well, as you know, I did as well.
Well, yes, yeah, because I picked you up, didn't we? Had a lovely journey up. Archer over the wicket. Conway tucks this into the onside. It beats that square leg fielder though. Bashir's in pursuit this time, but it's running away towards long leg. Conway maybe thinks about coming back for a second, but doesn't. 1 added to the score. 27 without loss. Latham on strike now. Yeah, we had a nice journey, didn't we? The only stumbling block was that for some reason I seem to have managed to block my left ear. And because Alex was clearly sitting on my left because I was the driver, she kept trying to talk to me and I couldn't hear it. So you must have thought I was incredibly rude ignoring you all the way up here, but I just can't hear out my left ear at the moment.
You normally do that anyway, even with an ear.
Well, selective hearing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Archer back round, 3 slips, 2 gullies, no square leg now to Latham, who lets this go outside the off stump, back of a length, another dot ball.
No, you picked me up from some dodgy shopping centre.
Well, it's one of the finest shopping centres in the land, Brent Cross.
Yeah, okay, well I was sat outside, didn't feel like one of the finest shopping centres.
Well, you had company on the bench that you were sat on, didn't you?
It was like a rotation of people.
Well, we don't hear that many northern accents in North London, so...
No, I have my headphones in.
Okay. Watching the cricket?
I was watching the cricket.
Which was a great victory for the girls last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it felt like it should have been their toughest game, but they hammered the West Indies, which sealed a semi-final spot.
Archer, full of a length, defended into the offside. The call's yes, and both batters respond, and Tongue does the fielding, but lackadaisically, because it was an easy single, score ticks over to 28 without loss. Latham has... Oh, it's a no ball as well, which is 1 more added to the score. So 29 without loss. Latham has 13, Conway 14. Yeah, and they're in the semis now.
Yeah.
At the Oval.
Yes,
yet to determine who their opponents will be.
No, you would think it would be South Africa.
Yes.
At this stage, there is a small chance India could make it through.
Archer, gliding run up over the wicket to Conway, defended into the onside. He sets off a run, but is sent back by Latham at the non-striker's end. Bashir does the fielding at square leg, and it's another dot ball. Yeah, South Africa. Who would you? Well, you'd rather play South Africa, but you're going to have to play Australia at some stage, aren't you? It seems inconceivable that they won't be in the final.
But I always think they've been knocked out the last couple of semi-finals. I always think let someone else knock them out.
Yes.
And then you don't have to play them in the final.
Yes. Well, it's all set up, isn't it? Yes. Great weather. Through to the semi-finals with the game in hand. Nat Silverbrunt hopefully available for those latter stages. Conway faces up to Archer, lets this go outside the off stump. Nice delivery again, moving across the left hand. A good discipline from Conway to let that one go. Another dot ball. There is 1 more ball to go in this over. It's because of that no ball that Archer bowled.
How easy is it as a fast bowler to just try a little bit harder and overstep?
Yeah, very, because you're talking millimetres sometimes. And look at Sonny Baker last week. His foot was landing a good foot behind the line, I think because he'd have wanted to not have that on your mind. But certainly in warm weather, all you've got to do is stretch out on one of your strides a bit too much. Archer opts to come round the wicket now to Conway, who lets this one go, angling in towards the off stump, but left on length. And another dot ball to finish the over. 29 without loss. New Zealand won the toss, batted first. 8 overs gone. Really is a rocket hot day here in Nottingham. Pitch is playing well. when the bowlers have missed, there have been runs on offer, particularly when it's been over-pitched. It's been very easy to just throw your hands through the line of the ball. New Zealand have made a good start. Thoughts?
And tidy start from extras as well, already 2 on the board. This follows 71 extras conceded by England at the Oval, the joint 8th most they've ever conceded in a test match. So bumper summer for fans of leg byes.
There was a few years ago in the Root era, there was a year, wasn't there, where Root scored something like 1,600 runs. Then I think maybe Johnny Bairstow scored 600, and then extras was the 3rd highest run scorer in a calendar year for England.
And I think probably the only ever present in the team.
It was a merry-go-round. Atkinson continues from the Stuart Broad end, round the wicket to Tom Latham. 3 slips in place, driven but without timing towards a wide mid-off or a straight extra cover, whichever way you look at it, and it's a dot ball. But yeah, that 71 was a lot, wasn't it?
That was a huge amount. In terms of that merry-go-round I was mentioning just before you came on air, 31 players in the series, or at the most in a 3-test series in England since 1986, when both of the 2-test series that summer had 31 players. England played New Zealand and India, but that was in the days when England's selection was, to put it politely, complete mayhem.
Atkinson to Latham. Back of a length, punched off the back foot, behind point. There is no fielder there, so Bethel's in pursuit from one of those gullies that are in place. The batters turn for the second, then come back for the third, comfortably so. Nice throw over the top of the stumps from Bethel, but 3 added to the score. Latham moves on to 16. Conway 14, 32 without loss.
Yeah, in fact, the India series involved 32 players, 19 from England, 13 from India, and then England lose 17 in the 3 tests against New Zealand. It was basically like jury service in those days. Got an envelope saying you're opening the batting at.
Is it the Ashes series of 89 as well, where
through 29?
That's just inconceivable.
There was no match after which they made fewer than 4 changes.
And Angus Fraser says he earned all his caps. I don't believe him. 3 slips, 2 gullies now to Conway. Atkinson over the wicket, left alone outside the off stump, through to Smith, dot ball. Yeah, that's 29 players in a 5-match series.
Yeah, it was a 6-match series, but they made 4 changes after each of the first 4 tests, and then 5 changes from the 5th test to the 6th test. So I think the selectors were paid per change. Goodness.
Oh, well, we're in much more steady times, but it's been a tumultuous series here, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's not felt very steady.
No, 5 changes for the last game, 4 for this. And Atkinson over the wicket. Oh, he bounces, but left alone by Conway as that cuts back and threatens to tickle him in the ribs, but left alone, another dot ball.
Yeah, I did the classic at the toss. Ben, any changes? He was like, we've got loads. I was like, can you tell me them? He was like, it looks at me like, why?
It is
funny,
funny, isn't
it?
Because I've been captain before when you're asked that and you've made a few changes and your mind just goes completely blank and you just say, yeah, 4 changes.
We've brought in a spinner.
He was probably glad to be just asked that question. Atkinson, driven firmly towards backward point. It was there really just for a second, and Ben Stokes looked interested, but it races away for 4, slightly away from his body there. Devon Conway, but he will get 4, 36 without loss. Conway into 18.
Yeah, Ben Stokes there just thinking, had I have been a couple of yards to my left, it might have gone to me. It was in the air. It's gone square, hasn't it, of point. It wasn't far from Ben Stokes, but it's far enough away that he was nowhere near it, if that makes sense.
Because my eyes told me it was a good shot for 4, and then Stokes' reaction told me that it was really close to him, but on the replay it wasn't. That's a good 10 yards away from Ben Stokes, who is at a catching backward point, you'd have to say. Atkinson left alone outside the off stump by Conway again, through to Smith to complete the over. So that is 36 without loss. Conway has 18, Latham has 16. Alex, some thoughts for you. I've got a Daniel Norcross lurking on my left shoulder, and I'll let him come in.
Well, there's been a couple of half chances for England so far this morning. Jofra Archer with a couple. That one there from Atkinson, just where you have the slips all going, oh, so close, not far away. Ben Stokes has been really in charge of his field. He's changing the slips. He's got 3 slips. He's got 2 gullies, and he's got 2 slips, 3 gullies. Catching backward point. Feels like to me, Dan, when he's doing that, he is really thinking about the game and trying to be on top of it.
Well, we've got to change a bowler now. Josh Tongue is coming in on his home ground, of course, after that disappointingly capable 20 minutes of commentary on debut by Stephen Finn. Never mind. It was fun while it lasted. I enjoyed my job for a while.
He nearly got a wicket in the first over of his
I know he did.
stint as well.
Golden arm.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many wickets we're going to see today, though. 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, leg slip as Tongue comes in. And it's clipped away nicely, not perfectly timed. You could tell from the plinking noise at the bottom of the bat. But I think it will just make it to the boundary. It does. 4 more to Latham. Just worked through mid-wicket. Big gaps there because Stokes and England are attacking. They've got a relatively new ball. Just looking at that, wasn't much shape, was he? I mean, if someone can extract something from this, you'd think it might well be Tongue, because he knows the conditions really well. Michael Vaughan was saying that Somerset managed to get some reverse swing the other day here. That may be for later today on these rough kind of patches on the square as Tongue's in again. It's defended on the front foot, slightly on the move by Latham. Back to the bowler. There is no run. So does it feel different to you having Stokes back? Does it feel noticeably different from last week?
I've been on World Cup duty.
You have, haven't you?
Yeah. So it feels a lot different.
Yeah. Do you know? I was saying to Mount, I don't know how I managed to miss the completely all-important game between South Africa and India. It was the last day of the Test match, I think.
Yeah.
And I thought that game was still to come, you see.
Now, the
That's
game
quite a biggie,
from is Australia-India, but it might all be done by then.
Tongue in, well, it's in the air through mid-wicket. There's again, big gap. It'll be 4 again as it's being pursued very eagerly by Bashir. Just letting his coaches know that he's up for the fight, but it was futile. 44 without loss with that 4.
But in answer to your question, it just feels normal again, doesn't it? From last week.
And breathe.
Last week almost felt like, what can we do? And I think we might have a very similar situation back end of the World Cup when England women play India.
When Nat Silverbrand comes in.
Yeah, if she comes in. Who's going to be captain? It might have to go back to Heather Knight. And it just feels like, it wasn't a step backwards because Joe Root does what he does all the time, does everything for English cricket.
Here's Tongue once more, and Latham just gets one on the pads that rolls out into the onside, just behind square. It's picked up by the Emilio Gaves come from leg slip, and they take the leg by 45 without loss.
So Joe Root said, yeah, of course, it's not ideal. I never thought I'd captain again, but what the team needs, I will do. But today just feels back to normal, back to what we know. And I feel for Joe Root because he took over the captaincy for that one test. He's not got his best bowling attack.
He got laid into as well on the first session of the second day. After everybody had been so lovely on the first day, he was reacquainted with the capricious nature of the media.
And it's like, he's lost another one.
Tongue in again, down the leg side. Doesn't quite catch up with that Conway and goes through to the keeper Smith. It was all a bit messy last week. The Oval Test has been like that quite a bit of late. Do you remember 2014? Josh Hull was playing and an England side sort of almost having won 5 of the matches that summer. Almost felt like they'd signed off.
Do you mean 2024?
Did I say 2014?
Yeah,
sorry.
Was Josh Hull even born?
2024, yeah, the 2 in there. Yeah.
I'm not sure even Bazball would have gone with a 11-year-old or 12-year-old.
Hey, you never know. Tongue in, defends on the front foot again, slightly on the walk up towards mid-on, end of the over, 9 from it. One of those a leg by 45 without loss. And in 2013, and I do mean that, it's when Simon Kerrigan played. The Oval's kind of often attracted unusual selections because it's been the last game of the summer, but this was not, and it all felt higgledy-piggledy, didn't it?
And it's still got its strange selections, but forced.
Forced, indeed. It is a gorgeous day, and it is filling up Trent Bridge. I think it probably is pretty much full. It's a very popular Test match, the Trent Bridge Test, isn't it? I have friends who always come to a Trent Bridge Test match when there is one.
Yeah.
Make a point of it. What is it about it? It's quite an intimate ground, I suppose.
Well, it's also, accessible, isn't it?
Oh, hang on.
All around the country.
We've got spin before midday. 2 left-handers, of course, but Shoaib Bashir's in the attack. This is his first ball of the summer for England because he selected at Lord's, didn't play.
But didn't bowl.
Didn't bowl, yeah. I mean, he did run around a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did run around. But, I mean, he would obviously have preferred England to have won the toss and be bowling in a 4th innings, perhaps, but he's bowling now. What time is it? 2:45?
It's 11:47, and it's the 11th over of the game.
So that must be one of the earliest introductions of spin in a Test match in England.
I'll dig around. I've got a few quickly on changes, maybe at the end of this over.
Oh, yeah.
Can you remember Bashir's last wicket? It was that one to...
Oh, it was.
Mohammed
Lord's.
Siraj at Lord's, wasn't it?
It was.
Trickled onto the stumps.
Good from you. What date was that? Are we looking at about won't be quite a year, will it? Maybe it is. Since his last Test wicket. Forward short leg and a slip. Driven into the offside by Latham. He finds the gap in front of square. There's a sweeper out there. Of course, Shoaib Bashir is man I shall remind Finney of later, who took away his record for the youngest man to reach 50 Test wickets.
He did.
Yeah.
For England, that was.
For England, yes.
Bashir's last wicket was July the 14th last year.
Ah, 14 juillet. I'll explain in a minute. Here's Bashir in, back foot played back to the bowler. No runs. It's a holiday in France because they did a jailbreak. Strange, isn't it? They celebrate that. The Bastille was a prison and they got everybody out.
Oh, okay.
And so they celebrate that.
On the 14th of July.
On the 14th of July, yeah. Bashir in again, clipped away up to mid-on, along the ground though. Oh, and a misfield from Stokes will not be costly. Bashir, is he going to find any turn on the surface this early? I don't know, but...
It doesn't feel like he would this early, does it? But he obviously went on that Ashes tour, didn't play, almost bowled himself out of selection.
Here he is again. And that's, in the air, just past the diving cover from Conway. A loose shot. And maybe there was a little bit of stop there in the pitch and a touch of turn because he didn't play that well at all. It was not far from a diving route at short extra cover. England have had a lot of nearly moments so far this morning, but the rub of the green is definitely with New Zealand. Let's take a look at that again. Oh, there is a bit of turn, isn't there, Alex?
Yeah, that's turned really nice. It's a lovely seam position from Bashir. Gets himself really upright, drags his fingers down the side of the ball, and it does turn outside the off stump.
47 without loss. Here's Bashir. Latham goes on the sweep, gets it fine. It's running down to the boundary for 4. There's no one down there. The 50 comes up, 51 without loss. Just drifted too far beyond the pads, and it was an easy shot for Latham. Takes him to 29.
It's a greedy ball, that. When you see one turn early on and you're like, oh, here we go, I'm in. He'd try and then just bowl a little bit straighter and does nothing.
I like that, greedy ball.
Greedy ball.
Because he's looking basically for the wonder ball on leg stump
he's
to
looking
turn.
for that one that turns massive.
Right, here he is again. Will he adjust his line this time? Forward in defence is Latham on the front foot. Plays back to Bashir. Well, hopeful signs in Bashir's first over. 6 from it though, and New Zealand still going along merrily. 51 without loss. We've only had 11 overs. Latham 29, Conway 19. Looks like a belter of a pitch. Andy.
Yes, I'll come to the earliest use of spin in a test in England shortly. I'm just trying to finalise that. So England have made 4 or more changes for the second consecutive test in this series. So looking at when England have changed 4 or more within a series in consecutive matches. They did so in India in February 2021. The last time they did it at home was 2000 against West Indies. They also did it in 1997 against Australia. But then you go back to that summer of 1989 when they did it after all 5 possible opportunities. And
so how many players were dropped and came back and then dropped again? Because if they only used 29 players but they made 4 changes after every game, that's 16 plus 5 is 21. So Tongue starts a new over, work to short mid-wicket, is catching mid-wicket, Duckett goes along the ground, there's no run.
I'll see what I can find on that. The previous summer against West Indies, they made 4 or more changes after the 2nd, 3rd and 4th tests as well. So it was proper chaos.
It was Alex. It was lovely. You weren't around then, but the selectors just used to get a big copy of the Daily Telegraph, and it was always that because the Daily Telegraph used to publish the first-class averages after the end of each week or something. And I swear they just sat in a committee room and went, "Oh, who's this lad here? Curtis. He's top.
He'll do.
Get him in." Tongue in, defence back to the bowler, no run. And Mark Lathwell, was he 89? Lathwell, is he 93?
He was 93.
Yeah. But
Year I was born.
Yeah, you were born. He was a lovely player, Mark Lathwell, but he passed the eye test. He looked great.
Like a left-hander. Was he a left-hander?
He was a right-hander, but he
looked-
batted like a left-hander. Yeah, he was beautiful.
Left-handers do just look better.
Well, it depends on the left-hander.
Oh, true. True.
Graham Smith, Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul. Here comes Tongue in. That strikes the pad, goes to the onside, no run. I might suggest, rather cruelly, Tom Latham.
Okay. I was
Very
just
effective,
thinking about
very
Alistair
effective.
Cook,
But you're thinking Sangakkara, aren't you?
I had to bowl at Cookie on Tuesday, actually.
Cookie? Did you?
Yeah. I thought I'm going to bowl an absolute seed.
Did you?
No. I
Did he tuck it into the onside carefully
get him
for
out.
one?
Yeah, it was really annoying.
Did he even try to play a shot in anger?
Well, it was some sort of like backyard cricket game.
Oh, I
so he kind of had to at one stage. He blocked a few out.
He wouldn't have liked that though, did he? Here's Tongue again, defending again resolutely, but slightly stabbily, Conway. He's got a habit, which I think is what's getting him in trouble occasionally, of stabbing at the ball at the last minute, doesn't he, with that defensive shot?
He makes it look like it stayed low.
Yeah, that's right.
So quite often you're watching and you get tricked into thinking the ball has stayed lower than it has, but because he's so late and he does just jam his bat down on it and squares himself up as well.
So where was his backyard?
We were at some cricket club in North London somewhere, and we were doing some sort of sponsor there, and we were joined by a very special guest, but unfortunately that guest was Alistair Cook.
Tongue defends, defending again is Conway up to mid-on, again in that curiously stabby fashion, there's no run.
And
So you thought that the special guest was going to be, well, like Taylor Swift or something, and it turned out to be...
I was like, a work colleague? That's not very exciting,
not,
is
is
it?
it?
And our trump card throughout the day was that you could use Alistair to bat at any time you wanted. And I suggested that my team don't bother using
That's kind.
Sir Alistair Cook, because...
Second leading run scorer in English Test history.
Yeah,
it's not
but-
good enough for you.
No, I thought it'd make better content.
Yeah. Tongue in. Conway guides this ball off the front foot to point, and there is no run. End of the over. A maiden over from Tongue. He was on the money there. Conway 19, Latham 29, 51 without loss.
So Bashir bowling the 11th over of the Test is the earliest an England spinner has been used in a home Test since Monty Panesar bowled the 10th over against New Zealand at Old Trafford in 2008. Before that, you've got to go back to 1961.
Wow.
The last time a spinner bowled this early.
Which spinner would that be? Like Tony Locke or something?
It was David Allen.
David Allen.
Off spinner in 1961 at Headingley against Australia. Before that, Johnny Wardle bowled the 8th over at Lords in 1954 against...
It felt odd, didn't it? I'm glad. I remember Graham Swan bowling very early on in an innings, but I think it was the second innings, because he seemed to have the wood over. Was it Devon Smith, the West Indian left-hander?
Yes. So I was looking here just for the opening innings.
Opening innings, of course, yeah. But, so it's not so unusual to find them coming on early in an innings, but very unusual on the first day of a Test. And Bashir found a little bit of turn. He's in again from the pavilion end. And forward comes Latham and defends back to the bowler. There's no run. So was it a formal match? Did you win as such? Can you win in that kind of a situation?
My team didn't win because in the final we were 1 for 4.
Oh, that's not a great start.
Yeah, we had a bit of a...
And then what, you came in and...
I actually came in and got some 3s.
Did you?
Yeah.
Here's Bashir driving again. Is Latham slightly away from his body and takes it out towards the sweeper on the offside. And the run is taken 52 without loss.
And I was nastily run out.
Oh no.
My bat got stuck in the hard turn.
Oh, Harmonpreet Kaur at Cape Town.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just seen a turn again there. Is it a bit slow perhaps? I don't know.
He's bowling a nice pace. You've got to find the pace on each wicket that you will think the turn will come. What Bashir did previously, he got one to turn like that and then he went a little bit quicker, but Same ball again.
It's getting faster ball that's defended on the front foot by Conway to short extra.
So I'd like the same ball 2 or 3 times in a row before he tries that faster one. Try and get Conway to come out his crease, bring the slip in. You know, the ball's turning past the outside edge.
But it has been a feature of England's play under Stokes, a certain degree of impatience, isn't there, really?
Yeah.
Changing plans quickly and whatnot. There's Bashir, that's driven back to him. He's in the air briefly and he dives well to his right to stop that drive, front foot drive for full ball. But encouraging signs for Bashir, I'd say. And of course for Mitchell Santner.
Yeah.
Surprised to see how few test matches Mitchell Santner's played. Here's Bashir. Conway opens up and drives, slices a drive away through deep backward point. Atkinson has a lot of ground to make to his right. They'll pick up 2.54 without loss. Conway into the 20s. He is 21.
You always think with Glenn Phillips' side strain, how bad is a side strain for him not to be playing as just a batter after the last test?
Well, I've never had a side strain, but they sound unpleasant.
Yeah, they're not great.
Did you get them? I mean, bowlers often get them more than batters, don't they?
I used to get strange old injuries.
Oh, well, I've seen some of your strange old injuries as Bashir is in. Forward in defence comes Conway in defence to point. There's no run. Do you remember the year when your neck went? You were hilarious.
That was here.
It was here, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right.
I had to get Adam to
walking around in this. Oh, did he? He put your socks
I was
on?
in the taxi like I can't move, and then I was presenting the TV, and I was like, "Welcome to Trent Bridge," and it was almost like I was looking over my shoulder.
You were deliciously pitiful that week.
Yeah. Well, I got some meds from the doctor, the England doctor, and he said, "Whatever you do, don't take these at the same time because they do 2 different things, but they're obviously quite strong."
Right.
Well, day 3 I still couldn't move, so I thought, I'll just lob them in. I went next door, and thank goodness Adam's so understanding. I fell asleep for 4 hours.
Oh, so that's what they did to you.
Yeah.
Did you feel better at the end of it?
Yeah, my neck was fine.
Right.
Should have done it on day 1.
It's often the way the things they tell you not to do are things that just make you go to sleep.
I woke up and I was like, oh, that's better.
Tongue is in, right arm around the wicket, starting a new over. Up in his toes goes Latham and guides the ball to backward point. And there is no run. Stokes does the fielding, gives a clap of encouragement to his bowler. Yeah, you've had a fair few injuries over the time.
Yeah,
commentary injuries.
Yeah,
I get commentary injury here because of this wretched bar of wood that's right at my knee height, and I forget, you see, and every time I slide myself in to commentate, I smash my knee against it. Here's Tongue. It's worked into the onside, fielded at short mid-wicket, and there's no run, 54 without loss. And I've whelped a few times.
Well, yeah, the classic is trapping a finger when your colleague's putting their chair in or something, isn't it? That's commentary injuries.
I mean, the best one ever for that was David Gower's foot,
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the great noises of cricket. I listen to it about once a week. I'm sure David will be delighted to know.
The whelp.
Can't remember exactly what it was. Was it a chair leg that went on his foot or something? But the noise is magnificent.
It's a good one.
Yeah, Pink Floyd would probably have used it on an album if they had the opportunity. Here's Tongue, down the leg side, wayward delivery, well taken by Smith, who, so far, have we had any byes? Because that was another feature of last week. It was an awkward ground, in fairness to James Root, because the ball was swinging a lot after it left the batter, as Alex Hartley's on her way. But his keeping wasn't that tidy. Yes, Andy?
New Zealand's 50 opening stand came up in just 10.5 overs. It's their 3rd fastest 50 opening stand against England and their fastest ever in the first innings against England.
Is that so? Everything's happening today. Tongue is in, defending on the front foot is Latham, back to the bowler, no run. We've had a great one today with Bashir coming on, Michael. Is the earliest an England spinner's come on in a home test match since 2008. And you've got to go all the way back to when, was it 2000?
1961.
1961.
Before that, for a spinner bowling this early for England at home.
The fastest 50 partnership by New Zealand against England. It's all happening on a flat deck, would you say?
I think I was captaining in 2008, wasn't I, when Monty bowled that 10th over. Afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. So what were you thinking as Tongue is in? And that's defended again. Worked really into the onside, but in the end picked up by a show of Bashir. And there is no run. Was he with a couple of right-handers as well?
Well, he had a great record at Old Trafford.
That'd be
Monty.
He picked up 5 for that, didn't he?
I wouldn't have a clue how many overs he bowled at that stage.
Yeah.
You could just fire it in on a length, Monty, at Old Trafford, and every now and again one would spin. Got a few LBWs with the one that goes straight on.
So Tongue is going to complete the over. He's bowled 11 consecutive dot balls at least, because the last over was a maiden. Here he is. That strikes the pad, bobbles into the offside. There is the run. End of the over, 54 without loss. I think drinks will probably be taken now after a very hot first hour. 14 overs have been bowled in it. Goodness me. I mean, that's quite a lot. I'll bring Simon in a moment, but I've got an email to read from Jarlath Eaton. Listening to Dan and Alex talking about why the test match at Trent Bridge is so great. I'm a Warwickshire fan, but whenever there's a test at Trent Bridge, I make a point of going, and here are some of my reasons why. Okay. Best view in a test cricket ground in England. You feel so close to the action wherever you sit, with the Fox Road stand for me the best stand to just watch cricket in the world. Strong opinion. Only 15,000 in makes the atmosphere both intimate for the crowd and intimidating for the opposition. The roar when Broad took the 8 for 15 was nothing like I've ever heard before. Finally, it's an easy place to get to, excellent concession stalls, and the pub 3 yards from the ground is always a joy to visit throughout the day. In short, for me, it's the best ground to watch Test cricket at, and it's not close. Can't wait to visit tomorrow and Saturday. Would look forward to having you, Jarlath. Players are taking drinks. Simon's disappeared, has he? Right.
Well, I think he's having a drink.
Oh, here he is. Would you mind assessing for me those first 14 hours? 14 overs?
It might be 14 hours on this pitch.
Really good. Then it's going to be Simon, man.
Well, the one, and it wasn't a chance because it went in the gap, was Ben Stokes put his third slip to a square leg for Jofra Archer, wanting him to bowl a little bit straighter. The next ball, the outside edge was found, it went straight in the gap, exactly where that fielder had been taken from. That's really, one ball went past the outside edge, Gus Atkinson to Devon Conway, but every now and again it's chalk and cheese from Lords, isn't it? Lords was a week for the bowler. I would suggest that this week's a week where as a batter you arrive and think, time to put a deposit in the bank.
Yeah, it feels like a very good toss to win. Sometimes you think it might be a good toss to lose. I think perhaps the Oval was a good toss to lose.
Yeah. Well, you just look at, generally on day one when you see the follow-throughs and the footholds, they look quite prominent because of moisture. And on day one you see a little bit of, the footholds are developing. I think the ones that we're seeing today, and it's not big, but you can see there's marks already. That's purely from the dryness. This is a dry pitch. It'll stay pretty flat for a while, but I think down the back end of the game you'd obviously prefer to have batted first. I think first innings are probably quite similar, but down the back end I would think it'll get a little bit tricky for batting. If the weather's going to be as is suggested, I think there's a storm coming on Saturday.
Yeah,
that'll be a quick storm, isn't it? One of these big drops of hail and snow and rain, and
I think it's lasting a couple of hours. If it hits us, it's going to last a couple of hours. So yeah,
which would be great for you. It'd be a good spectacle. I like a good storm. Don't you like a good storm? I got hit with a hailstone storm on the golf course the other week. Actually quite enjoyed it.
Well, it cools everything down.
Yeah.
But if you've got to tee up for the day, it's probably not ideal.
No, it's true.
Probably wait till about 6:30, something like that.
I prefer my storms away from cricket.
Well, the players are taking their drinks break, an extended drinks break. England were 12 overs down in the Oval Test match, so therefore lost 12 World Test Championship points. They've got the spinner today, of course, so that could speed things up a little bit.
It's 48 points they've lost in the cycle, which is it's remarkable, really. Professional sport at this level.
Well, Ben Stokes did make that comment a while back. He said, I don't really understand the point system. And he's also railed against the fact that he thinks that cricket in this country takes longer because you're likely to bowl more seam than, say, if you're playing in India or Sri Lanka where there's a lot more spin. So he said
New Zealand weren't penalised at the Oval.
No.
So it's the same for both sides. I mean, is that right? The points that they had taken off them last week were the points that they won
at Lords
for the victory. So you basically, because you're over it, nullifying your wins.
Yeah. Well, good luck making the World Test Championship final from here, England.
That's the reason why we've not made one yet.
Also, it's a great opportunity, isn't it, to win an ICC tournament, especially playing your home venue as well. Right, Bashir's going to bowl after the drinks break. Into bowl to Conway with a slip and a short leg. Conway gets a short ball, which he cracks straight to backward point. He rather missed out there, hit it straight at Duckett. Felt like a 4-ball, that one. Conway 21, Latham 30. Neither have made an impact on this series so far, but clearly a great opportunity for them today. One of those days when you don't want to miss out. A hop in the air from Bashir, goes in now and bowls to Conway off the back foot, forces it away into backward point.
I actually
no run.
I went to the World Test Championship final last year, Australia, just as a fan. And it was a fantastic occasion.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Well, all three finals have been really good games, or interesting games. Anyway, enough has happened in them to hold everyone's interest. 54 for no wicket. Bashir from the pavilion end, bowls to Conway, comes forward, hits that firmly towards cover. Good diving stop in the covers by Bethel, who's an excellent fielder. He's on an old wicket end there.
Did I read that the final's going to be at the Oval next year?
Well, it might be because of the Lord's pitch. I don't think it's absolutely confirmed now.
Australia won the title there, didn't
it would be India in the final. And then India losing to New Zealand at Southampton. Bashir to Conway. Conway's forward, stabbing that back up the offside of the pitch. Bashir fields and there's no run. So he went for 6 in his first over, Bashir. It's 0 for 9 now, coming to the end of his third.
He's getting a nice bit of drop on it. So he's getting some nice overspin on his delivery so far.
Well, we know he's got a good record on this ground. Goes in now to bowl to Conway, drives. That's a rather extravagant shot. Bashir has got his hands in the air there, anticipating something. He's hit it out to Bethel at cover. Just felt a bit loose from Conway. Of course, if they can take Bashir down, then that is a big problem for Ben Stokes. Okay, England got the 4 pace bowlers, but they'll kind of want to rotate them a bit around the spinner today, you feel, especially with all those left-handers in this New Zealand top 7. Forward goes Conway, turns that into the onside towards mid-wicket. There's no run. It's the end of Bashir's over. That was a maiden. Conway on 21, Latham on 30. We've had 15 overs. And New Zealand are 54 for no wicket.
Yeah, I mean, New Zealand will just try and play Bashir, and because of the field that Ben Stokes has set to him, it's to try and take him down. You'd have to take quite high risk. So mid-off's back, so you're not going to try and take him down the ground. You wouldn't think. Cover points on the boundary, so drags one short. Kind of got some protection mid-on and mid-wicket are in the game, so I guess you could dance down and flick one over the top there, but it's quite a high-risk shot. So with the field that Ben has set for Shoaib Bashir, you would think he should be able to hold an end.
And that's what you want your spinner to do in the first innings, especially on a day like today. It's going to be Josh Tongue on his home ground. From the Ratcliffe Road end, round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and Latham leans forward and allows it to go through to Jamie Smith, who's back behind the stumps for England this Test match.
Well, the captain's warming up. Just wonder whether he'll give Bashir just one more, or he'll decide to put himself on. I just look at the square, and I've said it before that a couple of weeks ago Somerset played here, and they got the ball reverse swinging slightly. It's certainly dry, isn't it?
There are enough dry patches or old wickets on this square to get it reversing, you feel. Tongue bowls, and it's defended by Latham off the back foot, rolls out towards Jofra Archer coming in from mid-off. So we've got several cut strips that have been used for previous games this summer, and they're quite brown. The crowd today, well, it's a day to be at the back of the stand, I think, rather than at the front. There are some shady areas. Back of the Fox Road stand to our left-hand side, the news stand back there as well. Lots of sun hats and sunglasses, pastel shades in the crowd. A short ball from Tongue. I haven't seen many of those so far. It was a tennis ball bounce on its way through to Latham, allowed it to go harmlessly over his left shoulder as he turned round through to Jamie Smith. 54 for no wicket. If you missed New Zealand's team news earlier, no Henry in their side for this game. A slight problem picked up at the Oval. And no Glenn Phillips as well. Now Tung's going to come over the wicket to bowl. Change of angle. Bowling round wicket to the left-handers. Sets off now from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground, past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Latham, across him, and the ball is left, and it's through to Jamie Smith, who takes it in front of Joe Root at first slip.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn Phillips is an interesting one because he's got a problem with his side. I just wonder if he could have played as a batter. But I guess if you want your spinner in and you want your 5 bowlers, he couldn't get in the side. I'll try and probe away and ask him maybe one morning. But on the back of 100 and the way that he's playing as a batter, certainly want to carry on, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he must be desperately disappointed to miss out, especially on this pitch. The way he's played in the series, he's been good. He's good at Lords. He's the only one to really not master the conditions, but make something of them. Here's a full ball from Tongue, which is dug out by Latham up towards mid-on. It's up by Bashir. There's no run.
Yeah, they're building some nice dots here. And then the scoring rate was over 4s. It's now at 3.4. They're bowling nicely, patient. I guess if you're playing Phillips as just the batter, you're going to have to leave a batter out. And who would be the one that misses out?
Well, Nichols or Mitchell or...
Nichols on the back of 100 himself.
Yeah. Could they play just 3 seamers rather than 4?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, but 4 bowlers in a hot week is very difficult to deal with.
Teams love 4 pace bowlers as well. You can be relentless. And you've got the spinner. Yeah, that's why picking a cricket team's quite a
that's why
tricky job.
I don't like the impact sub for that reason.
Tongue ran the wicket. No, outside the off stump, guided away off the back foot, and it goes out towards the boundary. Chases on. I think I think about 3 they won't get it. Throws on its way. Stokes chasing it out. There it was. Good throw back to Smith. Spoils Tongue's potential maiden over, but that had been back-to-back maidens from Tongue.
It would have been 3 in a row. Yeah. There'd been 18 dot balls prior to that. Those 2 runs, now just 5 runs in the last 5 overs after they got 51 in the first 11.
Just emphasising Michael's point about England. Well, if you can't take wickets, try to build pressure by holding tightly.
Well, Bashir's going to carry on.
We'll see Stokes, I'm sure, before lunch.
But just on the players New Zealand are missing Phillips, 181 runs in the first 2 tests. Batted superbly in that difficult game at Lords and then made that excellent 100 at the Oval. 181, the highest scorer on either side in the series.
Bashir to bowl another over from the pavilion end to Conway, who's forward, dropping the ball onto the pitch. Good ball from Bashir, probing away around that off stump.
And then the 2 bowlers out Henry, 12 wickets in the 2 games, 11 of them at the Oval. Jameson, 10 in the 2 games. Nathan Smith also has 10, but they've lost 2 of their 3 top wicket takers and the leading run scorer.
Conway waits. Bashir bowls to him, gives that one some hand. Conway plays a drive into the offside. It's one of those that later in the game, if that ball had turned a fraction, he might have been in trouble there.
Yeah, I actually admire New Zealand this week. If Glenn could have played as a batter and only going with 4 bowling options, it nullifies your chance of getting 20 wickets. So they've gone with the same formula.
Yeah. Conway got a single out towards deep cover, 57 for no wicket. Tom Latham, another left-hander, waits for Bashir. Composes himself for a moment and hops into his run-up and bowls. And it's an easy ball for Latham to nudge away, a bit short from Bashir.
It's got the start of the Baz ball 4 years ago, the New Zealand series, where England had to look at 550 odd.
Yeah, both teams scored 500 in their first innings.
England managed to chase down. This is 290 where Johnny went berserk, did he, on the last session?
299.
58 for no wicket. Conway back on strike on 22. Dabs that into the offside towards cover. You don't get many test matches where a team scores 500 and loses. It happened to Pakistan at Headingley in the first decade of the 21st century. Results will have a spreadsheet, you'll say how many times it's happened in the history of Test cricket, but not stacks of times. Bashir bowls, forced away by Conway. Half stop to backward point, allows him to get a single. Duckett there, going to his left-hand side, couldn't take it cleanly. Parried it towards cover. One more, 59 for no wicket. As you'd expect, no turn for Bashir on this first day. But he has turned the ball here before. Wickets against West Indies and Zimbabwe.
I think he got 16 wickets here, hasn't he? An average of about 18.
He's really a quarter of his test wickets have been taken on this ground. Bashir bowls, another easy ball really for Latham to nudge away towards deep backwards square leg. Gets another run. Latham to 34. Conway's on 23. 17th over has ticked by, and New Zealand, well, serene progress. 60 for no wicket. Bashir's bowled 4 overs for 13.
Yes, that's right. Bashir's stats here coming into this game: 16 wickets in his 2 matches, average 18. All the other test grounds in England combined 18 wickets at 51. There have been 19 occasions when a team has scored 500 and lost. The most recent 3 were all involved England winning those games against New Zealand here in 2022. 5-5-3 New Zealand made and lost.
Pindi must have been as well.
Pakistan were 5-7-9. That was after England had already batted in December 22, and Pakistan 5-5-6 in October 24 at Multan, when England then surpassed 800 and won by 9 innings.
What about that Headingley game? What year was that, the Headingley game when they scored 500 and lost Pakistan? 2006. 2006. 60 for no wicket. Tongue's going to continue. Still no Stokes in the attack. 2 slips in the gully. Tongue bowls. It's full. It's driven or pushed really down the ground. Bashir comes across from mid-on, sliding on his knees to his right to stop it. And there's one more. Latham 35, comfortably his highest score of the series. He's had 3 low scores, 3-0-4, and then at 27 at the Oval.
Do you know when you're commentating, Simon, do you know at Lords you're on the edge of your seat thinking any ball? Is this the opposite?
A little bit, yeah. It'll be a surprise if there's a wicket. That's what it feels like at the moment. You can book in. Tongue looking to change that narrative. Up to the stumps now and bowls. It's a straight ball. Conway offers the full face of the bat, almost French cricket-like in defence. Conway lays it back into the onside, and there's no runs. I think it was a wicket every 25 balls at Lords.
Which is pretty much at every stint.
Yeah, wicket every 25 overs here, possibly. What would that be in the first day? That'd be 3 wickets on the first day, and just 1 into the 4th day.
9 of those instances where a team has scored 500 and lost have been in the opening innings of the match. I'm going to take one out of the list, which was the Oval Test of 2006.
Right. I know what you're going to say. The tampering with the ball and Test match.
Yes.
Isn't it? Yeah. Tongue bowls to Conway, short outside the off stump. Conway has nothing to do with that, although he plays an uppercut after the ball had gone past, and you feel it's quite a safe shot. Actually, if it had been a one-day game, he would have played it. No one at home down at deep third.
Yeah, and it's a short boundary down there. You get something on it, probably goes into the stand, but short leg quite deep for Devon Conway. Square leg on the boundary, and finally, but if they're going to go short, so I prefer this field to when they spread it and it's so obvious, because you've still got your 2 slips in the gully. So as a batter, you think, well, is it going to be full? And you've got your short leg and your square leg, or is it going to be short? You're kind of asking the questions of the batter, which is a little bit better than when you just kind of spread the field and it's so obvious.
Tongue bowls to Conway, it's full. Conway plays a poking drive at that, not particularly convincing, but he gets it up towards Bashir at mid-on. We're going to hear from Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum during the lunch interval.
What they've been talking about?
Probably paddle or golf or something like that.
I'm playing paddle tomorrow, actually, with Stephen. Stephen Finn's my partner. Playing against, remember Nigel Jemson?
Yeah.
Striker.
Every Wednesday striker?
Wednesday, yeah. Jemo's taken us on. It's down the road.
What, on his own? 1 against 2?
Well, he says he's bringing a partner, which is good. I'm not too sure who his partner's going to be. I hope it's Des Walker, actually.
You'll never beat Des Walker. Tongue bowls and leading edge there into the offside, up towards mid-off, and there's no run. That was the old chant, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, we used to chant that at Hillsborough. He was rapid, Des.
Of course, he played for Sheffield Wednesday as well, didn't he?
Yes, of course he did.
61 for no wicket. Last ball of Tongue's over coming up. He's been tidy, but none of the England bowlers really have looked like taking a wicket today, apart from Archer finding the edge of the bat of Latham when he had 8. And he went through third slip. There was no one at home at third slip. Tongue bowls down the leg side. Conway goes to the low pull there. Well, that could easily have gloved that for him. He's lucky he missed it. 2 at home on the leg side boundary. He could have hit those 2 fielders as well. Anyway, he didn't. He missed it. It's through to the keeper. It's the end of Tongue's over. It's 61 for no wicket. And New Zealand having much the better of this opening morning in these very good batting conditions. Latham 35, Conway 23. Michael, and then Jonathan Agnew will be with you.
Yeah, it's just going to be one of those days, I think, for England. They're just going to have to chip away, hope to create a chance or two, and then be good enough to take it. I think the New Zealand captain's not had a score really in this series, but it looks like he's kind of looked at this pitch and gone, I'm going to dig in here.
Yeah, very good start, isn't it, for New Zealand? 61 for no wicket. Shoaib Bashir, who I think has got a touch to the Sonny Bakers since we last saw him, comes in and bowls, and Latham comes forward and plays out towards cover.
What are the Sonny Bakers?
The big hop and the skip at the
start. Oh, right, a bit of a new approach.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'll be trying to find some old video just to confirm it, but all you get is just him sort of letting the ball go that I found on YouTube. But if you have a look, he gives a big skip and a leap. Up he goes. I don't think he used to do that, did he? Here he comes round the wicket, and the ball's driven back at him by Latham. Bashir fields in the follow-through.
Got a picture of some chili pies on.
Well, I have. So look, you're in pork pie territory here, aren't you? There's Bashir again. A big skip, moves in round the wicket, bowls his off spin, tucked away out towards mid wicket.
Chili cheese.
Well, there's a very famous old pork pie shop in Melton Mowbray, which is the home of pork pie, of course, called the Old Pork Pie Shop. 175 years it's been going there now. So well done everyone there. Bashir again, bowls, tucked away into the offside, but they take no run. It's wonderful going there, all sorts of different pies, but actually the little selection here. So do you fancy a chili cheese topped pork
so
pie?
You brought those, have you?
Well, they were in the fridge. Chili cheese, you can have Stilton top, because Stilton around here again is like, you know, in the Beaver.
Is this close to the Beaver?
Yeah, just over there. Next one, pushed away, just past extra cover. Nice shot there. And Latham's found the gap, so I'll have a couple there out to the fielder. Way out on the left-hand side there. So there are basically 3 villages in the Beaver that kind of the big producers of Stilton. There are lots of farms that obviously do it as well, but Long Clawson, Cropwell Bishop, Cropwell Butler, they have this all sort of little... There are 3 different main Stilton producing dairies around here. All a little bit different. It's how you like it. Like it creamy. Bashir again, round the wicket, tucked way out towards square leg. Is any left? Because Alistair Cook was attacking it. You get a creamier Stilton, can't you?
Okay.
A bit of a drier one.
You can get normal pork pie there as well, can you?
Oh, yeah. There might not be any left, because I last saw Alistair Cook diving into it with a knife. So, the skipper's coming on. Peeled off his sun hat. Listen to that for now, tell you what, that'll make him feel better. Must be the back of your mind, or I wonder what people are thinking, I wonder what people are saying. I wonder what sort of reception I'll get. Well, that answers that.
Well, actually, when he came down from the dressing room, he kind of stood with the players. As he walked down, he got a standing ovation from those that were here at about 5 to 11 as he walked out.
So Stokes is going to bowl from our end. Still that quite a brutal haircut.
You wouldn't rule him out getting a wicket. First ball.
In Botham style. That was against New Zealand, I think, wasn't it? It was. Caught slip. It's on the right, is it? Or Edgar, Bruce Edgar. Anyway, in goes Stokes, and he bowls to a left-hander. This is Latham, though. He gets an inside edge. Ball runs away for a single into the leg side. Was that after an injury or after one of his absences?
Yeah, I think it was a non-voluntary absence.
I think it was.
What naughty step was he on then?
I think there was an item found in a dinner jacket at the dry cleaners that shouldn't have been there. He came back, bowled sort of a real loosener as well. It's typical Ian. And Bruce Edgar just nicked it to slip. 65 for no wicket. Conway on strike, and in goes Stokes. Bowls to him. He drives firmly for 4. Between bowler and mid-off. Conway does love a drive. That double 100 he got at Lord's. It's one of those innings where wherever he played the drive, it just went for 4.
Yeah, you just watch the way they drive. It's probably, I think it's his 4th drive this morning that's gone to the boundary. You just look at his left hand, his punch. He kind of just punches at the ball. He lets it come onto his eye line, and he uses the top hand just to kind of guide it into the place, and this left hand just punches it.
Stokes again kicks up his heels, over the wicket he goes and bowls. Oh, it almost creeps through. Conway there played a defensive shot and now asks permission to pick the ball up, which is very kind of him. Saves Bethel the trouble of doing so.
Before that boundary, Conway just 5 off 31 balls since his previous 4.
So chili cheeses, seasoned pork, peppery notes and chili jam. So you have a very serious pie tournament in Melton Mowbray in St Mary's Church.
Tournament?
Oh yeah, pies come from all over the country, thousands of them. Oh yeah, take over the church. And Stokes bowling outside the off stumps. He learned how to judge the casing and how it's cooked and all of that. That's very serious.
So you have a judging panel?
Yes.
Paul Hollywood there.
Well, you're put in. There are about 30 categories.
Right. And can anyone enter?
Yeah, I mean, I think amateurs, but a lot of pubs enter around here.
So there's professional pie makers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's it's the pie tournament of the country.
Right.
Very, very serious indeed. And goes Stokes round the wicket and bowls. That's driven down to mid-on. In fact, the winner is a little village that I go through on the way home at Hickling. A little sign up there saying Melton Mowbray pie winner, an arrow to the left of the pub.
And what pie won it?
That was, because I was on that particular one, that was, it was lamb.
Right. Well, you're on the panel.
Well, there's loads of panels.
Well, so you're on the judging panel for pies?
Give me a pie, I'll tell you.
Why?
I don't know. I eat a lot of them, I suppose. Stokes round the wicket. Bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge. Runs away down to a long leg. Stokes holds his head in his hands there. Almost crept through. 70. 70 for no wicket. Well, the skipper's back.
There used to be an umpire called Brian Harrison in the Yorkshire. I think he used to umpire in the Yorkshire League, Huddersfield League, Bradford League, and he used to umpire Yorkshire second team as well. And he'd bring pies in the morning, and he'd charge you for them. Always made sure you bought it was £1 for a pie.
Yeah.
Always buy one off Brian just to make sure he kept his finger down.
Did it work?
Yeah, every now and again.
Yeah. Oh, I love a pie. But all the different pies, so they've expanded the whole range of these pies now. Virtually every type of flavour you can imagine. Some hot, some cold. Bashir around the wicket, bowls, and there's a bit of thick edginess about that drive. Conway wants the second. The throw comes darting in. Wayward, and not a great length there for the keeper to collect.
I know they keep an eye on the ball thrown in from the boundary, but it's the kind of week where you will try and get the fielders to throw and hit.
Yeah.
Kind of the old wicket ends to just try and get a little bit of scuff on one side. There's no conventional swing, so you might as well try and look for a bit of reverse.
Yeah, there's nothing really, is there? Bashir bowls round the wicket and is driven but not timed there by Conway. Bashir fields off his own bowling, gives the ball a polish. 72 for no wicket. Just the start that New Zealand are after with half an hour to go until lunch. Again round the wicket, bowls, pushed away out to cover. Talking of pie eaters, we're bringing a few up from downstairs in the media centre to come and talk at lunchtime.
Yeah.
That was the 10 days that was, or something. And looking ahead, I mean, I saw someone wrote an article the other day about, well, we don't know what England are going to look like after the Ashes next year. Well, I'm not sure what they're going to look like before the Ashes. But that seems a long way off. Bashir bowls and sliced away out to deep point.
A big week. And it's in a funny way, with New Zealand's changes, it's put even more pressure on this England side, and New Zealand look like they've won a good toss. I get a sense that England will need a victory this week.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got no idea what the hierarchy are thinking, so fundamentally you'd want to be winning your home series against New Zealand.
That's fair to Stokes. He put his hands up too, hasn't he? He said, look, shouldn't have done that. This is driven out by Latham out to extra cover, and I think Archer's all right.
He apologised to the team.
Yeah, he sort of apologised to everyone, really, isn't he? Sort of said to the fans and so on.
They put a short cover point in place.
75 for no wicket. There's a slip, and there's a leg slip. And I don't think Bashir's turned one yet. You wouldn't expect it to go at this early stage. Here he comes again, and bowls darting that in quite flat. They want a single. Yes, they'll get it as well. They've absolutely pierced the gap there in the offside. So one more to this opening pair. We've had very few alarms so far this morning. They're going at a nice rate. It's under 4. 76 for no wicket. And there's 27 minutes to go until lunch. On the first day of this final test match in this series, standing at 1-1. It mean a lot to both teams to win it, but Jeremy Coney's alongside me. There's always something special about New Zealand winning a series here, isn't it? You sort of get the New Zealand winning captain is sort of fated for the rest of his life.
We haven't had many.
No.
And I haven't been fated, I've got to say that. I was sent a cake just a while ago in there.
Were you?
I was mentioned.
It's a very foodie test match, this one.
It is.
This is the food capital. Or Melton Mowbray is. Self-proclaimed. Stokes on his way again, bowls very full, it's squeezed into the offside. Latham getting very low there in the crease. He'll have his eye on 3. Let's have a look. I'm not sure they'll get it. Duckett's got the throw on the way. So we'll take 2. Well, our ring road has just been opened. Pork Pie Way, it's called. Big road going all around from east to west, around the top of Melton Mowbray. So yeah, it's very, very foodie around here.
That means, of course, as soon as you're late home, where will he be? He's stuck on that pork pie way.
No, he won't get stuck. There's not a single pothole on it, which is unique, I would say, for this country. And goes Stokes again, and bowls have pushed into the offside. Big gap there, up at cover. So they take a single. Oh, I see you are. This is Joe.
Yeah, well, it's to you as well, of course. That's why you can read it.
But I made my very first TMS cake for the England-New Zealand Test match here in 2004, and Jeremy Coney read the card. Joe, he has defied all medical opinion. He's still here. 22 years.
No one thought.
No. I must admit, when we said goodbye to him, I thought, well,
he's gone. Look at the shape of him.
Look at him.
Look at the state.
Here goes Stokes round the wicket, bowls on the off stump. Again, they pick up a single, that little gap there. So well done, Joe. Spanish, orange and almond cake.
Well, yeah, and I've got to say, I did try just a little.
Have you been in already?
Yeah, I did.
That's not really how it's done, you know.
Oh, how is it supposed to be done?
Well, there's a selection process.
Oh, there's 2 there.
Well, you can't just go diving straight in.
But
can you please give a shout out for the book conservation team at the Wyn Thomas Library. Now, Will Wyn Thomas, he was the librarian here for many years.
Right.
It's the second largest library in the world. Yeah.
Second, we'll get Zoltz onto that.
Yep.
It's a hashtag. Is it the second?
There's Stokes round the wicket, and that's just pulled away gently, just making sure there wasn't a mistake really about that shot. Just tugging it round the corner. And they take one more. I'm very worried about the word Spanish. Did you hear the weather forecast this morning?
40 degrees, I believe, was it?
Yes, but what, in Spain?
Yes.
it's the Spanish plumes that we've got to worry about.
The rain.
Saturday. Well, more than rain. I've just looked it up on the internet. They're monstrous things, massive storms, and
coming our way.
Forks, so there's a chance we're going to get one on Saturday afternoon. So if that comes out, rains for hours torrentially.
Closed the library.
Well, so maybe Joe's picked the right one here. Gone Spanish orange and almond. That's a nice combination, isn't it?
It is.
Stokes again round the wicket, bowls very full. Oh dear, leg stump, and he's put that away mercilessly. Conway goes to 36. 85 for no wicket. What a good start.
Alistair Cook was certainly very much into the Spanish almond.
Well, he's just been eating my pork pies.
Well, I witnessed 2 or 3 efforts in return.
Very nice bee on the front.
Yes.
And I read somewhere, you might be able to remember this, Andy, how many different species of bees there are. And I can't remember what programme I was watching. Here's Stokes, and that's inside edge into the pad and rolls away for Stokes to pick up. 85 for no wicket. Could you just do a quick... There's a phenomenal number of species of bees. I mean, you think bumblebee, sort of a hormety thing. I mean, how many can you think of, off the top of your head?
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you might get to 4, but it's extraordinary. How many are there?
Recent estimates, according to the internet, the source, fount of all truth, of course, between 24 and 26,000 different species of bee.
There you are. 24,000 species of bees.
Well, what is this one, I wonder?
Well, I don't know, but I'd hate to offer a guess, because I don't know how you distinguish that from... That's not a bumblebee, I don't think. It's a honeybee. 24,000. 24,000.
Seems unnecessary, doesn't it?
Wow. Well, does that include the big horrible ones?
Anything more than 10's just showing off.
It's greedy. 24,000. Anyway, there you go. So a little bit of education for the day, Jeremy. What was that to learn
Joe,
something?
yeah, I'm very pleased to receive that.
Yeah, well, thank you, Joe. Bashir bowls a bit too short, but steered away for a single out to point. 86 for no wicket. This shows what an innocent card and a cake, a conversation can lead to.
I'm a bit worried now. I hope there's none in my room.
Manuka
honey.
Yes.
So very good, very expensive.
They Manuka bees.
Yeah. Well, that's the tree that adds the flavour.
Yes, it is.
Manuka.
Yes. So are they special bees?
No, I think they're just there in the trees. Yeah.
You call it Manuka, do you? I suppose you would in New Zealand. It's hit hard, a little bit uppishly, but safe to archer it mid-off, quite deep, so they can take a single. And they move it. They're getting quite cunning now, aren't they? Because they move the honey bushes around, so that it's now like an annual. So they start up in the north of New Zealand, and they move the hives and all the process down the country as the year develops.
Do they?
Very good for colds, sore throats. Bashir bowls, it's tapped away. I remember after 2 years of learning dressage for the Rio Olympics, the morning came and we're on the bus and I had a really horrible sore throat. You think, oh, really? Not today. Just tossed up, almost a full toss, flicked away to mid-on, and one of my colleagues had one of those sachets of Manuka honey, had a little nibble, gone in an hour. And my dressage commentary lives forever.
How'd it go? Was it all right?
Well, we got a gold medal. I don't think anyone knew what was going on.
That was the horse, wasn't it, and the rider?
Well, it was. I counted as mine. This is pushed away off the back foot for a single. Because you get, if you commentate...
put a lot of time in.
Well, I did. If you commentate on a gold medal at the Olympics, you get sent a medal from the IOC.
Do you get a special post box as well, or is it?
No.
Whether you're the gold medalist?
No, you don't. But you get sent a medal. I've got a medal at home I should have two, but they obviously forgot the second one.
You have to give them a urine sample as well.
Thankfully not. In comes Bashir around the wicket, and that's driven back on the bounce at him. And there is no run. Yeah, Nick Skelton also romped to gold. So I don't know whether it's his gold or Charlotte Dujardin's that I have, but yeah, that's a fact. If you commentate on an Olympic gold medal,
Yeah, but you don't stand on any dais or.
Oh no, there's not. I think it just came in the post. There's no presentation.
Well, you presided here, of course, don't you?
Yes.
Yes. That's
Yes.
right. Okay.
Jeremy, we've got Dan coming into lunch.
Well, it's a day for batsmen, isn't it? Clearly, lovely seeing day, heat.
I can tell it's a day for batters because of everything I've been listening to. I heard you talking about bees. It did actually reside. Michael Caine was in a film called The Swarm, which is widely regarded as one of the very worst films ever made. And Stokes starts a new over. Right arm over the wicket, guided away into a gap, square of the wicket. Really well guided. It's timed beautifully. He's only going to get 2 for it. But it's very nicely played by Latham. It brings the skipper his half century off 65 balls. He's batted really well. He won the toss. That was the most important thing to do today. And having done that, there have been precious few alarms for Latham. He's got a lovely surface to bat on, a beautiful day to get England's bowlers wilting in the sun. And he's going well. So, yes, The Swarm was a terrible film. Michael Caine was in it to pay the bills. And there's this one wonderful scene where he's standing on a hillside. As you can imagine, it's a disaster movie about bees. You know, angry killer bees.
People getting caught in small spaces.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Telephone box.
Stokes in. Shaw outside the off stump, goes for a cut. There was a little noise, but it wasn't obviously bat on it. Just a loose shot from Latham, having got his half century. Goes through low to Smith. So Michael Caine delivers the immortal line as he's looking at this swarm of bees. He goes, bees, bees, nothing but bees. That's his line. Yeah, beautifully delivered with a lot of oomph and power. I can't quite believe that the bee was being so badly traduced while I was listening at the back of the box. They're quite a significant animal. Anyway, back to cricket. 90 without loss. Stokes into his 3rd over. He's conceded 17 runs already. And he comes in now to Latham, who cuts to that, gets a thick edge. It flies over the slips and down to the boundary for 4. There's never going to be anybody there, but he's willing to play some shots in. Now he's in, and New Zealand are racing away. 94 without loss. Thinking back over this session, I'm trying to think of how many times England had come close to a wicket. I can only think of 2. There's one that went through 3rd slip when it had been moved, and it's just that one that was close to root at short extra cover off Bashir, but that's it.
Tom Latham's half century, 65 balls, 4 fours, his 48th 50-plus score in Test, 16 centuries amongst those.
And Stokes rushes in eagerly to Latham, who goes after this one again and guides it into the gully region along the ground off the back foot. He's very willing to lay bat on ball. He's not leaving these balls, which he could do, but he's happy to get proactive.
Just his 8th 50-plus score against England in his 19th Test against England, and in England doesn't have a great record. Only his 4th 50 in 21 innings. He's yet to make 100 in this country. Averages 25 in England. It's a bit of a feature of his career, Jeremy. His record against the higher ranked teams hasn't been great.
There's Stokes. And Latham does let that one go by. It's a little fuller. That might be the reason for him leaving it. Goes to the keeper.
Against Australia, England, India and South Africa, who broadly have been the strongest bowling teams over the span of his career. Averages just under 27 with just 100. Against all the other teams combined, averages 54 with 1500. Is this something that's talked about in New Zealand?
Oh, it's mentioned quite often. You look at his figures, I don't know, 1200s, 1100s, maybe even more. Did you say? Yes.
Here's Stokes to complete the over outside the off stump, full, and again left on length and line. 94 without loss, 24 overs in bowled. We've got 14 minutes to go till lunch.
Yes, a lot of people, if you're not wanting Tom Latham in the team, will pick that up and say only one against England and one against South Africa and so on. So today he's got a chance to make it 2, of course, hasn't he?
Yeah, that was his joint fastest Test 50.
65 balls.
65 balls. Also had a 65 ball against Bangladesh in Christchurch in January 2022. So that's, the joint quickest of his 48 50 plus scores.
It suggests there could be toil ahead for bowlers, and it could be toil for both sets of bowlers. We shall see. Pitch might degrade. It's a very hot day. We're due another hot day tomorrow. If it is dry, then things could get interesting later. As Bashir starts a new over, he's bowling his 8th over, and that's pushed into the offside. There's no run off the front foot. That's another thing to look out for. Most overs bowled by a spinner on the first day before lunch, Andy.
He's prepared, don't worry for that.
Little skip from Bashir. He's in once again. It's a little flatter, pushed off the back foot. They scurry through for the single as the ball rolls up to mid-off. Conway to 38, 95 without loss.
I guess you can understand it though, can't you, that Bashir has been tried early?
Yeah. Well, it feels like a day when you're going to rotate the seamers, doesn't it?
It does. And with all the left-handers in the New Zealand top order, you'd think to yourself, if there's any time someone like Bashir is going to, it would be on this day.
Another flat ball, too short, and cut away out towards deep backward point, where Atkinson will field. They'll take the single. We've seen a bit of turn. It's not been the quickest turn, and it's not been the most vigorous, but you wouldn't expect that, on the first day before lunch.
But they could. Spinners generally could play a big part in this match later on, couldn't they? If they're good enough.
Well, that's the thing. What have you made of Bashir in this 7.5 overs? Not done anything
just
wrong.
Just not consistent enough, I don't think.
Well, Alex Hartley was making a point as he's in again. This is defending. That's a better ball, a full ball that forces the forward press. And if there'd been any turn there, that could have been dangerous. It goes out to the offside. So she notices that he doesn't really bowl the same ball 3 or 4 times and then mix it up. That you get a kind of mixture of
everything,
different ball after different ball. Here he is once more. That's tossed up and Fowler finds the gap off the front foot just to the right of the short extra cover, and Atkinson has moved slightly further left out at deep cover for Latham.
I mean, he's also got the advantage of having the much wider
bigger
boundary away to the offside of the left-handers.
It's a curious shape, this outfield,
it is.
isn't it?
You're
perplexed by it.
Why couldn't it be 2
or 3 further over?
Yes. And they're playing the ODI, of course, against India on the 1-2 away from this.
Well, I hope that's a good time for Indian television.
But this is a test.
Yes, I know. Bashir.
It was a forlorn cry.
Ball back to the bowler. There's no run. Ended the over. 97 without loss. 25 have been bowled. I mean, bizarrely enough, in a home World Cup, England could find themselves playing their semi-final if India qualify for the Women's World Cup. England could find themselves playing their home semi-final at 2:30 to accommodate Indian television. So, yet another ICC event when India know which semi-final they will play in advance. No one else does. But it's all about making sure that you get the most number of people watching it, because that's absolutely vital. Apparently. Rather than the pure integrity of the competition, but there you go. Stokes is going to continue. He's going to start his 4th over, as I see a glass of wine there in the crowd. Very nice looking chilled white wine. Stokes is in. Outside the off-stop, the keeper, there's no run. I'm reminded of it because our friend and colleague Mark Church got in touch earlier. So we were chatting briefly earlier about Bastille Day, which reminded him of his favourite sporting event in the world, which I knew nothing about. But I'm not a man who's built, designed or has any motivation for a marathon normally, as you know.
Normally? Right.
Normally. Well, something might change here as Stokes is coming around the wicket to Conway with 2 slips and a gully. And that's left alone, dropped by Smith, but it just goes a yard or so behind him, so he's able to collect. There's no run. Well, it's a terrific event that I'm considering being a part of. And it's called the Marathon du Médoc. World famous Marathon du Médoc. Often dubbed the longest and booziest marathon. Here is Stokes into Conway. Conway will let that go through. Good carry through to keeper, no run. It's held every September in the Médoc wine region near Bordeaux. The 26.2-mile race takes participants through famous vineyards and chateaux. Instead of traditional water stations, getting the idea, the course features 23 wine tasting stops alongside gourmet local delicacies like oysters, steak and cheese. Sign me up. I might take 2 days over it.
How many stations do you think you'd arrive at?
I wonder. Stokes is back over the wicket, keeps changing his line of attack. That ball swung into pad slightly. Conway does well to defend, still in this slightly odd, stabby fashion. I might take a couple of days over it. Especially if there's oysters, cheese.
I'm sure there's a time at which they say that's the end of it, nobody else.
Do you think?
You know, I think it would be probably, well, normally it's 2 to 4 hours.
Well, that's not happening.
No, that's what I'm saying. So
8 hours? You did 8, couldn't you?
No,
3 miles an hour?
That's too long.
Is it too long?
Mm.
I think it's a good time if you start the right sometimes. I start about midday. Stokes in, left alone to the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, it's September, so for daylight purposes, I'd want to start.
You'd start the day before.
I might, yeah.
All the other competitors.
What's your training regime?
Yes.
Well, I'm on that. I'm on that already.
Yes. He loves a good station.
I do. I saw a few yesterday on my travels from Salisbury to here.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Good luck to everybody on the trainers at the moment.
Yes.
Stokes in to complete the over. Around the wicket again. Conway guides this away past the diving gully down to the boundary for 4. It was a moderately risky shot, but I think he's played it well, trusting the bounce, and brings up the 100 opening partnership for New Zealand after they won the toss. Elected to bat. Conway has 43 of them, Latham 55. That ruined a Stokes over that was about to be a maiden. It's just lovely bounce, isn't it? A decent carry,
it is.
Good pace. I mean, it's the sort of pitch we were expecting here, and one that the New Zealanders prospered on 4 years ago when they made 550 odd.
Well, they're going to need something the same, I think, looking at the bowling resources that had to be rejigged by the New Zealanders.
You've got the informed Tickner there.
We have.
Performing the Monty Python fish slapping dance. Bashir is going to continue. And Sears, I'm interested to see those here in England. It's forward in defence comes Latham. There is no run as Smith just has to amble round from behind the stumps to collect. I suppose, obviously both sides very, very keen to win because it's a deciding match, but England have sort of played themselves out of the World Test Championship, and even more so having been deducted more points, whereas for New Zealand that's still a going concern, isn't it? As Bashir is in, that all just does turn a touch, and Latham gets a thick outside half of the bat, I'm going to say, rather than an edge, almost a guide, and takes a single with Duckett coming round from point to field. Just see this again, see if there's slowish turn. I mean, there's some.
It's slowish and it's bouncing a little bit, isn't it?
You'll like the bounce, I would think.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Now, with that in mind, Root has gone into a catching, I'm going to call it a catching short mid-off rather than a silly mid-off. It's about 2/3 of the way back towards the bowler. Bashir in, and again that turns a bit, and again it's guided away. Again off the outside half of the bat, and Duckett once more has to field, almost identical to the previous ball. This time Conway collecting the single, 103 without loss. I mean, this is the fillip New Zealand really wanted, isn't it? After losing the players they have lost. You win the toss on a day like today, on a surface like this. It's fill your boots time. Latham again goes back into his crease and jabs the ball into the ground off the back foot. There's no run.
It's the sort of pitch that can make you a bit anxious as a batsman.
Oh, really?
You would think it would just be something that you pray for, and it is, that you roll up and take everywhere you go to play. But because it is so good, you become a little bit filled with anxiety to make the most of it.
Forward comes Latham, defends off the front foot, and Root trots into field. There's no run.
And I mean, you think of the Lords.
Yeah, after
Lords
that.
We've got chalk and cheese, aren't they?
Well, I mean, that's the beauty, one of the many beauties of the greatest invention of the human race, Test cricket, is the variety of services, isn't it? As Bashir is in, defending is Latham, back up the wicket, and there is no run. And they are very contrasting, aren't they? The Lords one you described, the Oval, which was quite good battle between bat and ball throughout. And then this one feels like it's starting skewed towards the bowlers, but it might degrade in old-fashioned style. So it tests you, doesn't it, Andy?
And it's produced New Zealand's fastest 100 opening stand against England, just their 11th 100 stand
ever
for the first wicket against England, and the quickest in exactly 26 overs, breaking the record set in 1949 at Headingley.
Oh yes,
by Bert Sutcliffe and Verdun Scott.
I'm not familiar with Verdun
Scott.
Verdun, as in the Battle of. Wow. Stokes in, driving, well stopped by Duckett, diving to his left.
Large man, left-hander, opened the batting for New Zealand. Good player.
Did he have a brother called Passchendaele?
No, he didn't. Verdun Scott. Verdun, yes. I think was he in the 49 side? I think that was the side you're talking
That's
about,
it, yes.
was it? Yeah.
Fastest 100 partnership.
A lot of runs in that tour, I think, against England. 3-day test.
Stokes in, Conway pulls down towards long leg where Archer is stationed. They'll take the single. Just haven't seen too much of the short stuff yet. It'll come. Don't worry about that. We'll be getting a barrage of short bowling at some point.
We'll miss Phillips, won't we?
We will.
The way he handled the short pitch.
It was brilliant, yeah.
Enjoyed that.
Genuinely thrilling passage
in
to play
a county,
that,
yes, absolutely.
Thoroughly enjoyed that. But Conway looks like he's going to go after it, and that might encourage Stokes. And you'd think with the left-handers, the short pitch bowling will come from our end.
That's correct.
When we're watching from the commentary box, and not the Stuart Broad end. Here is Root, full outside the off-stump, left alone by Latham, who's playing on length. If it's shorter, he's playing at it. If it's fuller, he's just letting it go by at the moment.
No movement again for any of the English bowlers, the medium pacers, faster men at all really this morning to speak of. Tiny bit in about the sort of 6th or 7th over from Archer, but no more so than that. And it's disappeared since really. What you might get is some reverse swing later.
Well,
that certainly is an option.
What a big square, isn't it? That could scuff up the ball outside the off-stump. Left on, good carry to Smith, which gives an indication there is some pace and bounce in the pitch.
The other thing that there would be, you might see as this match progresses, is field is in front again. If it's slowish, if this pace is reduced and you get more medium pace bowling, catches in front, short cover, short mid wicket, like we saw really in the last match at the Oval.
Here is Stokes, shorter, goes after this and pulls it out towards deep square leg. It's going to be 4, deep backward square leg. There are 2 fielders out there on the leg side boundary. That's really well played by Latham. This is good positive stuff from the captain. He's not had the best time with the bat in this series. He's up to 60. He's got 1 ball to survive before lunch. He's not looking like he's after survival.
Looks as if he just fetched that a little bit from maybe a straighter line, that he got it round to the leg side and didn't try to overhit it, just made sure he got a good contact, and it went to the left of Archer at fine leg there.
Stokes, last ball of the session, through to the keeper, left alone from over the wicket, and that has been New Zealand's session, a really good one for them. They won the toss, elected to bat on a beautiful picture perfect day, very still, very hot, and England's bowlers have been made to toil somewhat. Shoaib Bashir has been the most used England bowler in that session, which possibly explains the stratospheric over rate. 28 overs in the session, 14 an hour. If they'd done that in the last test, they wouldn't have been docked 12 points for a slow over rate. Bowling figures: Archer none for 15 off 4, Atkinson none for 20 off 5, Tongue none for 11 off 5, Bashir none for 30 off 9. There have been some signs of encouragement for the spinner, but some turn, and he's had decent control, but it's all been a little bit easy out there. And Stokes returning to the captaincy, 5 overs, none for 30. He's almost been bowling alternate balls over and round the wicket, trying things out. What we haven't seen is a short pitch barrage. We might well see that after lunch. Archer has only bowled the 4 overs. You can sort of imagine a bit of Archer and Tongue bashing in a few in as Shoaib Bashir is wheeling away from the Stuart Broad end. But all in all, Jeremy, very, very satisfactory first session, and it might hint at a bit of a run fest here at Trent Bridge.
It could do. Look, this can change this surface. If it just continues to get heat and a wee bit of a breeze on it as well, so that it continues to dry out and remove any moisture whatsoever, I think that would be the one concern that maybe the ground staff could have, would be that it starts to really turn. Whether the sides have arrived and have picked the right teams for that kind of surface, I'm doubting at the moment.
Do you think they have the players for it?
No, I don't think they do right now. I wonder whether Rayan Ahmed might have been. I mean, it just says a second. That's easy for me to say now, but he might well have enjoyed something like this as we peer down the course of the game. So, and New Zealand do have they don't have Phillips now either, you see. So
they have an off spinner,
no, they don't,
because they got 2 left armers, haven't they?
That's correct.
Ravindra
and Santner. So that doesn't work quite so well for them either.
England have got a few left-handers, haven't they, with Duckett, Gay and
they have
Bethel at the top of the order, and Stokes of course further down.
And New Zealand have of course Santner lower down as well. So there are a number of left-handers around both sides. But look, it's been steady going, hasn't it? If anything, I think Latham has been slightly more compact about the way that he's played the ball. He's allowed it to come to him, and he's played it quite low. Yes, he had a bit of fortune at third slip area with one the bat that he was removed just the ball before. But other than that, I thought he's looked pretty solid the whole time, really allowed the ball to come to him. Whereas Conway is pushing out a little bit more, and that was the catch you spoke about that nearly went to cover.
He's slightly stabby in the way that he plays his defensive shot, isn't he? That's an area that England would love to be able to exploit, but so far he's acquitted himself perfectly well. Right, it's a lunch break.
One of those mornings when the coin goes up as a captain, you think, oh, please let it come down in our favour. That's how it felt at 10:30 this morning, and so far it's proved that way. Some captains are so eager to say we're going to bat that there's barely any time between seeing the correct call and actually saying it on the microphone. You have to get them to repeat it because it's missed in that eagerness. Right, so a big afternoon ahead, not for both teams but for England, in looking to get some wickets here. Tongue has bowled 5 overs for 11. He's going to bowl from the Pavilion end after lunch. He bowled from the Ratcliffe Road end this morning, and Conway is back for more, and so too is Latham. Latham is 60 not out after a very lean series so far. 2 slips are in, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside, so a conservative field. And here is Tongue, first ball after lunch, bowls, and that's flicked away firmly straight to mid-wicket, where it's parried by Bashir, and there's no run. Archer's on the deep forward square leg boundary. There's a fine leg as well, so I suppose this is a 108 for no wicket field. Sir Alistair Cook alongside the good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I enjoyed your little description of the toss when the captain is can't wait.
You must have had days like that, haven't you? Just get it out there before there's any misunderstanding about what you're going to do.
I suppose not often in England it's 100% at first.
Tongue. Balls outside the off stump, forced away. Nice looking shot from Conway down towards deep third. No one is at home there. So that has gone away for 4 runs. And New Zealand underway after lunch. It's 112 for no wicket. Just looking round the ground, lots of people have not taken their seats immediately after lunch. And that happens. You know, long queues and social occasion, you meet friends. But I just sense today that if you are sitting in the sun, people are trying watching a bit and then looking for some shade just to get out of the sun. Behind us, it was like the end of the Battle of Agincourt behind us at lunchtime. The spectators sprawled in the corridors outside, feeling the effects of the heat.
Well, I wasn't there for that battle, but I'll take your word for it.
Just using my imagination. Here's Tongue bowling, turned away down towards fine leg, and they're through for a single. Anyway, it looked like a sort of army that had been walking away, or doing a lot of walking. There's a half century for Conway there, playing it down towards fine leg. 50 for him. 91 balls and 8 fours. And like Latham, he's been battling away as well with this form in this series. So another half century for him, averaging low 40s in Test cricket.
Yeah, actually, I don't think he's got a great record against England, has he? If you take
double 100
you take the double 100 out, but since then was he averaging mid-20s or something?
Let's wait for Latham. Latham's going to take a while to take strike here.
Yeah, I'll come to after this ball.
Tongue back to the top of his mark. And he moves in now past the umpire up to the stumps and played away into the onside by New Zealand's captain towards square leg. A hint of pad in that, but there was some bat in it as well. It was almost as if the umpire there was just asking whether he got some bat on it. Did the umpire ask that sometimes? No. It looked as if he did.
Zero chance of trusting a bat or an extra run.
Conway's 50, his 21st in Tests, 7 centuries amongst those innings. Against England, made that fantastic double century on debut at Lord's in 2021, followed it up with 80 in the second Test at Edgbaston.
Tongue, ball in hand, moves in again, past the umpire now, up to the stumps, and bowls, and he lets it go by there. Conway through to Jamie Smith.
Since then, prior to that, in his 9 Tests against England, averaged just 20, 374 runs, 3 half centuries in 18 innings. So both he and Latham have struggled against England recently, but making full use of this benevolent pitch.
Well, I think Conway had a great start, didn't he? I think generally dropped off as well, not just in red ball, but also in white ball cricket as well.
It's hard to keep an average of 200 up.
Well, that's true. That's true. But, even reasonable.
Yeah, but he was averaging 50 for quite a while, wasn't he?
He's on 50 at the moment. Tongue goes in and bowls to him, and that's wide outside the off stump, and it's larruped away down towards deep thirding. We've got a fielder back there now, Ben Duckett. He really went after that, and he gets a single. No one in that gully area, so big wide open space on the offside, as long as you don't lift it and get caught down there at deep third, and he did not. That's the end of Tongue's over. Quite an expensive over after lunch. 7 runs off it. It's 115 for no wicket. Go on then, skipper. What's it like on days like this when you get no wickets before lunch?
Well, the good thing was you haven't won the toss and decided to bowl and find yourself in this situation. Then every bowler's looking at you going, why have we done that? So it's out of their control, this situation. I'm intrigued how this side will go about it, because they've always spoke about, we don't really mind about the run rate. It's all about trying to create opportunities, take wickets. But actually this wicket, this is like old school Test cricket, isn't it? Where it's a really flat wicket and you're just going to have to settle into whatever the plan is, but try and build a little bit of pressure to create a mistake. You're not blasting anyone. So I'm intrigued if they can have the patience and the skill to say, I'll be lucky enough in my bowling attack with normally swan it at one end, rotate the seamers, and just try and plug away and just try and at one stage if you get a couple of wickets, it changes it quickly, but patience and sticking the ball in the right area constantly.
As Atkinson bowls a full toss, first ball after lunch, and it's hit for 4 through extra cover. Well, that was a gift to Conway, and it was a gift that he accepted. There's quite a lot of cover on that offside. There are 2 short extra covers, for example, but he found the gap expertly And Conway goes to 55. He's had a bit of a flyer since lunch, Conway.
Yeah, well, bowling full tosses wouldn't be in the plan.
No.
I don't like these fields. I don't like a split field like sides of the fence. I've never liked it. So I don't know how your margin of error here for Atkinson to bowl a good ball and not get either clipped on the leg side, dropped and run on the leg side, or dropped and run on the offside for a single.
So he's got a 6-3 offside field. 2 slips, there's no gully, there's no backward point, there's 2 extra covers and a mid-off. Here's Atkinson bowling outside the off stump. Good carry through to the keeper. I mean, if you do find the edge here, it'll carry. We've seen some test matches here. There was that one. Well, when you took that wicket, incredible. I mean, one of the some sensational things that ever happened in Test cricket. Getting a wicket caught down the leg side. But that game, the pitch had no banks in it at all, wasn't it? It was.
I remember the first over, and I think 12 runs, or the first 2 overs, 12 runs went to third man, and nowhere near slips, and Anderson and Broad straight away. Get rid of third slip.
Atkinson bowls. It's full. It's driven by Conway straight to mid off. Picked up by Stokes, and there's no run.
It's not carrying. It's not carrying to slip. Pointless. And I kept it in there for at least half an hour. Thinking this is the stats. All the stats in the first innings. When we played, every dismissal was caught in the gully to keeper areas. So I kept him up for about 20 minutes just to, I suppose, be stubborn, but was wrong, because I think we leaked another 20 runs down there, and then it was just a case of wickets. It was like a subcontinent wicket within half an hour.
Atkinson goes in around the wicket to bowl outside the off stump to Conway, who watches it carefully and allows it to go past his off stump through to the keeper. It was a big draw, that one.
So actually, I quit just on this field. Like those last 3 balls after the full toss, perfect. But it only has to be a marginally slightly straighter, and it's an easy single to square leg. So if you bring square leg up with the same field, you can keep Conway on strike. And so they've got a bit of protection on the offside down that third man area. How many runs are scored at Trent Bridge? I just feel as if Atkinson's got to be absolutely spot on here to bowl dots.
And bowls on off stump, dabbed away into that gap on the offside. I say there's no backward point, there's no gully. So it's a single to Conway. It's push and run, really.
So you can't really bowl that line. You're going to get single that. He was half a yard wider to the previous ball where he left. So he's hardly any difference, really. And he's conceded a run. So, I just sweepers both sides. I'm not a big fan of.
And that's what we've got at the moment for both players. Latham's marked out his guard at that far end. So fine leg, deep square leg, deep backward point stroke. Deep third, that sort of fielding position. 120 for no wicket. Latham waits, Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. Again, good carry through. Taken by Smith around about shoulder height there. And that is the end of the over, is it?
Yeah.
Or they're just checking whether there's a no ball. I think they were just checking whether there's going to be a no ball, last ball of the over. And then the umpire, Rod Tucker, gave Atkinson his England cap when he walks off to his fielding position. So 120 for no wicket. We had 30 overs, so 2 overs this afternoon. England's over rate this morning was a bit better, but then you'd hope it would be if Bashir bowled a few overs, which he did. He actually bowled at 9. So you think if spinner bowled 9 overs, you might better get the requisite 30, but...
When was the last time an England spinner bowled 9 overs in the first session?
Wow.
I actually know it off the top of my head.
First time
in England,
the first innings of the match.
In English Test match, yeah.
First innings of the match.
And we're not going back to like the Jim Laker era or anything.
Well, was it Graham Swan?
It was, yeah.
I think you kind of gave it away by knowing and probably remembering it, and being the captain it allowed it to happen.
Yeah, now you've got to work out of the...
Where was it?
The 20-odd games I captained in England.
Where was it? 120 for no wicket. Latham and Conway, both half centuries. Conway waits on 56, covers up there to tongue, straight ball coming in with the angle, pushes it up towards mid-on, and there is no runs. The first innings of the match.
Yeah.
He bowled 9 overs before lunch. Oh, there have been so many test matches. As if I was walking back to the hotel, I might better come up with it, but
when you got to talk,
I've got to talk as well, talk and think.
Think Ashes. Nice.
120 for no wicket. This is Tongue bowling outside the off stump, thrashed away out towards deep backward point. Fielder out there, Bashir stops it in front of the Fox Road stand, sends in the return to Smith, and they're through for another single. Well,
your cheat code next year?
I'm afraid, Zoltz has helped me cheat. The Oval 2013.
Now, Zoltz, did you have to look at the computer for that, or did you just? I want you to be honest to the listeners here.
I never look at a computer. Everything's in my head.
Yeah. I can see 3 in front of you right now.
It's how you use the computer, isn't it?
I wish I could have done my exams like you do your stats. I mean, I might have done okay in it.
How did you get on your exams?
Passed a few of them.
Passed a few of them. 121 for no wicket. Tongue bowls. Oh, it's full. Pill for LBW. It's a Yorker. It's been given not out. It was angling in from round the wicket. England thinking about the review. Did he get some bat on it? England thinking still what they're going to do on this difficult day for bowlers. Are they going to go with it?
It's a tough one not to go for.
Time's running out, I think. Have they just gone for it in time? I think they have. It was a very full delivery with the angle. Well, you think you're in the game, but of course...
TV umpire to the director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
This is Adrian Holdstock, our TV umpire for this match. And the batter had his back to us, so now we're seeing it front on for the first time. I don't think that's got much going for it.
Please rock and roll that for me, please. Yeah, clearly no bat involved. Can you go to ball tracking already, please?
I think this is going down, everybody. It did swing in.
Swung in a lot, actually.
The original decision is not out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets missing. Nitin, you can stay with your original not out decision. Stand by.
Well, that felt like a hot day, flat pitch, no wickets down on a review.
Yes.
It did swing, it swung a long way.
Yes and no, actually. Really hard for Ben Stokes to see how much that swung, and also the bowler in one sense, actually, that final bit, especially when the batsman falls flat. Latham actually fell on his face. But I think even just tactically, if you got that one wrong and it was out 3 reds after how hot it's going to be, I think it's worth the risk on that.
It did swing, didn't it? Yeah. Really did duck back in from Tongue, who bowls there to Conway, dabs into the offside, wants a single, it's not there. They've got a run from the ball before.
I just had a look at the replay. I wonder if it had reversed, because if you actually look at the wicket here, and Trembridge is not normally renowned for much swing and much reverse, certainly not early on, because normally the outfield's really lush, isn't it? But heat and stuff, and that wicket looks dry, but that was just conventional swing. Shiny side was on the outside. That makes sense, swinging the other way.
Michael was saying it did reverse in the Nottinghamshire-Somerset match that he witnessed earlier in the season here. Tongue bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke there. Now from Conway, and it's through.
Well, you'd say the conditions would be good for him. Yeah. Certainly, maybe not quite at the over 30-over-old ball, but I can't see why. I know the outfield is lush, but it is so warm and so dry.
Well, there are quite a few old wickets, aren't there? So the square, while it has some green strips, it also has some brown strips as well that have been played on practice nets as well. And well, we all know we're in this hot spell, and it's going to continue for a little bit longer. 122 for no wicket. Conway waits, and that's edge for 4 along the ground through the slip cordon. England only have one slip and a gully. I don't think it would have been a catch to a third slip. It would have been very low. Is that a no ball? It is. It's a no ball as well. I think everyone thought that was the last ball of the over. But go back and bowl it again. So 5 off that delivery. And New Zealand up to 127 for no wicket. Yeah, clear no ball delivered by Josh Tongue. Latham 61. Conway 61.
And that was a big drive for not to carry at all, wasn't it? That wasn't a full ball. It was, you would say, a good length ball he's thrown. He's gone all in on it, and it wouldn't have carried to probably.
Might have been very low to Thursday. Might just have got there, but probably not.
I reckon it'd bounce a couple of yards in front, but you'd expect that.
You would,
wouldn't you?
Yeah. Tongue bowls, and he goes again on the drive, and he hits that magnificently for 4. He watches it go and then walks away, doesn't bother running. That was a fine shot from Conway. Ball pitched up and drilled through the offside. 131 for no wicket. You do feel that Conway is a potential caught at slip batter in this mood, because he's gone hard at it a bit today. But perhaps he just trusts the pitch so much and he's feeling good. That was a full half volley.
And also, when you've been not in the best of form, sometimes you just get that clarity in your mind. Today I'm going to bat this way. You might have walked off at the Oval with his dismissals and just been a bit, maybe frustrated of how he's been playing in terms of tempo. But straight away today, you've noticed, when he's gone for it, when he's gone for his shot, his first scoring shot was a crunching cover drive, I think it was, wasn't it, for 4? His first 12 runs were in boundaries, and he properly committed all in. He was all in, and I think he's kind of probably got to a stage where let's just be decisive now.
Yeah. A delay because Conway, only 15 minutes or so into the afternoon session, is having a drink, a long drink. I think we know it's a hot day. Atkinson begins a new over. He gets there and then stops. So basically, you have to bowl 7 ball over here, or at least run in 7 times.
Conway's 65 now, 44 runs in boundaries with 11 fours. Since lunch, he's hit 20 off 16 balls.
Have you got a wagon wheel there, Salts? How many of his 4s have been through the offside, or rifling drives through the offside? It feels like quite a lot in this innings. Here's Atkinson bowling, tucks Latham up there, looking to turn off his hip down towards fine leg, goes away into the offside. Fielder scoots in from cover to pick up, and there is no run. Does have an ominous feel about it at the moment, but games can change.
Absolutely. I didn't Northants lose to Durham this week, and when they were 180 for naught?
I think they were, yeah.
Something like
because we were following that game, weren't we? Because Ben Stokes was back playing for them on that first day. It was excellent chase in Durham. Atkinson bowls, Latham defends, plays it towards a short extra cover. Joe Root is fielding there. No run.
On this ground in 2004, New Zealand were 163 for naught, batting first, and lost by 4 wickets.
Yeah.
The Conway wagon wheel, 11 fours, only 1 on the leg side, 1 straight through mid-off, 4 through extra cover, and 5 behind square on the offside.
Gus Atkinson back at the Ratcliffe Road end. Goes in round the wicket to bowl outside the off stump to Latham, and lets it go through.
So results 160 odd is in New Zealand. What is the highest ever? And then lost the test match.
That's a good question. And there was a game at the Oval probably 20 years ago where South Africa, I remember, were 364 for 2.
Oh, was that when they won 7 in the row, 7 in that summer?
No, it was the summer before that. It was 2003 Oval Test.
I think England won the game comfortably, didn't they?
Yeah,
possibly by 8 wickets.
8 or 9 wickets.
Yeah.
Just Gothic got double.
Yeah. Thorpe got 100.
Latham on 61. Waits for Atkinson outside the off stump. He leans forward and lets that one go through as well.
Good effort, that, and to lose the game from
364 for 2.
Yeah.
You feel you're pretty safe, don't you?
Yeah, you feel as if you're in control, aren't you?
Yeah. Mind you, I think Pakistan, when in that match in Rawalpindi where they lost, where Stokes manoeuvred that England bowlers superbly and fielders on that final day, I think they were going pretty well in their reply, but albeit that England had scored a lot in their first innings already.
Well, we lost that Test match at Adelaide, 550 declared for 6.
Yeah. Never declare.
We will
grind them into the dust.
Well, that South Africa one where Stokes got his 258. We almost lost that one.
Atkinson bowls short, ducks underneath it, through to the keeper. Yeah, there were times on that final day you thought, this surely can't be happening.
Yeah.
And then the rain came, didn't it? South Africa.
I thought it might have been a little bit. We just ended up. There might have been. They just called it off a bit early. We thought they kind of not gave up, as in they thought, oh, it's done now. But I was like, we're only leading by, not that many.
Yeah.
But it was quite a nervous watch that.
That was South Africa batting in that game. That was the innings of
Amla,
but also about 11 drop catches as well, I think. Yeah.
You kind of forget about them.
Atkinson bowls turned away by Latham, back with a square on the onside for a single. So actually,
11. We dropped 11.
I think you did, yeah.
I remember dropping 3 in one game. I remember that. Sri Lanka 2006.
There he is. Dan behind me. I couldn't see him. It's time for him to come in. It's 132 for no wicket. Latham 62, Conway 65.
I remember Sri Lanka 2006. We dropped plenty when they followed on, and I dropped 3 in a row at Gully. I can't believe you couldn't see Dan in that shirt.
I just love the way he never forgets.
I know.
Just casually throws in, I think you dropped 11 catches.
And do you know what? And I can't remember any of them dropping any of, as in like, I could not remember us dropping any of the chances in that game.
11.
It's going to be right. Simon wouldn't just throw an accusation around loosely, would he?
You wouldn't have thought so. You wouldn't have thought so, experienced fellow like him.
I mean, his notes are.
I know.
Where's your notes? I'm really. Everyone else turns up. Everyone else's lead comment. Even Finney's got notes. You turn up with nothing, Dan.
I carry the notes in my head. It's what this is for. And Zolt, of course. Tongue, he's starting to get a little bit of shape. Is in. Forward in defence comes Latham, pushes into the offside, picked up by Root, short extra cover.
The highest opening partnership in the first innings of a test match, the opening innings of the game, that's ended in defeat was 276. West Indies against New Zealand in Hamilton, December 99. Sherwin Campbell and Adrian Griffith put on 276.
Adrian Griffith, I remember him.
Yeah.
Left-hander, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Gray Nichols, left-hander.
Felt quite tall.
They then lost 20 wickets for 186.
That is unfortunate. As Tongue is in short and pulled into the ground, didn't really come onto the bat. He's just helped it on its way down to Archer at deep backward square. They take a single, 133 for none. I mean, when England scored 323 for their first wicket, with Rhodes 178 and Hobbs 177, didn't England get bowled out for like 450 or something? These things do happen.
If you had your notes, you wouldn't have to ask Salts.
It was in about 1904 or something.
Okay, you'd have been commentating there. You'd have.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
I enjoy stuff like that though. Now I'm not playing.
No, I bet. Tongue in short, and that actually moves a bit after it leaves the batter and goes to the right of Smith. There's a little bit of something happening. Is this reverse? Is it?
It's not reverse. I'm sorry. I was just thinking. I think I was in a team bowled the opposition out for less than 50 and lost first innings.
What, for Essex?
Yeah, we bowled them out we bowled Yorkshire out too early.
Oh, I remember that.
We bowled them out too fast. I
was on that game. I was writing.
Because it was quite close. Us and Surrey at the top, and we got not as in like not close, but as in we're up there.
Well, didn't Johnny Bairstow get some in the second ding?
We bowled them out before lunch, and it was still.
That's right.
We needed 3 hours batting, then it didn't nip.
That was it.
We were 5 down in the nipping bit.
Tongue in forward in defence again comes Conway.
So that must have been one. That must have been one of the lowest first innings. You win the toss, bowl aside out
still win,
and bowl aside out for less than 50 and still lose because we lost.
Well, actually, I think didn't Hampshire once get bowled out for a tiny score and then scored 580 in the second innings? They get bowled out for 12 or something. I think they did.
It was 12, but it was.
Oh, it was minuscule. It's absolutely minuscule. Check it out. I think CP Mead scored low runs.
He tended to.
And they got 580 odd and then bowled out their oppo in the second innings on the third day.
Did CB Mead play for Hampshire?
He did.
Is that anything ever happens
Big
back in the day for Hampshire? You just quote him and sound.
I think he got 170 first class hundreds.
And I've never heard of it.
Don't need my notes for that.
You've dug them all out, haven't you? You've dug them all just because I've.
Well, you see, you've goaded me. Target again, to the keeper, no run. There is a slightly, for me, the commentators are all different. So some commentators, the notes are helpful. I took notes when I first started a couple of times. And my eyes just kept getting drawn to the notes, which I found was distracting me from what was happening out there. So I abandoned notes in favour of muttering to myself back and forth. So I tried to remember every single dismissal. On my breaks, I kind of go through them all like Arya Stark in Game of Thrones, the people she's going to kill. I do that with wickets, and that way they stick in my head. So if you see me muttering on the concourse, you'll know what I'm doing. I haven't had to do much of that today as Conway drives without timing on the walk, actually, almost advancing on Tongue there. It's into the ground. Tongue fields up his own bowling. One off the over, 133 without loss. Latham 63, Conway 65.
So it must have been fairly tough in a couple of those 2-day games. And there's like 19 wickets.
Oh, you are absolutely. Your brain is absolutely sweltering. Yeah. But there's been a cakewalk for me today. Yeah. Absolute cakewalk. More of this sort of thing. Can you find me that Hampshire one? I'm pretty sure they were bowled out. I don't know why I think it's 12, but I think it was, and then they won. But I was at your game, and you're dead right. The problem was, if you could have bowled them out for 90, you'd have been fine.
It would have absolutely fine. And then they just came out because they had nothing to lose.
That's right.
And because both sides I think they were batting by tea.
Atkinson starts a new over. It's forward in defence again. Seen solid defence today from Latham, and he pushes it to the offside. Extra cover fields.
You've given CP Mead 17 extra first-class hundreds, Dan.
Oh, did he get 153? I beg his pardon. He got a lot of first-class hundreds.
That's a lot of runs.
Yeah.
But it's never good to take hundreds off batters, is it?
No.
Even if you got that many.
Who got 170 then? Who was this?
Hobbs.
No, Hobbs got 190, as far as I'm concerned, 197, although the official record says 199, but those two are nonsense. Atkinson in through to the keeper, no run, because two of them were in Ceylon, as was, and he himself said that those hundreds shouldn't count as first class, but they were added.
Were they first class games then?
Well, that's the thing. They got retrospectively upgraded
to first class
much later. Yeah, but he never thought they should have been. So the Wisdom, my first Wisdom was from the 1958 Wisdom from the 57 season. And I'm pretty sure that had him as 197 hundreds. This is thrilling stuff for people back home.
Absolutely.
But they got upgraded to 199. And I'm not in favour of that at all.
Splitting hairs, aren't we?
Bit.
I'll take the two extra.
I bet you would. Atkinson is in. That's left, and it's a little bit closer to his off stump this time. But Latham's left well today, especially the full balls. He's left them very well. Alison Cook takes a break. Michael Vaughan comes to replace him. Andy?
The Hampshire game you're talking about, Dan, back in 1922.
I've totally misremembered
for our older listeners. No, Warwickshire 2-2-3 all out. Hampshire 15 all out.
15, that was it, yeah.
In 8.5 overs. 208 behind. Asked to follow on, made 521. Meads did not feature particularly highly. And bowled Warwickshire out for 158 to win by 155.
That's got to be the lowest score, as Atkinson is in through to the keeper. And that moved away a touch off the pitch. Got to be the lowest score to win a first-class game, hasn't it? 15?
Yes.
That's right. It's still was Surrey bowled out for 14 by Essex. I think they were, and they drew that game. It was a ball draw the last day, 200 something for 3. That was the famous game where I don't know whether it's apocryphal or not, but you know it's the Henry Blofeld story. As Atkinson is in, it goes through to the keeper. Good pace and carry, good shouldering of arms. You know this one where Blowers was assigned to go and watch Essex play Surrey at Chelmsford, and he was going out to the theatre later that evening. So Essex were bowled out for like 250 or something, and Surrey were going to come out to bat for sort of half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. So he filed his copy. I think it was Matthew Engel was the man he was filing it to, the Wisdom editor later on in his life. And he said, you know, here's my match report, blah, blah, blah. And then when you finish it off, as Atkinson is in up on his toes, punched away out towards deep cover. They've taken one. They're coming back for a second, but they'll get there comfortably as Archer winds up for the throw. Latham to 65, 135 for none. End of the over, just a 2 from it. He said to Matthew, just put at the end of it, you know, and Surrey finished X for Y. Unfortunately, Surrey finished 14 for 10. You missed the news.
Good old Blowers.
We send them our love.
Just on this game and this pitch, if you go back to the start of Bazball,
yes,
4 years ago, England revelled on these kind of pitches, you know, flat pitches, allow them to play really aggressively with the bat in hand. They like to chase, which they are doing here. And they had an aura about them in the field a few years ago that you just felt that they all just bought into, don't worry, we're fine. We'll create a few opportunities. If the opposition get 400, 450, we're not too put back. I know it's a hot day, but I'm not sensing the same aura.
You're not?
No, and just little things. Cover point on the boundary. I heard Alistair say about split fields with both sides covered. Again, my recollection at that start of that journey was that England would still have fielders up.
Still attacking, still looking for wickets.
Yeah, and they are doing. They've got a couple of extra covers on the catch, but
there's no cricket,
my recollection is back then it was very much maybe have one out, but kind of on the squeeze.
Yeah.
Try to play a drive, but you play it well, you go to the cover point boundary. If you play it slightly wrong, there's a stretch or two going on. It's Conway getting a stretch to his left hamstring. Times evolve and the team has moved on. I mean, from the game that was here 4 years ago, there's only Joe and Ben that are still in this England side, so lots of changes. But I just remember them when they got 550. But there was a bit of still a swagger about the England side. It's not a problem.
Well, they'd won the previous game, hadn't they? They'd come into that, and New Zealand had to win this game to stay in the series. And they managed to sort of get into that pickle in the third innings when the lead was tiny, and they didn't quite know whether to stick or twist, to go harder or not. And that's what created the open door, if you like, for England to barge through. There is something a little bit more, I'm looking at the England team at the moment. There's three of them together having a chat. Harry Brook, Bethel, Jamie Smith at one end, and there's a bit of a bowler's brains trust at the far end. And there's Duckett and Root having a little chat at extra cover. They're sort of slightly fractured. Deep backward squares all on his own. Deep backward points all on his own. And eventually we're going to get some cricket breaking out again. Archer's back in the attack. He bowled a spell of 4 overs, none for 15 in the morning. We haven't seen him since, around about 20 to 12 or so. So we've got a wide slip, a gully, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket as Archer comes in, left alone, through to the keeper. A little wide of off stump, there is no run. Sort of bowling for run-outs territory yet, are we?
Well, actually, I'm seeing a few deliveries, one or two from Gus Atkinson, where the ball's kind of flown through to the keeper. That one there from Jofra Archer, kind of nibbled just outside the off stump, went away from Devon Conway.
There was a bit of shape as well for Tongue, the one that they went up for and referred, that ducked in really late.
It's so dry, isn't it? I mean, the whole square, really. I mean, there's a bit of green tinge to a few of the wickets, but the ends are dry. And
you're hoping for reverse?
Well, if there was ever going to be reverse swing in Test match cricket, you would think it would be this week.
Here is Archer, left alone, and get a little bit of shape after it leaves batting. Goes through very low to Smith, who collects almost on the bounce. Away to his left.
Latham on 65, Conway on 65.
Yeah. There've been precious few extras, only 5 extras. Extras are having a bad week. They're gonna, selectors have to have a word with them.
Coming on such a hot round of form.
Yeah. Does it feel safer with Jamie Smith with the gloves as well, or have you noticed anything?
I think he's kept well today. I thought it was a hard week for the keepers at the Oval. The ball was swinging a long way after it passed the batter.
Archer in, worked away, fine. And it's picked up by Atkinson down at long leg. They just take the single, 136 without loss. Conway goes ahead of Latham.
I just wonder with this new tactic that's arrived in Test cricket, the keeper stood up tactic. Alex Carey was outstanding. Blundell last week was outstanding. I wonder if that tactic's going to carry on. I mean, England haven't tried that today. Maybe that's a way that they could go with the keeper stood up.
Do you see a certain irony in the fact that England have finally found, if you like, a battery of faster bowlers?
I know where you're going with this.
As Archer runs in languidly, played away from his body, and diving gully. Bethel isn't able to stop it cleanly, and the ball rolls down behind him so they can take a single. Bashir tidies up 137 for none. That we've arrived in an era where a good solid English medium fast bowler with a keeper standing up would appear to be the best tactic. And
Ben Sanderson.
Ben Sanderson, absolutely. Yeah. Well, or even, frankly, Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah.
And now...
Well, that's what I'm saying about...
Tongue and Archer.
do you then, if you're going to go with that tactic, do you need the best keeper?
Yeah, and we still think that best keeper's Folkes. I mean, not he's injured
Smith
at the
had a
moment.
good game at Lords, didn't he? Stood up, he was excellent.
Archer in through to the keeper, very wide of off stump, no run. I mean, Folkes is unavailable at the moment because he is injured.
Yeah, he picked up a
pec injury, I think, from
charging
bowling.
him with the third new ball or the second new ball.
It was with about 10 minutes to go to handshakes at the end of a ball draw. We were almost at impressions time, you know what I mean? I remember back in the day when Graham Gooch used to run in and do a Bob Willis, that sort of thing.
One of those serious, something's for Surrey at the minute.
It's a bit serious for Surrey at the moment, yes. I'm very well aware. There's Archer. He's in to complete the over. Is it? Oh, I thought he got a little tickle on that. He's got to have a little push away from his body, Conway, which he does do. And he's not got an edge in it. That's sort of exactly the way you might go. And Archer there has got a bit of shape again from around the wicket.
I just want to see which side the shiny side's on. Can't really tell.
Ooh.
I think it's orthodox, just an orthodox shiny sign on the left, which means it's conventional movement swing if you're looking at taking the ball away from the left-hander.
It's a very good ball, though. That maybe a touch short, and he didn't need to play at it, but you've got two batters who are in who are going to look to put bat on ball. Could easily have got an edge there. 137 without loss. Still England in search of their first wicket as Stokes comes in around the wicket to Latham, who works a straight ball off his pads. Now to deep backwards Gray. He's coming back for a second. This is good running on a very hot day. 139 without loss. Latham to 68. They're jockeying here, Latham and Conway, to see who's going to be first to their ton. Well, one shouldn't, bake in inevitability to it yet.
It's just one mistake. And can England take that chance if it arrives? Just the one slip now. A gully, leg slip, cover point on the boundary behind square, square leg on the boundary, fine leg wide on the boundary.
Here's Atkinson, that's pushed out to the offside, square of the wicket. It's an easy run to be taken. 69 to Latham, 140 without loss. Bashi hasn't bowled since lunch.
I know, 9 overs before lunch. This opening stand is the highest in the opening innings of a test against England in England since 2004, when Stephen Fleming and Mark Richardson on this ground put on 163. Michael, you're captaining. England went on to win that game.
Which game?
2004.
2004.
Oh, yeah.
They were 160 for 3 for naught.
Atkinson in, driving beautifully through extra cover for 4. That's a gorgeous shot from Conway, a little bit over pitched. It leans into it so well. You would have heard the noise of the ball on the bat there. It's sumptuous. 144 without loss.
Yeah, it's been his favourite shot today, the drive, that's that left-handed punch. Graham Thorpe got us over the line, didn't he? In the second innings.
Oh, did he
remember right?
280 odd?
284 for 6.
Did the King of Spain get a few?
He did.
Yeah.
4 in the second. But do you, as a captain, when you're 150 for naught on day one, do you start worrying or?
Yeah.
I bet. Atkinson in again driving Conway, but he can't beat Stokes at mid-off.
You start blaming everyone. Who's prepared this pitch?
Right. Start with the ground staff, do you?
Yeah, blame the ground staff. And by the way, it's never your fault.
I'm sure.
There's not a lot. I mean, England have tried the spinner. There's not a great deal. The only thing I think they could do, they go quite narrow in their field and just go stump to stump, go dead straight, and say to both this pair, if you're going to score square the wicket, you're going to have to open the blade, or it's going to have to be a really bad ball.
Here's Atkinson, short down the leg side, and I wondered if he got a bit of glove on that, but he didn't quite.
It's a good pitch where I've watched the 35.5 overs, and I've genuinely felt that's been the best chance of England getting a wicket.
To strangle down the leg side.
Yeah, because he's played, I think, 3 times down that kind of pull shot down the leg side that he's missed. You go back to Matthew Fisher, got him out playing that way at the Oval. Kind of a definition of a good pitch, isn't it? When you think that the only...
And your head's run out or strangled. Yeah. Last ball of the over. Atkinson. He's into Conway. And he lets that go by. Through to the keeper, there is no run. 144 without loss. I'm going to make way for Stephen Finn, but I've been informed that there's going to be a very supportive banner for Ben Stokes being unveiled by the Barmy Army. And I can't quite see it, but that could be my eyesight. So if anyone's got binoculars, have a look away to our left somewhere at the back. If it's unfurled, which is, I think, probably a sign of the sentiment that is mostly prevailing amongst England fans. Right, 144 without loss. More from you, Michael, then it's going to be Stephen.
Yeah, the World Test Championship league tables on the tally. Australia at the top, 87.5% win ratio. They've won 7 out of 8 games. South Africa second, 75%. Sri Lanka, they're third with 66. New Zealand 66. Bangladesh 58. India 48. And England, it's gone off the screen now, but just below that are England.
Archer round the wicket to Latham, tucked into the onside, off the inside half of the bat towards square leg. The temptation was to go for 2, and it's a slight misfield by Emilio Gay, but they opt not to. 1 added to the score. Well, the one thing that that table doesn't show is the amount of points that England threw back in the ring last week at the Oval. 12 points.
Well, I've got it. Andy's passed me a piece of paper. Steve, good afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon.
India 48.2%, England 26.4%. They've only won 4 games out of 12 in this round of the World Test Championship cycle. They've lost 7.
145 for none. Archer round the wicket to Conway, who sways inside the line of that one through to the wicket keeper Smith. Dot ball.
Yeah, so I mean, my maths aren't incredible, Steve, but I suggest that England need to start winning a lot of games.
And it looks like a tricky task from here, doesn't it? 145 without loss, 36 overs into the first day, asked to bowl first, and like you say, it does feel like the only option at the moment to take a wicket is caught down the leg side, which is ominous. Archer tosses the ball from right hand to left and places it back in. Comes in round the wicket, defended back down the pitch off the back foot by Conway. Dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, the World Test Championship table and the games that each team play, it's not quite like the Premier League football where you all play the same. So Sri Lanka are in 4th spot, they've only played 2.
50%.
And England are in 7th spot and they've played 12. So they've played 3 more than India, that have played 9. Pakistan have played 4, the West Indies have played 8. They're at 4.2%, the West Indies. Don't think they're coming here next year for that game.
Archer to Conway again, short and wide, taken by Smith a long way above his head. Another dot ball.
Yeah, so just quickly explain how it works. Each team plays 3 home and 3 away series over the cycle, but they're not necessarily the same number of games. So England, played a 5-test series in Australia. A lot of teams only play 2-test series or the occasional 3-test series. There's 12 points for a win, 4 for a draw, and then deductions for slow over rates. As Michael mentioned, England lost 12 points from their dawdling at Lords. And then the table is decided by percentage of all possible available points. So you do get some quite quick shifts in teams going up and down due to the curious nature of the competition.
Archer again, round the wicket, down the leg side, miles down, but a nice take by Jamie Smith, tumbling away to his right, saves himself 4 extras and 4 byes. A dot ball, 145 without loss.
Oh, that was a good take.
It was, wasn't it? Tumbling.
Yeah, he took it nicely in his right hand at full stretch. There's a plastic bag that's just blown by.
It was hanging in the air beautifully, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I wonder what was in that bag.
Sweets, maybe?
Yeah, it could be. Yes, yeah, pick and mix. Yeah, I think you're right.
A beautiful day here in Nottingham. Not if you're a bowler though. Archer round the wicket again, punched off the front foot towards extra cover, straight to the fielder there though, Ben Duckett, who collects safely, and it's a dot ball to finish the 37th over. Conway has 70, Latham also has 70, and New Zealand 145 without loss. The World Chess Championship's a weird one, isn't it? Because I think you've floated theories before about there being a window for Test cricket in the calendar.
Yeah.
But clearly the appetite for people playing tests is different around the world, isn't it? Higher here in Australia, in India, but then lower elsewhere.
Yeah, and with all these franchise leagues around the world, everyone wants those kind of pockets of windows for their own tournaments. I just think for Test cricket to be the pinnacle, and we all still think it is. It'd be great if all countries could get together and just give little 5-week windows where all teams are playing 3-match series, and obviously for the Ashes you had a couple more on for the big series, England, India, Australia, but I don't think I'm asking for too much, Steve.
No, I agree with you. I agree. Now, Shoaib Bashir is going to be called into action for the first time in this afternoon session. He's going to be switching ends, though, to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end, currently tweaking a few to Joe Root, last week's captain, who's going to be fielding at a short mid-wicket, and there's going to be more of a ring. There is a leg slip and a conventional first slip, deep point, backward point, short extra cover, hanging, hovering mid-off, who's the captain, Ben Stokes himself. Mid-on, short mid-wicket and a deep backward square as Bashir's into Latham. Round the wickets, attempted sweep, but missed by everyone. And ends up in the hands of leg slip there, dot ball. I thought he bowled quite nicely this morning.
Yeah, he did, yeah. You know, your job as a spinner on day one on this kind of, it's just hold an end, especially now. So Ben can rotate seamers from the other end.
A hop and a skip. Bashir's into his stride, floated up, full of a length, punched back down the pitch, but beats the scampering Jacob Bethel at extra cover, straight to Stokes at mid-off, dot ball.
I mean, I guess New Zealand could think, if we get after Bashir, Ben's going to have a problem, but I just don't think these two will be thinking of anything other than just play.
Book in.
Yeah.
Bashir. To Latham. A good length, defended back down the pitch. Dot ball. No, you said on a pitch like this, when we were chatting off air, that you're almost nervous that you were going to miss out because it's that good.
Petrified. Please, not the one good ball of the day. Make sure
or strangled down the leg side.
Make sure my name's not on that.
Bashir to Latham. Down the leg side, it is missing everything and out, down, past the helmet, past the leg slip and away for 4 byes. Thought that may have just grazed an inside edge or something, the way that people reacted, but it hasn't. It's 4 extras to the total, 149 without loss.
I must admit, on a day like this, and it was very few and far between, but I got in on these kind of days, and the spinner came on, just milking.
Yeah. Is there a man on your shoulder saying, come on, Vorney?
Just milking, because I'd think about, well, if the quicks come back on and pepper me with a few, I'd rather face a spinner than someone trying to hit me on the old Swede.
4 balls gone this over, just the 4 byes from it. Bashir round the wicket. Latham tucks this into the onside towards Root at short mid-wicket, dot ball.
I guess I think the pitch is going to stay flat for 2 or 3 days, but you just never know with the heat over the course of the next few days how much those cracks will open up.
Were there little cracks there?
Yeah, there's a few cracks.
Bashir to complete the over. The back of a length and rock back on the back foot and turns it towards square leg, but Root scampers to his left and stops the single. So a dot ball to finish. It's the 38th over, the score 149 without loss. Bashir has none for 30. He's bowled 10 overs inside the first 38, which I think tells a story in itself as to the heat that the guys are playing in and how flat this pitch is. And the thing as a bowling unit here, you just want a cheap in as well, don't you? You want a soft wicket that then galvanises you to find energy, because at the moment it's all New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen enough cricket at Trent Bridge that, you know, we have Test matches there and we think, oh, it's a road, it's flat. And then all of a sudden, you know, it probably won't be today or tomorrow, but the clouds roll in and swing starts playing a part. You know, we've seen decent carry. It's not that it's a real feather bed. The ball's going through quite nicely. It's just not doing a great deal.
Old school Test cricket. Archer's still going. Conway's facing up and he defends into the offside off the back foot, off the splice of the bat. Archer himself scampers across and stops the single. A dot ball, the 2 slips and a gully. A deep backward point, some 20 yards behind point out there. That's Shoaib Bashir, who's taken some water on board and has a towel around his neck, which is fair enough, I think, in this heat.
Steve, what's that stand called over there? That's the one to be in. It's in the shade.
Yes. Won't be all day, but right at this moment in time, it's the stand to be in. I'm not sure what it is. I used to call it the silly stand because it just made that boundary
let's call it
so
that.
short.
All right, the silly stand then.
Archer to Conway. Full, and hits the inside half of the bat, and He's dribbling out towards deep square leg. Conway just got his bat down on that Yorker from Archer, who's going through the full repertoire here to try and make a breakthrough. And the 150 up, 150 for New Zealand, 150 partnership. And the batters embrace and shake hands, and rightly so, because they've won the toss, they've batted first, and they're doing their job.
Yeah, it's a tremendous start. When you think of the chaos that must have gone through the New Zealand camp the last few days with, Carl Jamieson not being able to play, saving the back that's caused him so many problems, bowled beautifully in the first 2 tests. Then Matt Henry, the linchpin, ruled out. Glenn Phillips on the back of 100 last week, he's ruled out.
Archer to Latham, banged in, and Latham pulls out the stroke. It goes through to Smith. It was a long way outside off stump, which is why I think Latham opted not to try and play at that, but it's a no ball, so there will be one more added to the total. He bent his back there, Archer. 151 for none.
Yeah, good pace from Jofra. But realistically, this morning you were thinking for New Zealand, it's going to be a tough week, and the only way that they could get in the game with the team that they have, and Santner back in the team in particular, was to get the bat in hand and make hay. And so far, 151 for naught after 38.2. It's the perfect start.
Archer approaches the crease, round the wicket. Latham on strike, lets it go outside the off stump, and another dot ball. We have more cricket this afternoon, with India taking on Bangladesh in the T20 Women's World Cup, and Bangladesh batting, and you can hear commentary on 5 Sports Extra 2, which you can hear via the BBC Sounds app. And also Matt Henry, not the New Zealand Matt Henry, has written an article about what we've learned in the T20 World Cup so far, and that's on the website and app that you can scroll through and hear his opinions. Great win for the England women last night to get them through to the semi-final with 1 game to spare. Archer round the wicket to Latham, edged and all safe and all along the floor, and it goes for 4 between the second slip and the gully there, almost guided really. 4 runs, 155 for none. Yeah, it's the Yorker attempt from Jofra, and understandably it's looked like quite a threatening delivery, and Latham, with the ball being a little bit wide, just opens the blade, just glides it into that space. It's nicely played. I'm always reluctant to say that runs that go to third are guided, but that was genuinely guided. I'll give Latham that. Joe Root's the master. Yes. Yeah, he's the master. Just they open the blade and glide it into the vacant spaces. Archer to Latham, outside the off stump, left alone. A dot ball. So the women look like they'll play South Africa. Yes, unless something unusual India happens. Are struggling, yes? Yeah. So it'd be potentially Australia, West Indies? Yep. Semi-final? Yep. England are playing good cricket. They must be fancying their chances. Yeah, smart South Africa are always dangerous, though, aren't they? They seem to start the tournament slowly and then get better and better. So they won't be a pushover in the semi. At the Oval, isn't it? I think both the semis are at the Oval, and then the final is at Lords. How's the pitch at Lords these days, Steve? You're in charge. Well, it was all right last night. 180 runs scored in the first innings there, which signified a good track. They've had a tricky few weeks, haven't they? Lords. Jofra Archer to complete the 39th over. Bowling to Latham, tuck round the corner out towards fine leg. Atkinson is quite fine though, so goes straight to him and returns over the top of the stumps, and 1 run added to the score. Latham moves on to 75. New Zealand 156 without loss after 39 overs. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm in charge at Lords. I'm on the board of directors at Middlesex. I tell you, it travels fast with the youth, these days. I went to watch the Knight Stokes Cup Cheshire finals on Tuesday. They were playing the finals day at Old Edge Cricket Club, and kind of sitting talking to the kids. Altrincham Grammar School, both boys and girls both got through. Fantastic teams. And this young chap comes up to me and says, I say, well, your team pretty good. I said, I think you've got a chance. Get yourself to the Northern Finals at Headingley, get yourself to Lloyd. He said, yeah, but what's the pitch going to be like? Carl McDermott under pressure from school children now as well. Bashir continues. Latham's on strike. Bashir's round the wicket. Latham advances down the pitch and yorks himself and just manages to dig it out up towards Jofra Archer at mid-on. No run. But it is. I don't know what Lords are going to do. I don't know whether there's lots of rumours about digging the square up, there's rumours about drop-in pitches, but
I think they're looking at drop-ins, aren't they?
I don't know where you'd produce a drop-in pitch that would then be of sufficient quality. Bashir round again, drifting down the leg side and tucked into the vacant square leg region by Latham for a single. He moves on to
I read out the back in the nursery end.
I'm not sure that is going to be good enough to then produce a surface that's, do you know what I mean? Like it has to be a high quality surface that you're dropping in.
Yeah, look, they'll be looking into everything. You know, I'm sure.
Because you don't want to miss out on 2 years worth of cricket by digging the square up.
I'm sure they'll get it right.
Bashir, blazing sunshine here, directly above us. This is full of a length and driven firmly by Conway back towards Bashir, who fields himself dot ball, 157 without loss.
And keep an eye out for those. Altrincham, Grammar School, some players.
I'm massive fan of that tournament. Actually, I was state educated and we didn't play that much cricket and could never see yourself playing at Lord's. Bashir round the wicket, driven hard, but to short extra cover, it's a crowd catch. It's
You're the same as me, that most of my team mates at Silverdale Comp in Sheffield were just wanting to miss lessons.
Yes, miss lessons, looking for a good away trip somewhere.
Miss biology on a Tuesday. Yep, I'm in, I'll play.
I was a member of the basketball team for the same reason. Bashir, it's inside half of the bat and it's been squeezed into the pad and drops at the batter's feet, and there's a little bit of a chat between bowler and wicketkeeper, but no, inside edge onto the pad, but Bashir just getting a bit of drift here.
Yeah, I think it was just making sure did it clip the pad first is what the conversation would have been. I don't think it did.
Conway facing up to Bashir, defended into the offside. A nice over from Shoaib Bashir there. Some nice drift. It's a dot ball to finish, 157 without loss. Bashir has none for 31 from his 11. He's had good control today. Conway 71 and Latham 76.
Yeah, he has had good control. He's looking.
I'm going to leave you there. Simon's going to come in now after a few more thoughts from you.
Yeah, of all the bowlers, he's as much as anyone to get the breakthrough. Left-handers are helping him. That's always nice for an offie. The ball to the lefties. The crowd are starting to get a little bit restless now, Sam.
Yep.
I think they've had enough of looking at runs. They need a few wickets for the England side. I just wish there was, you know, like when we go away and you get big segments of the ground, all the Barmy Army, and they start ramping it up. I wish we could provide the Barmy Army with a segment at most of the venues. A big segment.
Oh right, part of the ground. Yeah.
Just liven it up a bit.
This is the 41st over. Archer bowls and it's defended by New Zealand's captain Latham up towards mid-off, and there is no run. It's actually one of those days though.
It did it in the pad first.
Oh, did it?
Oh.
Have they missed one? Oh, we're just seeing that now. Is it? Have they missed an LBW?
Oh, it's plumb.
Oh, they have. They've missed an LBW.
Oh, how have they missed that?
From that previous Bashir over, it was pad first and then bat, and it fulfilled all the requirements for LBW. 157 for no wicket. Archer bowls to Latham, who squeezes one between gully and slip down towards the deep third boundary, and that's gone away for 4. Now the runs are coming. England's frustration is growing. It won't be long, I suspect, before that's communicated to the middle that should have been the first wicket. It's a modern dismissal, obviously, because in the past the umpire would hear some bats say not out, but now they're much wiser to it. The possibility of pad then bats, and it was 161 for no wickets. So let's mark that down. Conway on 71. Results?
71. The score is 157.
England did lose a review this afternoon for reviewing an LBW. Archer bowls, guided away, through backward point for a single. Bashir comes in and whips in the return to Smith, and there's one more. 162 for no wicket. Latham to 81, and good time as well. 118 balls. Really joining in today after a lean series. New Zealand's captain. He's playing his 95th Test match, and he's in search of his 17th Test match 100. It's one of those days when you really do want to make it count. A lot of days when it's against you, conditions, pitch, bowling. As Conway drives through extra cover off Archer. It's a chase around the boundary for Bashir. He gets there, tumbling save, good piece of fielding. Sends in the return and keeps it down to 2, and he gets plenty of applause from his teammates, Root and Bethel applauding. Very good from Sher Bashir away to his left-hand side, but 2 more, 164 for no wicket. Conway to 73.
Well, I tell you, New Zealand have got a chance here with the way the pitch is playing and the conditions they find themselves. I know they're a long way short of getting a score in the first innings. Basically says they can't lose the game. Go and get 600 plus. Pitch is playing good enough to do so.
Yeah, there are some pitches, some conditions where you have to be as greedy as possible.
You'd be not giving it away on this, how much you'd be just digging in.
That's a perfect opportunity for bat for 4 days, isn't it?
Yeah, just keep going.
Archer's in his 8th over, 0 for 32. 2 slips go down. He goes in out to bowl to Conway, and Conway drives and misses. Well, that was nearly the moment. Again, Conway on that big drive outside the off stump. We talked about it earlier. You feel as though he could give you a chance. He did not get the edge on it. It was thrown out there by Archie. He was hitting it on the up. It might have left him a fraction. And Conway missed it. And Stokes doing a little dance, a little pirouette on the spot there in frustration at Conway not nicking that through to Jamie Smith. 164 for no wicket. Archer back to the top of his mark, about to complete this over. See the crowd getting behind Jofra Archer here, trying to get England back into this game. Archer bowls, Conway stabbing in defence there, offers the full face. Back to the bowler who picks up. There's no run. Just the end of Archer's over. We reached drinks, I think we have. Well, Conway's had a few drinks since lunch already. He's struggling with cramp. He's battling away out there, so immediately the backup staff go to him first. With the various paraphernalia they've got out there, there'll be some rehydrating salts or whatever for Devon Conway. So 164 for no wicket. We haven't quite reached the halfway point in the day in terms of overs. 41, a better over 8 from England today with Bashir bowling a lot. We've reached halfway point of the afternoon session, and England yet to make an impression. Alex Hartley is here.
Could have made an impression though.
They could have done, yeah.
Bashir, wicket, not wicket. Didn't review it. And
were you on television at the time downstairs? What did you think as you were kind of just reviewing it after the incident, straight after the incident?
Well, I thought it was out. I've gone, that's out straight away. I initially thought it was bat first, like England did, but I did think it was worth having a look. But there was nobody, because Bashir was so disinterested. He just gave the whole, nearly, and then back to the top of his mark. There was only a slip fielder and then Ben Stokes that were like, I actually think that could be, and then Bashir was like, nah, not interested. So, yeah, unfortunate that one for England, and I think Bashir will obviously be kicking himself. But if Ben Stokes was as passionate as he was and saying, come on, is it out? Maybe he needs to back himself to just take it upstairs himself.
I wonder whether the fact they lost one after lunch, the tongue one, it was a good ball. It really was. Swinging down the leg sides, very full delivery. I'm sure that'll be in your highlights programme tonight from 7 o'clock on BBC Two. But when I saw it, he had his back to us, so when we saw it front on, not out straight away. But it was quite a tricky one because the keeper would be obscured by the batter. It was difficult because it was very full, and the bowler might have just been falling away a bit. So he thought, well, we'll have a go. And then, of course, you lose review for that, and then you look at that Conway one there, and you think, I don't know, it's a bit of a gamble.
And it was
Decide
Jamie
not
Smith.
to go against it. And
Jamie Smith said bat.
Yeah, well, it did hit the bat, didn't it?
Yeah,
That's the point.
Jamie Smith, first of all, picked the ball up and said, nah, bat first.
And you lose one, and if you lose two, you haven't taken any wickets, and the sun's roasting you, and the pitch is flat. You think, well, we might be out here for a long time. We could do with a review that we're pretty confident is out. So I'm just trying to work out. Well, they didn't go for it. That's behind it, and Smith as well saying definitely bat. Just seeing it again, it was quite a tricky one, wasn't it? I tell
don't know. I think they're the ones that, as a spinner, you always convince yourself that they're out.
Seeing it again now.
The more I see it, the more it's out. See it first live, you're like, oh, okay, maybe not.
Yeah, the appeal was not concerted, was it?
No, it was Bashir's appeal that sort of led the decision making, didn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, England did not go for it. They've had their drinks. It's 164 for no wicket. What have we had today in terms of potential chances? Latham edged one through third slip when there was no third slip. There was a drive from Conway off Bashir, I think in his first over, that was wide of cover in the air. And the LBW that was missed, the one that was reviewed. But there's not been a lot of playing and missing today. There haven't been that many concerted shouts for LBW. It's one of those tough days for bowlers and fielders where you just have to stick at it and hope, keep working, hope something goes your way. As far as the batters are concerned, you rub your hands together and think, yeah, this is my day. There was a day when Australia batted through the whole of a first day of a test match. In the Ashes, here's Bashir bowling and Latham pushing towards mid-off. They're off a quick swing on misfield from Stokes. He was looking to pick that up in one hand and tried to hit the stumps, but it bobbled up. And Latham got home for his 82nd run and New Zealand's 165th. It was Taylor and Boone, I think, batted through the whole first day. Or did they?
Taylor and Marsh.
Taylor and Marsh, yeah. 165 for no wicket. Bashir's 12th over, round the wicket he goes to bowl to Conway, and Conway drives, miscues it back to the bowler. Bashir away to his left-hand side, stops it. Well, Bashir looks as likely as anyone to take a wicket.
Oh, there's a little bit of a variation there from Bashir. Just flicking the ball off his middle finger. One that drifts in towards the left-hander rather than spins away.
Bashir bowls and once this turns ever so gently outside the off stump. Quite good bounce as well. Conway allowed it to go through. What was their score at the end of that first day, Zoltz?
At the end of the first day, it was the 5th test of the 1989 Ashes. Australia already 3-0 up after 4.
Bashir, that hop at the start of his run, bowls outside the off stump, guided away, runs for hit. Conway there, down towards deep third, 4 of them. It's a short boundary down there. It's unforgiving. And that wasn't a great delivery from Shoaib Bashir. 169 for no wicket, guided away by Conway. He's up to 77.
It was only the second boundary off Bashir today in his 12th over. Australia 602 for 6 declared in their first innings. At the end of day 1, they were 301 for naught. I think England bowled over 100 overs that day. It was Mike Atherton and Devon Malcolm's first day as Test cricketers. Not a single wicket fell.
But I remember there were chances created. There were near things. Bashir bowls and Conway covers up, plays that defensively into the onside, and there's no run. So it wasn't quite like today where you feel there's not been a lot on offer. It's that one edge and that LBW shout that they didn't go for. I suppose you could say they've taken the wicket, they just didn't realise it.
Yeah.
Bashir bowls to Conway. Conway's forward, playing it back to the bowler who bends down to pick up. There's no run there. So Bashir's gone 3 and over. 12 overs for 36. And New Zealand, 169 off 42 overs. They're going at 4.02, my arithmetic tells me.
I think, Simon, you might have absolutely nailed that.
Do you think?
I think your maths might be very good.
It's improving.
You've been working on it.
Yeah. I'm darts is my next mountain to climb.
Oh, I'd be terrible at darts commentary. Because I can't do, I can't believe I'm going to admit this. I'm 32 years old. I don't know my 7 and 8s times table.
Come on.
No, I don't. I get really confused with them.
What's 7 8s?
Yeah, that's the bit I don't. It's like 50.
About 50-ish and a
Yeah.
few more.
You can ballpark it.
Yeah. Embarrassing that, isn't it? To 56.
Well done.
Thank you.
There we are.
And 8 8s, then 64.
Just need a bit of confidence.
No, it's when you've got to do it in a row.
Right, Stokes is into the attack. And bowls, and it's defended by Latham into the offside towards backward point. Just looking around the ground, there are quite a few empty spaces on the terraces.
It's just
in the
so
stands.
hot.
Yeah, it is hot. Mind you, Zoltz, you went to Wimbledon qualifying the other day, didn't you? On Tuesday, was it? I mean, in London on Tuesday it was about 35 degrees, and you made it through the whole day, didn't you? 11 o'clock till 8 o'clock.
I did. I was watching, not playing, but it was pretty toasty.
Yeah. Well, when you got that passion, you just can't stay away, can you? Got to get every penny count. Stokes bowls outside the off stump. Nothing there from Latham. And it's through to Smith. Well, you made a sterner stuff than my wife, because I think she went the day before and she came home about 3 o'clock. You had about 4 hours there.
If you go out the back of the commentary box, it's full of out-of-breath humans trying to get out in the shade.
I was making this point earlier. It was kind of like a end of a battle scene out there, isn't it? People just strewn about.
It really reminded me of the ODI series that England played in Amsterdam against the Netherlands. And it was a scorching hot day like this. And then towards the back end of the game,
Stokes bowls, Latham leaves, taken by Smith, tumbling to his left-hand side. Goes quite low there.
there's just hundreds of men at the back of the stands, just all in the shade, fast asleep. Fast asleep.
Which game is this?
It was England and Netherlands in Amsterdam a few years ago. Do you know when they got 498?
Right, yeah. And that was heat, was it, or was it something else?
Well, they drank the ground dry, and then the heat.
Right. A lethal combination.
Yeah.
Stokes tries again, bowling from the pavilion end, past the umpire now. To bowl to Latham. Latham gets one outside the off stump, which he cracks away towards deep backward point. Bashir is there. Gets a cheer for that actually straightforward piece of fielding. Well, it might not be for that, it might be something else that's going on in that stand. Anyway, it's another run. 170 for no wicket. Latham 83. Conway 77. And Stokes again. Stokes is in his 6th over. Bowls to Conway. Conway covers up to ball around about off stump. Stokes bowling round the wicket. Guided away towards Joe Root. Fielding in the covers. And there's no run. You think about cricket, you think, oh, look, sun's out, lovely, perfect, just what you want. And of course, you do want decent weather, but there are some days when it's a bit tougher than others.
Yep.
And this is one of those for the England side. Who, of course, would have loved to have batted first this morning. Stokes outside the off stump, nothing there from Conway. It's the psychology of it as well, isn't it? It's the first wicket. You have innings where there are big stands within them, but it doesn't feel quite so bad because at least you've made 1 or 2 breakthroughs, whereas you think you've still got all the rest to get out as well.
And it is so hot out there. Stokes came over for his TV toss interview and he had to take his blazer off and he's like, it's not hot, tell yourself it's not hot, it's not hot, it's not hot. And I was
Is
like,
that what he was saying?
Yeah, he's talking to himself saying it's not hot, it's not hot.
Right.
And I was like, it's boiling.
I was reading some of the preview material from some of the journalists. There was a couple of images. I think Stefan said it was as hot enough to make a statue sweat. And then someone else wrote that the press conference the other day, the far side of the ground, Bashir bowls at new over and Latham drives towards mid-off and there's no run. It said the press conference room, it was so hot the walls were sweating. So, obviously some exaggeration, but it makes the point, doesn't it?
We don't cope well with heat in this country.
No, we don't.
Or cold.
No, we've got a nice 20-degree May day. Perfect. 170 for no wicket. Bashir bowls, back goes Latham, covers up defensively up the onside of the pitch.
I'm a real firm, strong believer that it's not that hot. We've played cricket all around the world.
Well, if we were in Australia or South Africa, you would just say this was a normal day, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah. Bashir moves into bowl to Latham, who clip drives. That's a nice looking shot. Archer tumbles to his left and stops it. Bashir applauds. And they go through for a single. And that day in Adelaide, was it first day, second day? It was 40 degrees, I think. A couple of days when it was around about 40 degrees. I've been in Perth when it's been 42. That was the laptop in the fridge day. The only way you could keep it cool and get it to work. 171 for no wicket. Conway on 77. Bashir bowls. Down the pitch he comes. He drills that back. Beats the diver. Bashir, it's coming up straight and Stokes can't catch that. Hit very well by Conway, who joins Latham in the 80s. 175 for no wicket. Is New Zealand's record first wicket partnership in Test cricket results.
Well, against England, this is their third highest, now 175. Trevor Franklin and John Wright at Lords in 1990 put on 185. It's the second highest.
Bashir bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end into Conway, and Conway is stabbing forward there, getting that pad, the bat out in front of the pad towards mid-wicket. Some interest there from England. The Bashir LBW, it feels like the most likely at the moment. It's just getting onto that front pad of one of the left-handers.
They could just rewind and do it again.
Bashir bowls, a drive there from Conway, goes out towards deep cover. And they get the single. Atkinson's out there sweeping up. 176 for no wicket after 44 overs, and the record?
The record was way back in 1930, what I think was New Zealand's second ever Test match in Wellington against England. 276 between Stewie Dempster and Jackie Mills.
Well, it could go. They've got a few to get, but at the moment, England toiling and New Zealand progressing. 176 for no wicket. I'm going to leave you with Alex Hartley and Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. It's warming up out there. Has popped out to see someone who is here. I think, Alex, it's going to have to be shorts tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm very surprised you haven't gone for the shorts today.
Don't be rude, please, about my legs.
About your pins?
No.
Are you going to go for the shaved legs or not the shaved legs?
Well, I haven't got time for that, unfortunately.
Getting waxed over breakfast, can't you, Agus?
That just sounds incredibly painful. 176 for no wicket, and in comes Stokes. He's bowling nicely from the far end, moves in, bowls just short of a length on off stump and nudged away for a single by Conway. So one more to New Zealand, 177 for no wicket. I've been educating you. You were thinking about what you might wear today.
Yes.
I got the name slightly wrong.
You asked me if I was going to wear a shallot.
I thought they were called shallots.
And I said, I'm not going to come smelling like an onion.
I meant culottes, didn't I?
It's a key difference.
I think, yes. But they straight. I think if I were a woman, I might come in a pair of those tomorrow.
Well.
In comes Stokes, bowls, and that's pushed away. Just past gully, down towards third man. It comes. They've taken one. Fielder gets there, picks up one-handed, throws in. Actually, it's a tidy return, but very good running for these two. It's hot for the batsmen too. They've got helmets and all sorts on. But they've really run hard today. 179 for no wicket. But I thought they'd get a nice sort of cooling wind inside them.
Yeah, I've got a long dress on today, and that's been quite nice with the wind up the skirt.
Up in these. What's what we're lacking, Andy?
Well, tomorrow I'm going to go for shorts as well, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's hotter tomorrow than today.
Is it?
Yep. 179 for no wicket. Stokes still running in hard. He's bowling to the left-handed Latham, New Zealand's captain. Oh, he almost played that into his stumps. Change of angle from Stokes. Found the inside edge of the bat. Very nearly a ricochet there into the off stump. It's not really gone England's way today. I mean, you make your own luck and all that, and they had a review that they should really have taken. But moments like that, when you're trying so hard,
just does feel some days that hits the off stump, doesn't it? You know, and the Bashir LBW, some days you go, oh, come on then, let's just go upstairs. And nothing has really gone England's way at all. Early on, there was that slip, that nick through third slip, and it's just been one of those agonising days.
That one did bounce. Stokes again moves in, bowls Latham down the leg side, tries to brush it away. Comes off the pad, and Joe Root fields there at leg slip.
Tell you what I have been impressed with though, obviously the opening partnership between Latham and Conway, but the fact that they've had so many, I guess, things going on within the cricket. So they've had all the noise about England, they've had all their injuries in their team, and they've come out, especially Latham, the skipper,
Williamson retiring.
There's been so much happen in this series, and this final test, so much on the line for it, you know, and they've just come out and said, right, we've won the toss, it's a belting day to bat.
Stokes from the far end bowls. Oh, it's chipped in the air. It's safe though. That's another example of what we were just talking about. Another day, that's a leading edge. It goes straight back to the bowler. Caught and bowled, but that time it just popped up into the leg side. The crowd can feel something's happening here. They're urging Ben Stokes on. He's bending his back. He's finding a little bit of swing. That again just bounced more than the batsman thought it was going to. Popped up. Agony for Stokes. Hands on his knees after that ball. Now he's running in again. Last ump on men, then he bowls, and Latham, a little uncertainty there. Actually, it's Conway, a little bit late. Good over from Stokes, he's giving it absolutely everything. But there's nothing as yet. No reward whatsoever for England. There's 180 for no wicket on a pitch that's behaving itself pretty well. Looking there, just a little ruffle of dust, I thought maybe there. I'm just looking at a replay. The one that popped up in the leg side might just have disturbed the surface a bit, and New Zealand won't mind seeing that.
No, it feels a very important toss, this one, doesn't it?
It does.
I wonder how long it'll be until we see one of the other part-time spinners as well. Root, Bethel. Whether or not we'll see them. And
well, Bethel, he could run up and bowl a pie and get a wicket at the moment.
Well, yeah.
Honestly.
The golden boy, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely.
Can't do anything wrong. Feels like he needs a score, though.
Oh, he definitely needs some runs, but he got wickets in extraordinary ways the other day. Now, a little push and run there, Archer. Well, he threw at the stumps, but after the batsman was passed. So, again, really good running from Latham. Picked the man there. Just had a spell. It's on his heels a bit. Push and run. 181 for no wicket.
That's the highest opening partnership against England in this country since 2011. Now in Dilshan and Paranavitana for Sri Lanka added 207 at Lords.
Bashir bowls, and that's nudged away into the leg side by Conway, who's 83. Latham is on 88. And it means so much for New Zealand. I mean, if you are a captain of New Zealand who comes here and wins, that's you set. Now that is, you know, it's a bit like Ashes winning captains for us, isn't it? I mean, New Zealand cricket captain to come to England and win a series. It's only happened, what, twice before?
Now, what happens if England lose, though, this series? Something they'll have to change.
Yeah. It won't be quite the reset that they were after, will it? Well, New Zealand are a good side, mind you. Bashir bowls, that's driven into his right hand. Spinner there dives. A foppish look about Bashir these days. He's grown his hair a bit. Sweeps it back. Touch of the old Hugh Grant's.
You've nailed that, you're right.
Yeah, it's a lot of hair. And he goes again. Bowls, and from round the wickets, pushed away again. 181 for no wicket. A lot of empty seats out there, because actually a lot of spectators they're out in the corridor behind us. Have you seen? They're sitting inside. They can't bear the heat. Those white seats over there. And that's another one clipped away. Oh, he's played that well. Nonchalantly, straight down the ground, or just the onside, just past Archer's right hand. And down into the boundary for 4 more. That was just knocked away incredibly easily.
Yeah, it's played beautifully, isn't it? It's just that quicker ball again from Bashir, just on leg stump, slightly too full, but full face of the bat, down the ground. Played really nicely from Conway.
He just knocked it away. So off you go. Bashir bowls, and that's hit firmly. Oh, his bat fell out of his hand there, actually. So he played the shot to Archer. Maybe gloves are slippy or something like that. He's looking at his gloves. But the bat dropped out anyway. 185 for no wicket. We've had 46 overs, and after all that time, there's just 1 run separating the 2 batsmen. Conway's faced more balls, 148 for his 87. Latham, 131 balls for his 88. Stokes takes off his cap.
Is he going to have one of these mammoth spells?
Well, he can't.
He can't, not in this heat. It's got to be short and sharp for everybody, hasn't it?
Well, he might also be questioning the wisdom of that haircut.
He does.
When he's Caps off. Crikey.
Yeah, well, he does look like the bowler that is going to get the breakthrough.
Yeah, he so often does, doesn't he? Well, that's a savage haircut. And he's of a sort of quite a burnable colour, isn't he? Sort of a
burnable colour.
You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be offensive. I've got Andy staring at me. Something to talk about. That's not these days. In comes Stokes, round the wicket, moves in, bowls, pushed away to the bowler again, round the wicket, and there's no run.
I got sunburnt as a child watching the holiday programme on the television.
I'll bet.
Well, look how much this ball swings, I guess.
Why does that colour attract or encourage burning?
I don't know.
No, I don't know. It's a serious question.
I got really excited with the swing Stokes just got on that ball.
Oh, we'll see if he does it again this time. Round the wicket he comes, moves in, bowls. He's not going to swing that to bouncer. What if it's reverse swing or normal swing? Because they've been throwing the ball in on the bounce, haven't they? But Stokes was very proud of his hair. He had that big sort of lion-like mane, didn't he? That would sweep back with his hand.
Yeah, but he's gone for the short, sharp.
Very cropped.
Cropped. It's not quite as cropped as yours.
Mine's not cropped. It's just not there anymore. Used to be proper mullet.
I've seen.
Proper mullet. 185 for no wicket. In comes Stokes again. Round the wicket, bowls pushed away into. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up there. Later was sent back by Conway. I think probably wisely. As Duckett was pouncing, coming in from cover. And so there's no run. 185 for no wicket. Stokes walks briskly back to his mark again. I think they were rather chastened. I think they lost 12 points as well.
Yeah.
At the Oval. Which all counts towards the World Test Championship.
12 points and 50% of the match fee.
Yeah. So you're doing it for virtually nothing, and you've probably docked yourself out of the World Test Championship as well. In comes Stokes, bowls. Oh, there's a little swing. It's gone over the wicket this time.
It's probably not the right question, but do they care about the World Test Championship?
They should do.
They should do, of course they should, but are they going to be like, oh, we've lost 12 points? What a shame.
Yeah, I mean, they've never really challenged for it, have they? Ever?
No.
And the last time it was down to over 8. Was it 25 points or something? They lost to over 8.
I don't think I would have got them in. Australia in the first edition of the World Test Championship.
So Stokes moves in, bowls. Oh, it's hit on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. Stokes likes it. The umpire doesn't. It's a pitched outside leg stump, that one, maybe. The fielder also dived in to take a catch there, just in case there was any bat involved. Didn't look out. See what it pitches. It's outside leg, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was Jacob Bethel with a huge dive forward just in case there was any bat involved, but yeah, it's pitched outside leg and probably going over as well.
Yes. Hence only a rather short perfunctory appeal. 185 for no wicket. Stokes again bowls, and it's driven into the offside. Man out there on the point boundaries. Archer running in. Will they take a second? Probably not. Won't risk it to him. He's got a good arm. It's the 186 for no wicket. Latham 89. Conway has 87, and Stokes in this spell.
3 overs for 6.
He's got a couple more up his sleeve, I reckon.
Yeah, the first edition of the World Test Championship, which ended in that win for New Zealand over India at Southampton in 2021. Australia would have made the final instead of New Zealand had they not been deducted points for slow over rate. So the teams don't really seem to have adjusted a great deal. But England have never really been close towards the end of the...
Well, their over rate's always been awful, isn't it? That's why.
If they weren't punished enough by the Test Championship points, you would think losing 50% of your match fee would jiggle you on a little bit.
Yeah, you would.
You've got to take your 45% tax off of these lads as well.
Bashir, and Latham comes dancing down the pitch and then just pokes the ball into the offside for Bethel to field. And there's no run. A lot of people suddenly returning over there to our left. Maybe after a stint in the shade. Run to the bar. There's a lot of empty seats over there. But it is a full house, and they were full to start with. Bashir again, tossing that one up, flicked away to mid-wicket, nicely picked up there, there's no run. So Gay fielding there. Well, can you call that a cloud? There's 3 traces of cloud. That's all.
That's like one of those clouds where I'm like, oh, it's going to go and run, but it looks like it might rain.
Yes. Bashir again round the wicket. And, that turned. Is it that slower pace? You were talking about that earlier on the telly, weren't you? He just holds it back. There's a little bit of spin, but he does tend to bowl quite flat, but that definitely turned.
So when he takes the pace off, he is getting the ball to turn quite sharply. But because it is so slow, he can't bowl pace off every single delivery because Latham and Conway will just come down the ground and hit him straight back over his head.
Shearer again, shirt hanging out, bowls. It's pushed by Latham into the offside. Bethel will pick that up there. Get to work rubbing the ball on the sleeves of his shirt. 186 for the no wicket. New Zealand winning the toss. A little hop and a skip there from Bashir again. The bowls. He's driven up to mid-off, going for a quick single. Stokes, he's misfielded. He went to pick it up one-handed and he's given away a couple of runs here. He's got to go chasing all the way down towards the boundary. He came rushing in, trying to attack it. He was furious with himself. I think there was no chance of running in the batsman out, but it's one of those where you just want to try and be positive in the field, but if you go one-handed, this is what can happen. I think he was in his ground, wasn't he?
Yeah. So a couple of times he's done that today, Ben Stokes going one-handed, but he slaps both his hands on the ground as he's sat on his backside.
Hands on his knees again now. He didn't need that because he's bowling as well. Shear bowls, and that goes out towards extra cover. Stokes backs it up as the fielding. 189 for no wicket. But, no real sign of England breaking through here. They're looking around anxiously. Yeah, when it says
I could be here a while.
Yeah, when it says a time next to Jeremy Cody's name on the rota, that's a sort of a
suggestion.
It's a sort of a means of negotiation, really.
Yeah, okay. So he's gone actually because it goes Alex, Jeremy, Alex. She might as well just stay on for an hour.
Yeah. Well, I'm enjoying the company, Alex. I'm putting up with it.
I'm putting up with it. Do you want me to read the message out you sent me the other day? Actually, I'm very much looking forward to seeing you.
Well, I say that to everybody.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. He's here.
Bye-bye, Alex. I'll see you later. It is nice to catch up. 189 for no wicket. Here comes Stokes, Pavilion behind him, runs in hard, he's there and he bowls, that's clipped away into the onside, another singles for Latham, that's fielded by Tongue, they're in the onside, 190 for no wicket. What a start for New Zealand, their bid to win the series here. Wealth of experience in their batting, bowling less so. They're without Matt Henry, they're without Carl Jameson. So 2 big holes really in that bowling lineup. Stokes again strides out, bowls short, it's pulled away to one of the men out of the leg side boundary. So Conway picks up one more. So 191 for no wicket. Afternoon, Jeremy.
Afternoon, Eggers. Everybody. I am here.
You are?
Yeah.
I never doubted.
No, I know.
It was Alex that said it was merely a
she was starting to get
negotiation.
A little, yes. Okay. Well, more of the same, hasn't it? I mean, I think this is going to be, for at least half of the game, it'll be a little bit like this, folks.
Stokes bowls tucked away into the leg side again, running it hard. They really have run so well, and it pays off. There's another example there. When in this heat, batsmen who've been out there for 50 overs might just take one there, but no. They've run hard, every run.
Stokes not happy, bowler.
Well, there were 3 fielders after that, but he just nudged it absolutely into the right place. Probably the root is quite close there at mid-wicket, so that made him further away from the ball for that shot. 193 for no wicket. Here's Stokes past the umpire, moves in bowls, and played very late by Latham. Pushing the ball into the offside.
Stokes trying very hard to try and generate some movement as well as the pace. He's putting everything into it he can right now for his side. I think, really, this is the time when you want the ball, I think, after 48 overs, to get a little bit of reverse. I think that's possible. I haven't seen any deliberate trying to bowl short and into the pitch to get some.
Here it comes again, off stump. Latham plays to point.
To get one side damaged slightly and dry, very dry.
There have been some
Got to
throws
keep
on the
that.
bounce, some of those coming in from the deep.
Yeah.
Which the umpires are very keen to rule out, because the square itself is pretty worn now, isn't it?
It is.
Dusty ends and so on, just to throw the ball in.
Often it's the pitch beside the one that you're playing on that helps, because batsmen, hitting the ball into that old pitch. These ones are quite green, actually, as it happens.
Stokes again outside the off stump, nice length, ignored by Latham, who's 5 away from his 17th Test century, leading from the front. Conway 88, it's 193 for no wicket with 20 minutes to go until the tea break. Jeremy, more from you, and then Daniel will come in here.
So it would probably be someone like Stokes or maybe Tongue who could be given the ball and to use the short pitched ball from the Radcliffe end and have the left-handers hitting into that larger of the two sides from where the pitch is situated on the ground, and it may take 2 or 3 overs. I just think that should be used as a policy, and then from that point on, don't let anybody touch the ball other than people who are nice and dry.
Bashir starts a new over. The first ball.
If you can get dry in this heat.
Well,
that some people are.
Yes, Alistair Cook. Yeah, former members of the royal family. I think that there's a few that have stayed dry in extreme heat.
Yes.
Alistair Cook, very famously, just doesn't sweat. We can vouch for it. He's here. He doesn't sweat. Bashir in once again. Down the wicket, driving is Conway, but he can't beat Stokes at mid-off. Quite a deep set mid-off, must be said. I've got an update, by the way, on the wine marathon.
The mid-off.
Yeah. Fraser Stewart of the MCC's been in touch to manage.
Right. He's already done it, has he?
No, he hasn't.
Oh.
But I've got an offer. Here's Bashir down the leg side, but it just bounces off pad and rolls into the onside where it's picked up. There is no run. He says his good mate Andy McRae has done it a few times, but the travesty is that he doesn't drink wine.
What?
I know.
Why would he?
Why?
Just likes the French countryside.
Possibly. Maybe he's eating the cheese and the other requisites. I don't know. Bashir in, defends into the onside again off the front foot. Just picked up by Gay. There's no run. He says maybe you could be a tag team with him doing the running and you doing the drinking. Be the marathon equivalent to batting with a runner. I like it.
He's
a physio too.
Would he carry you? He'd piggyback you?
Well, he's a physio. So yeah, he'll be fit. I can do that. Bashir in, driven down the ground, on past Archer, who dived, and he put in the effort there, but the ball, I think he's just possibly bobbled over the outstretched hand. It was a beautifully firmly struck on drive by Conway, with a bit of use of the feet, got to the pitch of the ball and laced it to the boundary. 197 without loss. I think we're going to go milestone-tastic for the next 20 minutes, aren't we?
We could do.
A couple of centuries coming up and a double 100 opening partnership.
Zoltz is poised.
Oh yeah. Bashir in, driving in the air briefly, but flat to Bethel at short extra cover, and there's no run. Conway has 92. Latham has 95. New Zealand won the toss this morning. They elected to bat. It has been their day, unequivocally. These are the sorts of days you dream of as a player, as a fan. The Kiwi fans who are here will be loving every minute of it, and they'll be dreaming of 600, 650, who knows. But it'll be interesting to see New Zealand's ambition, because they're going to need to take 20 wickets, and time is passing. If they feel it's desperately important to win this series, it'll be the first time New Zealand have won a series here since '99.
They won the 2-test series in 2021.
Oh yeah, 2 tests. Somehow doesn't feel right, does it? 2 tests.
Well, they're talking about 1-test series at the moment.
Can't be doing with that.
No,
can't be doing with that. That's a one-off test. That's not a series. Stokes comes in again. And let's cut down towards the boundary. It's going to run away for 4. And Latham is just 1 run away now from a 17th test century. It was a little bit wide. It was a bit edgy, the cut. The 200's up. There's the first milestone. 201 without loss. Not often you see a double 100 opening stand. Certainly not in England. It feels like opening the batting for a while used to be very difficult in this country. There was that summer when we didn't get a 50 for an opener until the last game.
That's the 8th time. I'll come to this one.
Right, Latham on 99, faces up to Stokes and tucks it away for, well, it's going to run all the way down to the boundary, and it is going to be 4. A fabulous knock from Tom Latham. He takes off his helmet, raises his bat to a very appreciative crowd. They're all standing around Trent Bridge, not just the New Zealand fans, England fans. A hug from Conway, various bits of celebration from Kiwis in the crowd. And it's been a very, very nicely paced innings as well, that has felt, apart from one moment when a ball didn't go to hand but might have done. Other than that, it's felt pretty flawless. And, you know, I think he might be eyeing up plenty more here. He's gone to 103, 205 without loss. We'll get the details of that innings after this ball, I think, because there's a fair bit to say about it. Oh, no, I think I might be able to squeeze it in.
Yes, 149 balls. That was his 10th for his 17th Test 100, second against England.
Thank you. Well, Andy Zoltzman has pointed out on a few occasions that Tom Latham hasn't got the best record against India, England, Australia, but this will be helping. Stokes into him again. 103, he chops at this one, wide-ish, short ball, and sends it down towards deep backward point. So he's made it to his 100, 104. Now it's all about Conway, who's on 92.
So third fastest of Latham's 17 Test 100s. Only his second against England, Australia, India or South Africa, and his first in 30 tests against those teams since 2019.
Thank you. Stokes is looking exhausted. He's shaking his head. He is drenched in sweat. He's not the man to be given a dry ball to at the moment.
Only the second 200 opening stand for New Zealand against England, and the first since 1930.
Wow.
Heavens.
Here comes Stokes. Conway gets one down the leg side. It's really well taken by Smith, diving away to his right. The crowd hoping against hope that it's a catch. It is not. Just tried to flick at that. You've been impressed by Latham today, Jeremy?
He's always a player who plays in a very compact way, doesn't he? He plays within the strengths that he has, which are the punches and the steer, not the punches, more the steering shots. And the cuts, the turns, obviously, which you would expect from an opener.
Stokes in, Conway drives loosely. That is what felt like a rapid ball, 85 miles an hour, and misses it through the keeper.
You haven't, for example, seen Latham play any shot like that.
No.
Right throughout his innings, he holds himself back from playing large shots. Let's call them that.
Unflamboyant.
Those, yes. But rhythmical, yes, and power hidden. I think good timing from Latham today.
Here's Stokes again. And Conway just defends this ball just a bit further back, the length on that. Just pushed into the offside end of the over, which saw Latham bring up his 100. There are 13 minutes to go till tea. Can Conway get those 8 runs he needs before tea? Andy?
Just a little more on that partnership with the 16th double 100 opening stand against England.
Everywhere in the world?
By any team, yes. The first in England since Dilshan and Paranavitana for Sri Lanka at Lords in 2011. The first double 100 opening stand in the opening innings of a test since Herschel, Gibbs and Graham Smith added 338 at Edgbaston in 2003. The only opening stand higher for New Zealand against England in 1930, Stewie Dempster and Jackie Mills in New Zealand's second ever test at Wellington. Did you ever meet Dempster? He was one of the early greats of New Zealand cricket.
All young Wellington cricketers went to see Stu. Stewie had a place close by, Miramar, and he would send you up onto his back lawn and he would watch you from his living room, and you would hit and place the ball on a little plastic cup, and you would practice your drives. And you didn't know quite until whether you were pleasing him or whether you were doing it correctly, and you'd occasionally look down to see it. Sometimes he was reading. Sometimes he was watching and nodding. But what a player he was for New Zealand. We lost him, of course. He was one of those few players that once they came to England and got some success.
Tongue starts a new over, replacing Bashir. Forward comes Latham, defends into the offside.
And you have to find out for me, please, Salts. He went to a guy and worked for him in England. I think he must have been in furniture, a furniture magnate or someone like that, and played for his side. Once he had been here in 27, and then maybe 31. You'd have to check that out, please, for me. But yes, everybody in Wellington, if you showed any sort of ability at all, knows Stewie.
Tongue in, strikes the pad. Was there an inside edge on that? There's a muted appeal, and it ballooned towards where a very close point might have been. Bethel couldn't get to it. I think there might have been a touch of inside edge, but defeated the bat a bit there.
Is there anything, a seed of anything?
There's plenty of.
Pull that
grow a garden.
My memory.
You could grow a garden from overseas, gentlemen. He played for Sir Julian Cairns' private team, Leicestershire Millionaire. Then played a few seasons for Leicestershire.
Who took a team to New Zealand? The Sir Julian Cairns.
Did he?
Yes.
He used to get his opponents a little bit tipsy, didn't he, during the lunch break? That's how to make sure that he'd win.
He batted second, usually.
Here's Tongue again. It's defended into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, he was a very wealthy businessman. Wasn't he a sofa magnate or something?
Well, I said furniture.
Sofas. It was sofas, definitely. Now then, let me just tell you about the LBW appeal. There was an inside edge, and it did balloon in the air, and it was a yard and a half probably from Bethel when it landed. So that was why they didn't bother going upstairs. It's also why we got rueful smiles on faces, because it's another close-ish call. As Tongue comes in and strikes the pad again, the ball goes out to Bethel along the ground. There's no runs. He looks to work the ball at the onside and misses it. It's been a good over from Tongue back in the attack. This was what you were after, Jeremy. Wanted to see if the ball might do a little bit.
Yep.
At this stage, Tom Latham, by the way, with 1700s is now level with Martin Crowe on 1700s. There's only Ross Taylor on 19 and Williamson on 33 above him in the New Zealand list.
Results will tell you maybe there's a difference between those 1,700.
Well, yes. Imagine, the two against the current, all the teams currently ranked above New Zealand in the Test rankings.
Well, I know there's statistics. Yeah, I get you. Tongue clipped into the onside, but goes straight to root that short mid-wicket along the ground. Full ball, just out, no run.
Sorry, to quickly finish on Stuart Dempster. 10 tests for New Zealand in the early 1930s in their first few series. 723 runs, averaged 65. Ooh. 2 centuries and 5 other 50-plus scores.
So he's averaged 65. We don't talk about him in the sort of George Headley and Herbert Sutcliffe kind of Graham Pollock realm. Is it because do we consider 10 Test matches too few?
Possibly.
Not his fault, really.
Not really, no. Tongue into completely over, defended by Latham into the offside, back to the bowler, and there is no run. The New Zealand players, by the way, are wearing black armbands in memory of Bob Blair, the former fast bowler with an extraordinary story, who died aged 95 a couple of days ago. Blair played 19 tests for New Zealand from 1953 to 1964, taking 43 wickets at an average of 35. More than all his bowling efforts, however. He will be remembered for the 10 minutes he spent at the crease at number 11 under the most tragic circumstances during the Johannesburg Test of December 1950. When would that have been?
53, I think.
On Boxing Day, day 2 of that Test match, following a rest day for Christmas, New Zealand's players had woken up to the news of an horrific accident that occurred on the night of December 24th in Tangiwai, where a railway bridge had collapsed beneath an express train from Wellington to Auckland. Among the 151 killed was Blair's fiancée Nerissa Love. I'll tell you the rest in a moment as Stokes starts a new over. That's worked off the pads by Conway for a single down to long leg. He goes to 93, 207 without loss. Blair, then just 21 years old, had remained behind at the team hotel to grieve, but he walked to the crease at the fall of New Zealand's 9th wicket when everyone at the ground assumed their innings had ended. At the crease was Bert Sutcliffe, who had himself come back out to the crease after having retired hurt earlier. He'd taken a vicious bouncer to the head from the South African quick Neil Adcock, and the blow had left Sutcliffe bleeding from a split in his ear. Along with Sutcliffe, who scored an unbeaten 80 that included 7 sixes, most of them off his famous hook, Blair added 33 for the 10th wicket. As Stokes is in again, that's worked off the pads once more, this time in front of square out to Duckett, who comes trotting in off the boundary, 208 without loss, before he was eventually stumped Blair for 6. It's a very famous story, not just in New Zealand, but I mean, I imagine you were sort of brought up, it would have been something that you were very aware of.
Absolutely. It's one of those key matches, key points in your history, I think, as a New Zealand cricketer to remember about that series in 53. Bert Sutcliffe was the one who took me through it, and of course he was the one who was injured.
Stokes in, and driving his Conway loosely, and lucky to get away with that. It gets thick inside half of the pad, and it goes up to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Tongue does the fielding.
Very memorable, actually. He had emphysema, Bert, when he told me so. He had some breathing difficulties, and he would wheeze his way through the partnership that he and Bob had. And first thing was just no one was prepared for Bob to go from the motel where they were staying. He was told very early in the morning, 6 o'clock, by the manager, and they left him there. And New Zealand, Neil Adcock, had probably 2 or 3 of them in the hospital, Bert amongst them.
Stokes in, ball just comes back into the left-handed Conway, who defends into the offside.
They used a towel in the end, Dan, because it kept on bleeding. His head kept on bleeding through it, and as he walked off when New Zealand were 9 down, and everybody thought that was the innings over. This was the last Test match at Ellis Park, and you come up from under the ground where the changing rooms are, and you arrive onto the surface, and there was this lone figure who had made his way, no one expecting him, and Bert said he went over to him.
Stokes in, dugout, driving Conway up towards mid-off where Archer fields, no run.
All the flags at half-mast around Ellis Park. The black section of the crowd, I don't know whether I'm allowed to say that, but that's the truth, was sitting there and cheered New Zealand robustly right through the matches, and there was not a sound. Bert said to me as he walked over, and what'd you do that for? What'd you do that for, Bob? Put his arm around him, and out they went to complete the 10th wicket partnership.
Stokes in outside the off stump, shouldering arms. Conway ended the over 2 from it, 208 without loss.
And you can help me here again, Zolt. Sorry about this. But the 10th wicket partnership, I think the response from both of them was to attack. And maybe Tayfield was bowling at the time, Hugh Tayfield, the off spinner. And certainly a number of sixes occurred, and they just they did nothing. They just went straight into attack. And Bert in particular must have got a 70 or an 80 runs.
Unbeaten 80.
Yeah.
With 7 sixes.
Yeah, and then I think Bob hit his first ball for 6 too, I think.
Really? He was stumped.
And then out for 6.
Stumped.
Yeah, off Tayfield.
Results will find out. Here's Tongue, last over before tea, nicely guided away by Latham. He's played that shot really well. It's run away down a deep backward point. A good diving stop has saved 2 runs, and also it's meant that Conway's not on strike and is increasingly likely to go to tea in the 90s, 210 without loss.
And then they went inside into the showers. That was Bert Sutcliffe and Bob Blair sat in chairs with their pads still on and drank whiskey. Just after your own heart. Damn.
It is rather, actually. Yeah. It's a very
so that's where they sat. So
poignant.
Out the rest of the team went to field.
I mean, it's an incredible thing to do, isn't it? We talk about amazing bravery shown by people, and sometimes we misplace that bravery when we talk about these sorts of stories. Tongue in, worked into the onside, down to deep backward square leg, a full ball on the pads, 211 without loss. I'm thinking, for example, you know, when you saw Chris Wokes walking out last year at the Oval, that was a remarkable sight, and he was going to have to bat with one arm and trying to get England over the line. Colin Cowdrey walking out the other end, standing at the non-strikers end for 2 balls, not so much. But if your fiancé, you've just been told your fiancé had died, it's quite an incredible thing to take yourself away from the motel, make your way to the ground, especially when your premier batsman's getting smacked in the head.
Well, all of them. There are 2 or 3 of them.
Short, pulled down towards deep backward square, who's in media gay out there. He's in about 20 yards from the boundary, hurls in a wild throw, which is backed up by Stokes to take 1. Conway to 94. So was it quite a spicy
And he lived
day?
in Cheshire here for a number of years in the last years. Bob did. Lovely fella.
And isn't the trophy
not tall, strong, but you know, played in the Hutt Valley, which really that's where he learned his cricket. So he was in the Wellington province, so he played for Wellington.
And the South Africa.
Very good figures, I think, in New Zealand. Found test matches a little bit more difficult. Anyway, can you tell us about the game at all, the numbers?
Here is Tongue, short and ducked by.
And what they got for that last.
Yeah, so this was Johannesburg in December 1953. South Africa had made 271. New Zealand in that innings, you're talking about 187 all-out, Sutcliffe 80, 7 sixes, 4 fours. They added 33 for the 10th wicket. Blair 6 off 10 balls with that 1 6 stumped off Tayfield, who's a notoriously parsimonious off-spinner, but they hit him for 53 in 8.2 8-ball overs.
Here's Latham facing up to Tongue. Let's this go. Slower ball. It goes through on the bounce. Down the leg side and some shouldering arms as Latham there. No run.
South Africa then got 148, then bowled New Zealand out for 100. Adcock, who's a fantastic fast bowler for South Africa through the 50s and early 60s, took 5 wickets in the second innings.
Spicy deck there.
Yes, it was. Yes, I think it was.
And it's altitude, isn't it? So everything's happening faster. And isn't the trophy that South Africa and New Zealand...
The Tangiwai.
Is that played?
The Tangiwai, Tangiwai Shield.
In comes Tongue, and this is guided away off the front foot. The last ball before tea, down to deep backward point. And a single is taken. So it's been another fabulous session for New Zealand. Another session of toil for England on a nice pitch, a good pitch with a bit of pace and carry and no lateral movement at all so far. 105 runs scored in that session. There were 108 runs scored in the first session. We've had 26 overs. The over rate's down a little bit. 54 overall, though, at this stage is more than usual. And New Zealand go into tea at 213 without loss. England wondering where a wicket's coming from. They're walking off quite slowly on this extraordinarily hot day. And yeah, we mentioned it's a good toss to win, but when you win that toss, you've then got to put it away, haven't you? And 213 in 54 overs is pretty much 4 and over. If they do that again in a slightly extended session, they can maybe finish the day around 350. Big cheers for both batters, but especially for the captain, Tom Latham, who went to his 100 shortly before tea. 109 from 162 balls for him. Conway 94 from 165. Neither of them's really shone in the first 2 tests, but they found the surface and they have tucked in for bed, breakfast, and it looks like evening meal as well.
Well, let's wait and see, but it's a very good start for New Zealand. They'll need to get these runs because their bowling is not quite as lengthy or as experienced as some of their batting. So they need to really push ahead if they are going to put a lot of pressure on England. England, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't enjoy these conditions as well, Dan. I think that you'll find the key to a couple of things, I think, is one, movement. How do you get it and create a moving ball before it pitches? And I've suggested the way to do that is some short pitch bowling across the seam and keeping one side very, very dry and get them to hit it into the longer part of the ground, the longer side, and then get somebody who's your specialist to bowl. And I think England have got those facilities, but they just haven't been able to get it working for themselves. And so for me, that's the first point. And the second thing is the length that they bowl. If you bowl too full on this pitch, you go for about a run and a half at the moment. If you bowl too short and drag it down a little bit, you're going for over 1 run as well. So then it's quite a small area in between those two, and that's where you've got to be operating.
One last question before we bring in our guest. I just want to ask about Shoaib Bashir, because actually he's bowled 16 overs today. England's seamers have been able to, well, just 1 spell each per session from Atkinson and Archer, for example. So do you think he's done a job? It's hard for a spinner on day one. It's 16 overs, none for 54. How has he looked to you?
So he's gone for 3s. He's going for over 3s. Yeah, the only comment I would make about Bashir is that the consistency to have a stock ball is not quite there yet. He's trying to almost take a wicket every ball. Whether that's because he hasn't bowled a ball in the series, I don't know. But that's what he's got to concentrate on.
We've got Bethel bowling, and he bowls a full toss first ball. He's pushed away out to deep cover, and they take a single first ball. So what a day so far for New Zealand. It really is a terrific position here to get a really big score. I was just trying to rack my brains, Andy, on Marsh and Taylor. 1989 here, when they went all day, didn't they, without losing a wicket. I think it was Devon Malcolm's Test debut. Might be Mike Atherton's too. Here's Bethel bowls, and it's got very low. Unless he misread the length, which is possible. But he was on the back foot there, and it scuttled through. Let's have a look at the length of this. No, that's a batsman error. Batsman error, I think I'll revise that as. On the back foot when he should have been forward. 214 for no wicket. Bethel again. Left arm over the wicket, bowls, and it's a massive drive here. There's appeal for a catch, the umpire's not giving it. Nervous 90s for Devon Conway. 94 not out. Scored that wonderful double 100 in 21 or so, wasn't it? He scored 700s in all. Bethel comes in and bowls to him. Forward he comes. It's played back to the bowler. 214 for no wicket. So I think we can officially call Bethel a partnership breaker. he almost got through again then. It's a slip and a leg slip. Bethel again, that shock of peroxide hair. Bowles is pushed away out to cover. And the man there is deep, so that'll be a straightforward single. 215 for no wicket. Conway to 95. And the drone is back. It's hovering, 20 feet off the ground maybe. It catches her eye as a pigeon might do. So flies across. Bethel again wades in. Is there now Bowles, and defensive stroke from Latham. It's the end of the over. 215 for no wicket then. The run rate around about 4. Latham 110. Conway 95. And what a great start it is for New Zealand, Alex.
Yeah, brilliant start for New Zealand. This opening partnership has been outstanding. There's not been any chances put down, but there's been half chances on other test matches and on other days that you would think, could have gone or should have gone England's way. So a frustrating day so far for England, knowing that those half chances haven't quite gone their way. But with spin from Bashir, he's getting that slower ball to turn. I'm sure Bethel will get the odd one. Yes, in towards the left-handers. You would think England, with these two tiring out in the middle, should get a breakthrough at some stage.
Yeah, I don't think the Marsh-Taylor day was 34 degrees or whatever, was it? But it certainly went all day. 320, something like that, was it? End of the first day?
It was 301 for naught.
301.
560 for 5 at the end of day 2.
Right.
Australia won by an innings and 180.
Yes. Bashir bowls and brings Conway forward. Bashir can field off his own bowling. Start of rather a miserable summer. And not only did England get hammered in the Ashes, they also lost to Holland, which was a good effort. There's Bashir around the wicket, tossed up down the leg side, and has that hit the stump? There's some excitement behind there, like it's bounced off the wicketkeeper's pads or something. But the batsman's not going anywhere. The bails simply get put back on.
Yeah, he's not moved at all, has he?
No.
Conway.
Bashir again spins himself a catch. Off he goes again. That little dance to the start. Moves in, bowls. It's just prodded away into the onside. Yes, I think Peter Roebuck led a sort of a one-day team to Holland, and they even lost there as well.
I think they lost to Narnia that season.
They probably did. 215 for no wicket. Bashir again bowls. He's down the pitch and he's hit this high down the ground. He won't get the 6 for his 100, but he'll get 4 to go to 99. I think he quite got hold of that, He came down the pitch. He gave it a full lofted drive. Didn't quite go in the middle of the bat.
Well, it sounded a little bit tinny when he hit it down the ground. For a moment I thought mid-on Jofra Archer was in the game, but it just went over his head and skipped on the surface and went away for 4.
So he's on 99 and the field coming in. Deep point comes up to save a single, deep square leg. Actually, they keep him back. Still a slip and a leg slip. Devon Conway on 99 and Bashir bowls. He drives into the offside. There it goes, racing out towards the boundary. And Devon Conway reaches his 8th Test century. He's played some beautiful drives in this innings. Really has. It's a wonderful stroke that he has. And he's getting a big hug from his captain. Terrific start for New Zealand here as they try to win this series. And both openers now have centuries to their names.
Yeah, brilliant from both of them out in the middle. Conway there carving the ball through the offside for 4 to bring up his century. And these two are motoring here.
Bashir bowls and he drives again quite firmly, but finds Archer at mid-on. So that's the end of that over. 223 for no wicket.
What they'll be trying to do here, Agus, is in December These two put on 323 in the first innings against West Indies in Mount Maunganui.
Quite a famous game that, wasn't it?
And then second innings, just in case anyone was wondering, 192 together.
Yes.
So,
I think it's on a flat pitch.
yeah. Well, so is this one.
Mount Maunganui. Yeah, I think it is. But I wonder how... There are just little signs, aren't there? There was a ball before tee bowled by Josh Tongue at 82 miles an hour that bounced easily a second time before it went through to the keeper. They're just things that you're looking at, aren't they? You think, well, hang on, 5 days, especially under the sun, whether or not it might be a little bit tricky and certainly spin. And they've got Mitch Santner in their team.
Well, they've given up with the Bethel experiment already.
Oh.
That was a quick one.
Was it an ends changer? I think he must have been, because Tongue's going on the other end, isn't he? Yes, so just a case of changing ends round and Tongue preferring the pavilion end. A drinks break taken there. They've been going 5 minutes. Literally. That's the sort of thing that the umpires... Well, Ian Gould saying they try and stop it, but they can't. They go running on. You can't beat them back with a large stick.
Not the gate. The
electric gate.
Oh, that'd be quite a good idea.
Or like a bouncer stopping the subs coming.
That would be a good idea. So you just keep it locked. Well, Tongue's changed ends. He's going round the wicket now from the far end, and he bowls short of a length, and Latham just plays that back again.
Conway's 8th test, 174 balls, 18 fours. So Latham's 100 much quicker, 25 balls quicker, but only 10 fours. Sort of highlights the different way Latham more accumulating. Conway working the ball around less, but hitting more of those sumptuous boundaries you were talking about. It's his first against England since that double 100 on debut back in 2021. He'd averaged only 20 against England in his last 10 tests against them.
Here's Tongue bowls. That's worked away to deep square leg. For a single. Was there a backstory to his debut? There's something about it that... Was he batting out of position, or was it those... It used to strike me there was something else going on as well, but he played beautifully there, goes without saying. Not bad knocking up a double 100 on your debut, is it? Maybe that was all that it was, actually. That was he scored 200 on his debut, but it's something niggling away in there, which is quite a rare event these days.
Too much trumpet or whatever it is you play.
Yeah, give it that. 224 for no wicket. Conway 103. Tongue moves in towards us and bowls to Conway, who just prods the ball into the leg side and rolled out to a short leg had there been one. Duckett appears, so not two short legs I suppose. Fields, and there's no run.
It feels different today, Aggers. Do you know when Bazball first came on the scene and it was flat pitches, umbrella fields, short ball tactics, just try anything and everything? Today has felt more of a day of patience for England, and it's not quite working.
At least they haven't gone into bowling bounces. They had a terrible hour at the Oval, which contributed to their losing that game. Here's Tongue, bowls down the leg side, hits the pad. Latham trying to hit that. Conway trying to hit quite violently into the leg side. Comes off the pad, more pitch prodding therefore. The pitch certainly browner now than it was at the start this morning. 224 for no wicket. Rod Tucker wanders across into the other side. He's going to stand at point rather than at square leg. Here's Tongue. Bowls. Oh, he's got hold of that one. There's a man out of the deep, but it's gone flying past him. And away into the deep backward square leg boundary. Lovely shot. He's using the angle with Tongue coming round the wicket. He just flicked that away off his pad.
It was brilliantly timed.
Yeah.
And aggressive from Conway. Just a little step towards the off stump. Flicks the ball past Fisher, who's on the field at fine leg.
Oh, well spotted. Why is he on for, I wonder? Trouble is, here, the opposition here, you can actually see part of the field, can't you? You can't see who's down feeling on the boundary below us. There's a balcony here. Here comes Tum. Bowles driven up to mid-off, not timed, and Conway's cross about that. Throws the bat from hand to hand, just showing his displeasure. 228 for no wicket. He's got 107. And Latham 111.
It was for Gus Atkinson, and they've swapped back over now.
We're looking at these Spanish plumes. We don't want one of those on Saturday.
No? No, oh, is this the weather you were talking about? Yeah. Well, I was just, looking over your shoulder before, and I reckon you've got 10 weather apps on your phone. So you know what you're talking about when you talk about weather?
Well, not really. I just look for the one that gives the forecast that I want.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair enough.
And then go from there. But I don't think any of these amateur apps will show the advancing Spanish plumes. I think they just build up from nowhere. Sounded quite terrifying. 228 for no wicket. Bashir goes round the wicket, bowls short, flat, and cut. Actually very well fielded at backward point. Just for a moment, that took me back to Adelaide. And comes a spinner, bowls short, wide, 4 runs. But it wasn't Bashir, was it? And this time it didn't go for 4.
No, that was me and you on air, wasn't it? But same again. We called Will. Was it Will Jacks?
Yes.
Will Short.
Yes. There's another one tucked into the leg side. This time they will get a run. That's Bashir, who's a tall man, lopes across to pick it up at mid-wicket. 229 for no wicket. A lot of people sitting in the corridor outside, just sitting there.
Yep.
I mean, they can't see anything.
No, they're getting out of the sunshine.
Yeah, they can't see any cricket. They can't hear any cricket.
The stand to our right is the perfect ticket to have bought.
That's the one. Bashir bowls short and pulled away into the leg side. Horrible ball. Conway seizing on that. That's a long hop. Oh, gift.
Well, one thing he's done really nicely today, Bashir, which is he's been more consistent than we have seen. But it's hot out there, he might be getting tired, and we've seen a couple of balls now, one down the leg side, a couple of short balls.
Yeah, he just dragged that down. It's poor ball. 233 for no wicket. They're chasing down Marsh and Taylor. Sherb again bowls. It's pushed away from the crease. Somebody sent us a very nice chocolate cake.
Yes, they
which
did.
I must say thank you for, but there doesn't seem to have been a card with it. So if it was you'll know what it is. It's a magnificent chocolate cake, or at least it was. The Gannets have been at it. There's Bashir bowling, pushed away out towards mid-off. Brian Johnston would be appalled at the lack of cake etiquette that's crept into the commentary box. He'd be really quite cross about it. You can't eat more than one at a time.
More than one cake at a time?
No, you select a cake and you eat it. Then you move on to the next. In there, it's just like, wow. Bits of this and part of that. There's bits of pork pie in there.
That's you.
Wow.
You're the pork pie gobbler.
Here goes Bashir again and bowls, and that's played just to the offside of the pitch and picked up by Bashir. 233 for no wicket. There needs to be an introduction of etiquette. It's a bit like the code of conduct the England players need to explain things like curfews.
Yep.
There needs to be a code of conduct in here about eating cake.
Okay, well, I task you with the mission tonight to write 4 cake eating rules to pin up on the wall.
Well, I'll tell you what is not. Well, will be one of them.
Yep.
Because you are utterly guilty as charged of defacing that beautiful chocolate cake.
How can you dare accuse me of that?
What was on it before any of us had the chance to see what was on it? What was decorating that chocolate cake?
You would never know, because I managed to get rid of the decorations before anyone else noticed.
You ate all the Maltesers that were on top. Every single one, so we didn't know they were any there in the first place. Andy?
Well, I had a couple and I thought, it was actually Simon Mann said, "Go on, you might as well eat them all now."
Trevor Bailey wouldn't have done that.
He'd be Paul. Fred would be, I don't know what's going off out there. He'd be devastated.
I love a Malteser.
Yeah, like I don't know. How many were on there?
Probably about 25.
Yes. Simon Mann's going to come in here in a second, but he's been around a long time. He would understand.
Yeah, I will.
He'd absolutely understand. Let's do this ball, Simon, and then I go and inspect what remains of that cake. But thank you, whoever it was that made it and brought it in. Thank you. It has been thoroughly enjoyed by one person in particular. 2:33 for no wicket, and in comes Tongue and bowls on middle stump, and Latham just walks across the stumps and plays it to mid-wicket. Alex, some thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann.
I don't know if you want my thoughts about my cake eating habits or the cricket, so I'm going to give you the cricket. Ben Stokes in particular looked like the only bowler that could really get a breakthrough before tea. One of those frustrating days. I keep saying it, but it really has been. It's hot, it's humid. It's perfect cricket conditions, really. Maybe slightly too hot here in the UK.
Well, it's too hot if you lost the toss this morning, I think.
Yes, it's the perfect toss to win.
233 for no wicket. And both batters vying for supremacy. 112 Latham, 111 Conway. This is Latham who is on strike, and Tongue goes into bowl to him. It's short, it's swatted away towards deep mid-wicket. You can have a field right there, so it will only be 2. Elects not to throw it in. Gus Atkinson, well, not straight away anyway. Obviously does have to throw it back in, otherwise the game wouldn't continue at all.
How many singles would they have to run for Gus to be like, fine, I'll throw it now?
How many overs we got left? Still 31.4 overs to bowl in the day. We've got 2 hours and 20 minutes. There's a lot more punishment in theory to come for England. I was asking Stephen and Alistair off air, when you're in the field on days like today, at what point, you're playing for England, there's a big crowd in, you know there's a focus on you, and that sort of spurs you on, but at what point do you start to think, oh God, it's me, this is appalling. And they said, this is in the middle of the afternoon, oh, by now?
Oh yeah, easily by now.
Well, you just have to keep going and putting on that brave face. These are they're fascinating days in a way, because you see what you're made of really now. England going to short ball theory here. The umpires intervening for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. Anyway, Nissan Menon stepped out from behind the stumps to signal to root for a moment. So we've got strong leg side field now. It's Latham on strike, and Tongue goes in, a ball short, and it's outside the off stump, and Latham drops the gloves and allows it to go through. There's a fly third, Gay on the boundary. He's kind of second slip, but on the boundary. And there's a deep backward point, and Root is in there in the gully. There's no one in front of square on the offside. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders in theory in a catching position on the leg side, just scattered around. And it's Tongue to move into bowl to Latham. It's short. Latham goes for a low pull, gets hold of it out towards deep back of square leg. Atkinson runs round, sends it in, and Latham gets a single. So that was a very benign delivery from Tongue. He tried to bang it into this surface, but Latham was onto it. Seeing the ball well, of course, and it's such a good pitch. He's on 115. There was just some indication this afternoon, 1 or 2 balls were just creating a little puff of dust as they were going through, which is, of course, bad news for the team that has to bat second and fourth in this game.
Yes. I was just thinking about Gus Atkinson. Yes, he's not bowling right now, so in theory he's resting. But he's covering a lot of miles out there on the boundary.
Yeah. Turning in his 12th over of the day, 0 for 42. Bowls now, another short ball, hammered away by Conway, out towards Atkinson again. Atkinson has to run back there to just be in control of the fielding. It was on him quite quickly. Just gave himself an extra split second to field it. He did get round. 1 more. So England into this short ball tactic now that we've seen quite a lot of. But not today, actually. It's taken them a while to go to it.
Feels like, I was saying to Aggers, a more patient day for England today.
But fruitless so far. 59th over. Last ball of it. Still yet to take a wicket. Tongue bowls another short ball outside the off stump. Latham drops the gloves, allows it to go through to Smith. So that's the end of Tongue's over. 237 for no wicket. Latham 115 and Conway 112.
It's now New Zealand's 4th highest partnership for any wicket against England, just overtaking the 236 added by Darrell Mitchell and Tom Blundell on this ground 4 years ago. That was for the 5th wicket, 236. 241, Andrew Jones and John Wright in Wellington in 1992. That was for the 2nd wicket. Mitchell Santner and BJ Watling adding 261 in Mount Maunganui in November 2019. And I think you worked at that.
I remember it well because BJ Watling was dropped at slip when he had 31 and he made a double 100 in 11 hours.
And the highest New Zealand stand was that stand between Dempster and Mills that we talked about in the last session. That was 276 for the 1st wicket in Wellington in 1930.
So they've got a chance here of producing the highest ever partnership against England in Test cricket.
For New Zealand, yes. And just looking at the highest opening stands in England by any team, this is currently 4th on the list.
It's going to be Bashir to bowl. He's bowling to Conway. And Bashir induced a mistake from Conway. Tosses that up, not like that. He's lifted him away into the leg side. It's gone a long way, this one. And it's gone for 6. Well, that was a rank bad ball from Bashir. Full toss. And Conway was onto it. And Emilio Gay has to trot all the way over to pick it up from the Fox Road stand.
That was one of those where all the fielders looked. Oh, like, I'm not getting that. Well, he's only played 1 Test match. You go, son.
Horrible delivery. 243 for no wicket. So the record for New Zealand is 30. Oh, come on, help me. Results 34 away to break it. 34 away to break the record. Highest ever stand by New Zealand against England. The way they're going, it's just absolutely nail it down. When you've got a team down like this, just keep on going. It's interesting. You mentioned that partnership on this ground 4 years ago between Blundell and Mitchell that was of similar size. I think while England still were able to win the game despite a stand of this size. Bashir pushes that one through and Conway's on the back foot and defends back to the bowl and there's no run. But the psychological damage you're doing it for the 1st wicket for the fielding side, the bowlers. You think, well, they've got all the rest of these guys to come.
I think it's the weather as well, with how hot it's going to be tomorrow. It's even hotter tomorrow.
Bashir around the wicket, bowls and just holds that one back a fraction. Conway squeezes forward and defends it out towards Joe Root. Fielding in the covers.
According to Aggers, it's hotter tomorrow anyway. He could be having me on. No, but yeah.
I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. And then Saturday hot, but also the possibility of a huge heat-breaking storm. Bashir pushes it through on the pads, turned away, more runs here. It's a chase for Gay out towards deep mid-wicket. They might have time for 3 here. They'll certainly get 2. Conway scuttling back. It's his runs after all. He can't come back to the 3rd. Good piece of fielding from Emilio Gay, who is a good fielder. Emilio Gay. Discover what Test cricket's all about. You field for 600, then you have to go out and bat, possibly.
Well, in
half an hour to go on the
3 Tests
second day.
he'll have played. He'll have had it all, really, won't he?
It was an extraordinary start to his career. Terrible pitch at Lords, and then a complete maelstrom at the Oval with all sorts going on. And Bashir bowls, it goes to slip, and appeal for a catch. The umpire gives it not out. Crowd wants it out, and England saying, "Well, hold on, where did this come from? Did it come off the bat or did it come off the boot?" Stokes is rushing forward. They've already missed one review where they had Conway out. What are they going to do? No, they're not going to go for it. Timer down to 1 second. Stokes said no. He tried to flick it away. Seeing the replay now. He went to flick it away and it came off the toe, did it?
Bottom of the pad.
The pad and went to slip.
It went in there quite quickly though, didn't it?
Just need the replay now to show there was some bat in it.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
245 for no wicket. Bashir short outside the off stump, chopped away for 4. towards deep backward point, not a bad ball. 249 for no wicket. And Bashir's gone for 79 now from his 19 overs. A couple of bad ones in that over. In fact, the over in all went for 12, which might be the most expensive over of the match so far.
Let me just check. I think that is the most expensive over. Tongue had an over that went for 10. Bashir started neatly. His first 11 overs, just one boundary, 31 runs. In that 11th over was that unreferred LBW shot that would have got him the wicket of Conway. But since then, in 8 overs, he's now conceded a 6 and 8 fours all to Conway.
And New Zealand in this session scoring 6 runs and over. So we were trying to speculate about what they might be at the close of play. At tee it looked like, say, 320, but the way they're going, 249 for no wicket, with still 2 hours left. And here's Tongue to bowl, a new over, another short ball which is guided away towards short fine leg. Brooks in behind that. I think it went him on the bounce, but they did pull it down there, Latham. Alistair Cook's here, 249 for no wicket. Good day for an England skipper to be sitting up here rather than out there.
Absolutely. I walked past Brody and he said, even you would average more than 22. I think my average here is 20 at Drumbridge. He said, you'd average 30.
Even you would get some runs on this pitch.
Yeah, I think that's what he said to me.
Tongue bowls, another short ball, low pull down towards fine leg. Good fielding from Bethel, scrambling to his right-hand side. Keeps it down to 1, because famously you had a very poor record on this ground. And there's the 250 up for New Zealand, and the two batters give each other a sort of cursory sweaty hug. It's one of those days we don't really want to get too close to anyone.
I tell you what you don't want to do is like pat someone on the back with your gloves, because your glove then, your palm of your glove gets sweaty, so you'd like pat with like a fist pump.
Latham 116, Conway 124. Tongue moves into bowl to Conway with this leg theory field. Short ball, lofted away, and that's gone for runs. Out towards fine leg, that's gone for 6. Way over Bethel's head at fine leg. It's a lovely sound off the bat there. Conway taking it on. Takes him to 130. 256 for no wicket.
It's amazing the ebbs and flows, isn't it, of an innings here. Like Latham, Conway got off to a bit of a flyer, then they were like level pegging for a while, weren't they? And then Latham got to his 100, and well, Conway didn't get stuck, but it got a bit nervous, didn't it? It looked 80, 90, and now suddenly he's flown past Latham, 130.
Another man's gone back on the leg side boundary, so 3 back there now, 1 just in front of square, as he has to be. Tongue goes in, bowls to Conway, short ball, he gets on top of it, does he? Very close to square leg, tried to get on top of it. It was nearly a catch to Ben Duckett away to his right-hand side, and it's picked up in the deep, so Conway prepared to take it on. Couldn't have been too far away from Duckett. I need the replay to see whether he got a hand on it or not. It was a top edge pull, he tried to control it. And now seeing the replay. Oh yeah, I think he got fingertips to that. Right, diving away to his right, it would have been a really fine catch. So that's, what do you call that? Half chance? Quarter chance? No chance?
No, like without being disrespectful to Ben Duckett in his height, he was a slightly taller person there. He could have dived more. I actually don't think Ben got anything on it, but
do you not think?
I might have got the right at the end of his middle finger. So no, I'm not even saying that, is it?
Oh, and this is the next tactic, is a short ball field and then get the ball changed. So that's what England have gone for now, and I think they will get it changed as well. It's had a bit of punishment out there today, and it is not going through the ring. So the drinks are being run onto the field, and the game is going to come to a standstill. And the 4th umpire, the results will approve of this. The 4th umpire jogged out results rather than walked out. Who is our 4th umpire?
Saggers. Martin Saggers, I'm saying.
Well done, Martin. He jogged out rather than walked very slowly out. 257 for no wicket. I was asking Ian Gould about this in the last game. I said to him, when they bring the box of balls out, will they be marked with the number of overs in the box? And he said for a test match, yes. For a county game, no. And that was his answer.
Now,
I don't know whether that corresponds with your experience.
Again, I once went over there when they came out with the box of balls to try and influence what ball I got sent straight away off. So
quite right too, actually.
I was just making sure that they were giving us a nice one, and so then after that I kind of just gave up. And but now, the only thing I said is that ball. So the one which is marked, is that from another test match? Is that from a first-class game? Is it from
that's another good
what was that ball used for?
When he comes in next time for Ask the Umpire, and I think that's going to be during the Lord's Test match, that Ian Gould is back for Ask the Umpire. It is, thumbs up. I'll try to ask him that question and try to nail it down.
Because I don't know, like the
where do they get them from?
I'm trying to think what happens to the ball. Like, if someone gets a 5 they get to keep that ball.
Yeah.
But then what happens to
it? Doesn't feel like an exact science.
No, I'm going to say someone scribbles on it.
Yeah. Right, they've changed the ball. Yeah, the ball's been changed. So 2:57 for no wicket. Well, sometimes when that happens, they start to do all sorts of things and teams collapse and get bowled out. Use the last whatever wickets for not very many, but England just be begging for one.
A good cheer when they get 1-1.
Yeah. Tongue bowls to Latham, short, pulled away, 4, down to fine leg. It's past Brook, who's come up for Latham. He was back on deep back of square leg boundary for Conway, but Latham got on top of the pull shot. They are looking to hit down generally. Well, Conway in that previous shot he hit for 6, he thought there's no one at fine leg, I'm really going for this. It was right in my swinging arc. Latham trying to get on top of it, perhaps just a hint of top edge about it, but it was wide of the fielder, that was the key.
How weird is it Latham couldn't buy a run in the series at all, and then suddenly now everything in his favour.
He's 120 not out, 3 single figure scores and 27 up until now. Another short ball, there's a hint of a top edge on that, but it goes down towards Bethel and bounces once before it gets to him. Well, that nearly worked, that one. Latham gets a single. He is on 121. Conway's on 131. That record is in sight now. Zoltz is getting excited. They're 14 runs away.
Just a few further updates now in terms of highest opening stands in England. This is now 3rd. It's overtaken Michael Slater and Mark Taylor, 260 at Lord's in 1993. So the only 2 opening stands ever in this country by or against England were Marsh and Taylor. That game in 1989 we were mentioning, where they batted the entire first day on this ground for Australia, ended up putting on 329, and Herschel Gibbs and Graham Smith at Edgbaston in 2003 put on 338 for the first wicket. For New Zealand, it's now their 5th highest opening. Sorry, let me get that to get the. I've got too many stats windows up, Simon, but it's climbing up the all-time list for New Zealand.
Well, what we're looking at the moment is 276, aren't we, for the highest ever partnership?
Yep. For New Zealand against
England.
276.
And it's currently New Zealand's 4th highest opening stand against anyone.
Yeah. So they're 14 runs away. Atkinson's going to bowl, and he's got a bit of leg theory going as well. Bowls short, swatted away, and it's very well stopped at square leg. Excellent piece of fielding at square leg by Duckett away to his left-hand side. Prevents a run. So Atkinson, slight change with Atkinson because he's bowling to a... Where's his other fielder? It's a 5-4 leg side field, whereas Tongue was bowling to a 6-3 leg side field. So he's got a fly third, a deep backward point on the offside, and scattered on the leg side. Atkinson bowls a really ballooning bouncer. Umpires have a quick look at each other. It's low enough, according to them, so it's not a wide.
So I'll just give you another question. I like giving you questions. Since the database starts, as you always start a lot of these things, is this surely in terms of seam movement and swing movement must be up there one of the lowest?
I'll have a look.
That's a good question, Alistair.
Just so we can, because I've got to ask Stephen Finn about bowling off flat wickets. I think he's next. How flat this wicket is.
Atkinson bowls short ball, pulled away. It's going down fine. Goes down there very quickly. Towards fine leg at the far end of the ground from us, at the pavilion end of the ground. One more. They're bowling short here, and New Zealand are taking it on. So
as in England for tactic for a couple of 3 or 4 overs, I think it's worth it.
Especially as they're taking it on, because one top edge mistake and you've got your breakthrough.
Yeah.
It feels as if it could happen. It nearly happened in that previous over, that final ball that went down towards fine leg.
Zoltz wants 14 more runs, then it happened.
Yeah. 13 now. Countdown is on. Conway, 131 not out. Atkinson goes into bowl to him. This time it's the full delivery.
I was going 14.
Prize full one, turned into the onside to mid-wicket, no run.
14 more to break it. It's 276.
276 to break it. I think 275 is the record, isn't it?
276 is the record.
Oh.
So we're talking about highest New Zealand stand against England in Test cricket. Which was,
right, so it is 13 to equal it. Sorry, apologies. I thought it was 265.
I'd rather Dempster and Mills stayed in the record books.
Well, you like the old record standing.
I'd love a bit of chat from Jeremy in the last session about it.
Atkinson short, pulled away towards deep back with square leg. He's found the gap. Beautiful stroke. Despite all the fielders on the leg side, he's hit it between 2 on the boundary. And Conway goes to 135. It's 267 for no wicket. Got that up high, but was guided away by Conway into space. Well, not literally into space, but into some space on the next side.
There's a lot of hands on heads from England the last few times when Conway's taken it on, because it has been in the air. Somehow he's found grass all the time.
Yeah. Atkinson. Can he induce the mistake? He bowls full and clipped away by Conway off his pads. Down towards the fine leg area. And Bethel returns it. One more. 268 for no wicket. And that is the end of the over. We've had 62 overs. Still bags of cricket left. New Zealand, they might 350 plus today. Still an hour and 50 minutes cricket left. Alistair, and then you'll be joined by Stephen Finn.
My eye says this is one of the better wickets we have seen here. I just wonder if the stats back me up. Now, Stephen, we're back on together. They've let us loose again.
I know we've got our first couple of spells out the way, but what define good wicket?
Well, I mean flat wicket is what I was going to say. I mean, this is looks an absolute belter.
This is a back the truck up and remind yourself of what happened at Lords as a batter, and don't give it away, because
I was just saying about Latham and Conway not being able to buy a run, and suddenly runs are coming like just as easy as you can. This is when you just have to make sure.
How hard is it to do that though?
When you haven't got any runs, not that hard, because you just think, I've got to try and make every run count.
Well, Bashir's switching ends. He's bowling to Conway round the wicket from the Stuart Broad end, tucked into the onside towards a deep forward square leg. There's one more run added to the score. Conway moves on to 137, 269 without loss.
Because as an opener, actually, you do have to work. And I know 269 for zero, it looks like it. But the first hour of stuff, 2 hours, I mean, it's fresh bowlers, fresh new ball. This is when actually you should really make the most of it. Not turning. Bowlers are going to get tireder and tireder. They're in their third or fourth spells, as we all talk about. Quick scoring ground.
Latham faces up, rocks back and pulls firmly forward of square 4. The deep square leg could move behind square out on the leg side boundary, and this was 15 yards in front of it. Firmly punches into the Toblerone on the boundary, and 4 more runs, 273 without loss, and Bashir's a touch of cramp, I think, by the looks of it.
Flat wicketitis?
Well, he's tried hard, hasn't he? I thought he bowled really well for the first couple of sessions as he's in round the wicket here again. Stuart Broad end, clipped into the onside off the front foot. Latham sets off and calls 2 early. Cruises the second run. Him and Conway not going to force the third, and 2 more runs added to the team score and his score, 275 without loss.
I think they're now 2 runs away from the record.
The record.
Highest partnership for New Zealand against England in Test, which has stood since 1930.
Opening or all?
Any stand for New Zealand against England?
276.
Well, here we go. 275 on the board. Latham's facing up defends into the offside. Dot ball. There must be a partnership Mount Maunganui in there. Yeah, there we go. Santner and Watling.
Yeah, that's second. That was second until this innings. 261. That was for the 7th wicket in November 2019.
So something in my mind thought that was like a 400-run partnership or something. That's crazy. Bashir round the wicket, defended into the onside by Latham. There's still one delivery to go here.
I've got a question for you, Finney.
Okay.
Where's the flattest wicket you've bowled on in any cricket?
Well, my mind immediately goes to New Zealand in 2013. Bashir to Latham, driven out into the offside, and there's a deep cover fielder out there who just cruises around to his right and picks it up in the sunshine and returns to wicketkeeper Smith. 1 run added to the score. Now we're level.
We're level. But who goes ahead now? If there's a wicket now, who goes ahead on the thing?
Well, what's the count back?
Yeah, what is a count back?
How long ago it was?
Well, cricket was much tougher back then, we know that, so they can have the record.
I think it was a slightly curious England team who was simultaneously playing a test match in New Zealand and a test match in West Indies with 2 totally different scores. Test cricket was very different.
What, they moan about the schedules? Moan about our schedules? ECB, 2 test matches on at the same time. That's extraordinary.
That's bizarre, I'm almost speechless. Atkinson bowling round the wicket to Latham. A heavy short ball theory field here as it's banged in and ticked around the corner. And has that been dropped? Atkinson's got his heads in his hands, and Smith has shelled a chance behind the stumps, I think. Atkinson looks convinced that that's flicked a glove or something down the leg side from Tom Latham. We'll look on the replay and see. It's banged in, and well, it's close. It's not obvious from the first angle that we're looking at, but it's hit the heels of Jamie Smith's hands, and Ultra Edge will tell us that it's glanced the glove, it's dropped. It's dropped behind the stumps. That's exactly what England did not want or need. And no wonder Atkinson's reaction is that, because it's a chance down. Atkinson again pulled towards backwards square leg. No run.
A couple of things. Top ball. Is that technically a chance? He didn't even get a glove on it. It's almost clipped the top of his glove.
Yeah, it's like hit the heel of his right hand and then hit him in the chest.
That's a badness. I mean,
it's almost hit him before it's like he wasn't ready. His hands weren't quite ready to catch the ball. It just hits the heel of his right hand and then the chest, and the chance goes down. So a drop. Atkinson pulled firmly by Latham out towards deep backward square leg. The fielder wants it but can't catch that. Hits the boundary sponge and 4 more runs, and that adds insult to the drop. Latham on to 133. The score now 280 for none, and that is the highest partnership ever for New Zealand against England.
Yep, which has stood since January 1930. Mills and Dempster consigned to history.
They are, because they are now. That's the one thing they were famous for.
Well, almost 100 years that record had stood.
I love how the record has been broken. Not one person in the crowd any clue. They do, but as in not even a little round of applause.
Marker, they're still thinking about that drop. Atkinson to Latham, pulled out towards long leg. Brook is the fielder down there, fields safely, but 1 run added to the score. Latham on to 134. There's a think of an overthrow here. Misfield by Fisher at mid-on, backing up, but just the 1 run added. Latham on to 134. And New Zealand on to 281.
Well, since I asked you about that, the fastest wicket you ever bowled on, it's been chaos out there.
Well, it has. And my mind was thinking about that, and then there was the drop, so there's a lot to take in. Atkinson to Conway. Slower ball, dabbed into the onside, off the back foot by Conway for a dot ball. 1 ball to go in this over, and that drop's going to hurt England.
I didn't think he got an edge on it to start with. I'm in shock. If that would have been James Rue last week, all talk about his keeping.
Yep.
That would have been spoken about a lot, and that's a really, really bad drop.
Atkinson settles at the end of his mark, pitter-patter steps and then into his stride around the wicket to Conway, who reaches for this outside the off stump, and it's fielded at deep square leg and scampers through for a run. Conway's cramping. It's all happening. It is a single. 282 without loss. Conway on to 138. He's fetched that from so far outside the off stump to get it to he's at halfway back at deep square leg and just bounces before Jacob Bethel there, and then a cramping Conway scampers through for a single to the other end. So the end of the over, an eventful one, a very eventful one, and a regretful one for England. Drop catch from Jamie Smith, and Tom Latham round the corner. 282 without loss. New Zealand, they won the toss, batted first, and thought, put this England team under pressure after what has been a tricky couple of weeks. And England have just not found the breakthrough. It's a belter of a wicket, we must say. Absolute belter. There have been a couple of missed opportunities, a missed LBW review and a drop catch as Bashir is in. And Conway dances down and hammers this into the new pavilion. The architect might want to have a look at a dislodged tile or something there. Back down the ground, 6 runs. Conway on to 144, New Zealand to 288.
Well, the attack is on from New Zealand. First 2 sessions was happy just to let Bashir bowl. So it's just danced down the wicket with both mid on and mid off up. And just hammered it on to the onside.
Conway's hit 50 off 34 balls since tea.
You could tell he was in the mood, couldn't you, after tea? And sort of came out with an intent.
Do you think it's like, I'm hot here?
Well, and cramping.
I'm cramping. I'm just going to play my shots.
Yeah, you'd have never cramped, would you?
No, what is cramp?
You didn't sweat either. It's bizarre. Did you know that, Zort? Didn't sweat. How can you not sweat? Bashir to Conway. Again, the long on has gone back, defended back down the pitch for a rather sedate dot ball.
It used to be okay. It used to be okay not to sweat.
Yes. It did blow my mind though. It was good when I was 12th though, because I never had to run you a change of gloves. Bashir to Conway, defended again, back down the pitch, dot ball, good length.
Do you reckon England asked for this wicket?
No.
Do you reckon they asked for anything?
I reckon there's been so much going on. I think the wicket
about
the bottom of everyone's list of things to think about. Bashir round the wicket, 3 balls gone. Conway dances down again, hits it firmly towards mid-off where Stokes does the fielding. And it's a dot ball.
And I suppose you know what, if England had won the toss and batted on this wicket, and they were in a similar-ish position, 288 is very unusual. No matter how good the wicket is in any form of cricket, one mistake, all that kind of stuff. So I'll say England would be in this position.
Bashir to Conway, defended off the outside half of the bat towards backward point where Duckett does the fielding, a dot ball, 1 delivery to go in the 65th over.
Everyone would be saying, oh, what a great position England are in. A toss of a coin has allowed New Zealand to get ahead of the game.
Bashir to complete the over, none for 93. This is whipped back down towards the bowler who fields on the bounce in his follow through, and it's a dot ball to finish the 65th over, 288 without loss. New Zealand, drinks are they're not being run out onto the pitch, they're being sauntered out onto the pitch beneath us by the looks of it. Conway has 144, Latham 134. Sorry, Zoltz, what were you going to say?
Just on what you were asking about the deviation statistics for this game so far. So I looked at seam bowling in the first 60 overs of first innings to try to compare like with like. And it's just a little bit less than at the Oval, but only fractionally, quite a bit less than Lord's. But the Oval, with similar lateral movement stats, it was 210 for 5 in the first, off pace bowling, specifically in the first 60 overs. For context, in the sort of 143 innings in England in this sample, it's it's towards the bottom end of movement, but it's not sort of completely outlandishly flat by that metric.
But there were 10 overs, weren't there, where the ball did look as though Stokes and Tongue got it to swing around from the short broad end, which might mitigate either side of that.
But you're also then saying on those stats which you're looking on your screen, it's not got the temperature or overhead conditions and just the feel. And we all know, like 30, what is it? Probably 34 out there, 35 in the middle. That does have a huge effect, whether that's mentally or as well as physically.
And a determined New Zealand team who, this is a great opportunity for them, isn't it? 1-1 in a 3-match series, England in a bit of crisis, and if the boot was on the other foot and we were in New Zealand's position, you'd be thinking this is a fantastic opportunity to make England pay.
Because now they've broken the back of at least the first innings runs, and they might lose a couple of wickets at some stage, and they might feel. But you're expecting now New Zealand to be very unlikely in these conditions not to get at least 500. Like that's bare minimum, isn't it? So, and that instantly they'll bat now. The rest of this middle order will bat without any pressure.
Complete freedom.
As free as you can do in a test cricket. I think I always have to make that point.
What's the freest you felt in test?
I think the freest I felt in terms of that when the pressure was totally off would have been after I got 200 in Brisbane and Trotty had got his 100, and I don't quite know what the scores. I reckon we had scored. Well, I got 235. He got 135. So there was another 70 or 80 runs because we both got the milestones just before lunch or just after lunch. I can't remember exactly. And we had that 2 sessions left. But we know we're not going to lose now, or we saved the game. And that was as free. That was when pressure was off. So I got, if I got 170, I'd have been disappointed I didn't get 200. That would have been pressure off. That was
I can't think when I ever batted with the pressure off.
It must have been. It must have been okay.
Well, look, I don't like talking about it, but when I scored my Test 50 against New Zealand...
Are you worse at talking about your Test 50 than I am about my Test 50?
I think I might be, yeah. Well, especially when Matt Fisher brought up his first Test 50 last week, and
were you jealous?
I was going around saying to people, well, he's joined the club, hasn't he?
Well, that's all right.
He's joined the club.
Were you disappointed that he did in one sense? Because
no. Well, he's a much better batter than me. But I look back at the scorecard. My 56 came off 208 balls, and I played my first aggressive shot on my 208th ball and was out LBW.
Well, that was the reward scheme, wasn't it? The reward scheme was...
Well, yes. The Alistair Cook and Jimmy Anderson reward scheme. A case of wine for every session I survived. Now, Latham's on strike. The drinks break is over. Atkinson's in. This is a miscontrolled pull towards backwards square leg, where it's fumbled by Bethel and it's a dot ball.
I want to clarify, we didn't have a drinking culture, did we, Steve?
Definitely not, no. No, you're allowed to enjoy a nice glass of wine, especially in New Zealand.
Just very quickly, before to talk seriously.
Yes.
New Zealand scored 75 runs since tea in 11 overs.
Yeah,
are they Bazball in the
Bazball in Bazball? Well, I think New Zealand outscored in terms of run per over England last week as well, and that happened through the Ashes as well. So Atkinson pulled off the under edge out towards that backward square leg fielder again, who's in business here. Just dribbles out towards him though from the bat of Latham. Dot ball, 288 without loss.
Yeah, I looked at the first innings, wrote a little piece about it last weekend, and the 4 of the last 5 tests England have been the slower scoring team in first innings, which had only happened once in their previous 39 tests. So we've definitely seen a different
tone. It says a lot, doesn't it? Do you read anything into that?
Sorry,
Atkinson to Latham. Slower ball is played over the top of by Latham, who expected it to bounce more. Dribbles through to Jamie Smith. Dot ball. Just looking at the scoring rates, England have been outscored in 4 of their last 5 Test matches in terms of runs per over. In the 30 before that, they'd only been outscored once. It's like a shift in mindset and momentum against the team. Like, it feels like everything is against the team at the moment as well.
Yeah, and those last few Test matches they've lost.
Yes,
so you naturally are. Another fielder's come to leg side. I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah. I shall paint the scene in a second. There's just loads of them out there, so it's hard to do immediately. Around the wicket, steps outside leg and punches that through the covers, and Josh Tongue doesn't even bother putting the foot down to chase that towards the cover boundary. It's a lovely drive from Tom Latham. 4 runs, 292 without loss. Latham onto 138.
So Atkinson's tried the bluff and gone full. Latham has tried to give himself room to probably think it's going to be a baseball shot on the offside. It's just a lovely cover drive, that is.
Beautiful. Now this leg side field, long leg, a backwards square leg probably about halfway back, a catching forward square leg, a square mid-wicket and a normal mid-wicket and a deep square leg, and pulled towards one of those six fielders there. It's the square mid-wicket who's fielded that one. Ben Duckett, a dot ball. You always just have to keep an eye on this situation. There's always someone dozy in the team who places a foot behind square on the leg side, and it's a no ball. That irked me as a bowler. The batter's not always concentrating. No. A few of them guilty of shadow batting at square leg point. Atkinson left alone by Latham outside the off stump from a bouncer length, and that's the end of the over. Atkinson's got none for 51 from his 12. New Zealand 292 without loss. Latham 138 and Conway 144, and they're backing the truck up. What does it used to say? Book in for bed and breakfast.
This is a book in.
Yeah. What are you thinking if you're number 3 here? I mean, you're never in that situation, but you must be thinking, would you swap? Because sometimes you would have long partnerships and your 3 and 4 would swap.
Yeah, I mean, I was never in that situation, so...
Sorry, Dan Norcross is on my
You are talking...
You've been waffling.
You are talking to the wrong person about... The only thing you are thinking is, trust my luck to get one good ball when I first go in, after having watching batting look so easy. But this would be Graham Gooch going, the third 50 is easier.
Oh yeah.
The fourth is the easiest.
Oh yes.
I mean, just the fact that he could rank 50s in.
You found the sixth a little tricky, didn't you?
Oh, don't you start.
Well, after that textbook hangover from Stephen Finn, here comes Shoaib Bashir, right arm round the wicket. Forward comes Conway, defends back to the bowler, no run. So we've had a drop catch at last. Because before that, I mean, there was no hope for England, but now they've managed to prize a chance, and it was once again Atkinson, and it was trying to get a strangle down the leg side. But I was on with you when we were talking about that as the most likely mode of dismissal. As Bashir's in, flashed away actually off the back foot, a drive off the back foot, but not a back foot drive. To a very full ball that goes out towards deep extra cover, and they take a single, 293 without loss. Hard toil, yes. It was a bad miss, as they say, down the leg side. Is that tiredness? I mean, it can't have come on. It looked like it come on too quick for him.
He hasn't played much cricket either the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Well, yeah, it's a 2-day game in effect at Lords, even though it lasted a bit longer. He didn't play a bit before that, so yeah. Bashir around the wicket, defending on the front foot. Back to the bowler is Latham. We're not quite at declaration speculation, but in a weird kind of way, we sort of are.
No, not declaration.
No, not. I don't mean tonight. I mean,
no.
When did New Zealand want to pull out? As Bashir is tickled around the corner, goes straight to short, fine leg where Atkinson fields, because the reason I ask is because they've got to take 20 wickets if they want to win the series. So you'd imagine.
Well, I think that's why
they score tomorrow.
Yeah, that's why they score quite quickly. I would go past tea time, I think, tomorrow.
Yeah. Bashir down the wicket comes Latham. He's played that beautifully, really controlled work into the onside, and a boot is used again, this time by Archer. They pick up a couple of runs and out through deep mid wicket.
There's a couple of reasons why I'd go for him. I think Trent Bridge is a very quick scoring ground, so other grounds don't score as fast as Trent Bridge, so
that means slightly fewer runs.
Yeah, so it means technically a few less than what we've actually got.
Bashir in, and Latham goes back and tucks the ball off the back foot out towards deep mid wicket boundary, where it is fielded once again. They take the single, 296 without loss. Latham 141.
I just think if New Zealand got 650, 660 and bowled for an hour maybe tomorrow, I haven't seen the forecast, so they'll do all that stuff. Today they will not be thinking anything. That will be just batting and seeing. But sometimes if you give them too long at the end of the day too, and they're 100 for England, 100 for North, they've done the hard work, if that makes sense. They're like, oh, this is a flat wicket, we'll be fine. But if they're 30 or for one or something, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so they're not far enough ahead to be sort of confident that everything's going to be fine. I hear you. Right, everything's taking quite a lot of time by this stage, and Jacob Bethel's coming into bowl. It might speed up the over rate, it might not. There's no real way of telling. Spin at both ends. The ball is 67 overs old. 13 overs before a new ball becomes available. In other words, we've got an hour and 26 minutes left in the day. I don't think we're going to get 23 overs in that time, but we're going to get moderately close to it, which is something, even if that should be slightly understood in the context of bowling a mountain of overs of spin. As Bethel starts up, he's driven elegantly through the offside through a big gap at extra cover, and Latham moves to 142, 297 without loss. Jeremy Coney is alongside me, and it's been a dominant.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Yeah, it's falling apart for England, isn't it? Really, I mean, it's like those pneumatic kind of things you put in your jack up in your car before you're taking the wheels off.
Right.
Yeah, that.
Bethel's in, big heave-ho off a top edge, and it's going to land safely and run down towards the third fielder after it. Gets there. There's Fisher, who's on the field for someone. I don't know, he's on 4. 2 more, 299 without us. I didn't realise that you were out the corridor for a while. You were actually marking up your long run, Jeremy, were you?
Yes.
Because you've started powerfully here.
Well, 5 overs for 40 from Bashir since the tee, where you really expect your spinner to be tight and controlled. Going at 8.
Bethel in, forward comes Conway, and the easiest thing for him to do is to collect a single off the front foot, just pushing the ball out to deep extra cover. The 300th run for New Zealand. They have not lost a wicket that famous Marsh-Taylor day. 301 for none, wasn't it? New Zealand go 1 hour and 24 minutes left to add power to that memorable scoreline, a dark scoreline in English cricket, and this looks like it's going to be much, much darker.
I'm glad they didn't continue to keep asking Atkinson to bowl short, when his strength is definitely bring the stumps into play, nip the ball around a bit, and put batsmen under pressure in that way.
Bethel's gone round the wicket now to the left-hander and is tucked easily into the onside, quite straight up to a long on where Archer comes in off the boundary.
I did, and I felt sorry for him, Dan, when the keeper moves just across nicely. It gets a little glove on it. He's in position. It's a decent height, and I don't think, did he actually get a glove on it, or did it just hit one and go through into his stomach?
Could just have touched the ball of one hand, if that.
So it hasn't gone well for England.
Bethel into Conway. Conway on 148 picks up another run just on the front foot, just working the big gap at mid-on up to long on. 302 without loss. There we go. Conway to 149. They've gone past the 301 for none.
There was an LBW, wasn't there, that wasn't reviewed at some point. There was a catch at third where someone had just been moved from.
That feels like a bit of misfortune.
That can feel a bit that way. But I do think in the early parts of the day, you stick very much to your usual plans, and then after that.
Change of field, short mid-wicket or short mid-on, if you like, has come in, and so a reverse sweep unfurled by Latham for 4. Really good cricket, that. The gap that he had before was taken away, so he went, OK, I'll just reverse it. And they have taken 10 runs off that over with no risk at all. Latham 147, New Zealand 306 without loss. Andy, are you quivering with excitement yet?
Not really, no. I like a good contest between bat and ball, but there are plenty of numbers emerging from it. It's the third 300 opening stand against England. Herschel Gibbs and Graham Smith in 2003, put on 338. Marsh and Taylor in that game at Trent Bridge carried on the following day to 329, so a chance to have the highest opening stand against England.
338. Joe Root's coming in to bowl. Is this his first bowl? It is. It's his first over, despite the 2 left-handers being in place. And he does have 73 test wickets, unlike most people in this team. But he's now going to bowl with a slip. Floats one up, it's taken on the full, and that's Conway's 150. Just rolls the ball up to Archer, who's currently going from long on to long on, which is one way of keeping a fast bowler fit. As Conway raises his bat, 150 off 210 balls. He's hit a few sixes, and he's been aggressive after tea, looked to get on with it. But it's the 200 he's going to be really eyeing up, and he's got a double 100 against England already. He'll fancy another one, perhaps even today, although that might be pushing it. Root in, forward comes Latham, defends it to the offside, there's no run.
Not their highest partnership, 323 against the West Indies earlier on at Mount Maunganui.
Highest first wicket, are we talking?
Yes, for these two.
Right. Tossed up, works into the onside, straight to duck it at short mid-wicket. Nicely stroked there. There's no run.
And 192 in the second innings. So 515 in the game.
Root's slightly flatter this time, and Latham looks to guide the ball behind square on the leg side. He can't quite find that gap. Goes straight to a fielder, there's no run.
Latham has looked probably the more serene of the two, I think, throughout the day.
Root in, driving is Latham, but just close enough to Bethel at short extra cover to ensure that he cannot get a run. We've got some technology working. I'm going to have to look over your shoulder in a minute.
Sure.
Root in, little push drive, check drive up to mid-off, but again no run. So 1 run off that Joe Root over, 307 without loss. Latham 147, Conway 150. In the Women's World Cup, India are 94 for 2 after 10, chasing just 137 to beat Bangladesh. That's live on 5 Sports Extra 2, which you can hear on BBC Sounds. And later, South Africa play the Netherlands with commentary from 6:15 on Sports Extra 2 and here on Sports Extra around 7.
That's in all the third triple 100 opening stand for New Zealand in Test. That one Jeremy mentioned, Conway and Latham December last year, 323. And Jarvis and Turner, 387 against West Indies in April 1972.
Glenn Turner. Did he get 1,000 runs before the end of May?
Yes, he did, 73.
And 100 hundreds, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
These openers.
Yeah. Bethel around the wicket. Oh, just gliding this ball almost, or deflecting it, you might say, to square leg is Conway. He's 251, gets Latham on strike on 147, the nervous 140s. Doesn't feel that nervous. 308 without loss. It's got a strange quality of daylight today, Jeremy, isn't it? You know, I think it must be great fun if you're a Kiwi supporter, and indeed if you're either of the batters there. It's probably great fun if you're padded up, but not anything like as much fun as it is for the supporters and for Latham and Conway. Bethel bowls, and that's just deflected past where maybe a sort of gully would be, and down towards deep backward point they take the run, 148. But for the crowd, there's been a kind of inevitability. There have been 2 occasions in which England ought to have taken a wicket, one because they didn't refer when it was out, and one because they dropped a simple catch down the leg side. But other than that, it's been one-way traffic as Bethel bowls one down the leg side, well taken by Jamie Smith, having to take a pace or 2 to his right. Down the leg side, there's no run. 309 without loss. This really is only becomes fun now for fans of gallows humour, and mercifully gallows humour is very much an English trait, so being on the receiving end of this kind of a shellacking is something that they tend to handle fairly well. Now, wonderful reverse paddle goes down towards deep third. They'll pick up 2 more. That was really nicely played because he found an angle. There's a fielder back there at sort of deep backward point, even a bit further round. So he's just used his wrist nicely just to find the angle and pick up another couple.
Well, it was because the first slip was taken into leg slip, wasn't it? So suddenly there's a gap in that first slip position. And even though, that's changed again now after one run, 2 runs.
And Joe Root's become even straighter at this short mid-on position, trying to block the easy single up to long on. Bethel in, back into his crease goes Conway, and he tries to punch off the back foot. Misses, goes through to Smith, very close to the outside edge. No real turn at all. It's coming off the pitch nicely. You'd like to bat on this, wouldn't you, Jeremy?
It's a good surface, certainly, to bat on. No doubt about that.
Bethel tosses off a bit more, and a weird shot from Conway. So didn't really play any kind of shot except 3 or 4 at once, which ended up with a mess of confusion. And it went through to the keeper, and there is no run. Alan Rogers has emailed us, tms@bbc.co.uk, if you would like to get involved. What is going on? In capital letters, that's why I put it on that voice. Somehow, I completely forgot that the 3rd test started today, and I've only just realised now. Can someone please summarise what on earth has gone on today? Is it a road, bad bowling, or just great batting? There's been good batting, I'd say, Jeremy. It is a very good surface.
Very good surface.
We've mentioned there have been 2 missed opportunities for England. 1 drop, 1 failure to take a review from Bashir's bowling. Do you think it's because they thought it was bat? The bat and pad were very close together, and it was turned out to be pad first in front of off stump. But what is going on? It's a good question. 311 for none is not normal.
Well, the run rate, as I would have thought, about nearly 4.5.
I'd say 4.44 is my guess. No, that's Stokes' economy. Let's look there.
Well, it's close enough to 4.5.
Close to 4.5. Stokes is in the attack, replacing Roots after 1 over, went for 1. And a short pulse pushed the backward point, which is empty, and they take the single. We're back into impatient territory. We were watching game of football the other day, weren't we, Jeremy, when the urge for patience was made clear. Be patient, be patient, be patient. And I think Ben Stokes was pretty patient in the first session. We're now, all patience has gone. It's Root for an over. 1 run came off it. Off you go. I'm coming on. 312 for none. A leg slip. Stokes in, outside the off stump. Wide enough to be left alone by Conway, which he does.
Yeah, it's been interesting, hasn't it, how England have, with all the methods that you can use nowadays and all the different ideas you can have from an international side, that there's been virtually no movement whatsoever. It just shows you how difficult it is to get wickets in conditions like this.
Stokes in, that's played off the front foot with an angled bat down to deep backward point. They'll take a run, 313 without loss.
And with that ball, England have now bowled more deliveries in this test than they did at Lord's in taking 20 wickets, 70.2 overs. They bowled in that much.
That is fantastic.
Yes.
I mean, what we're basically seeing is that 3 test matches, the lateral movement and up and down movement was pretty hefty.
They put it all into one match.
Well, then the second one, it was just enough to beat the inside edge and bring the stumps into play. And then this has so far shown none. I mean, it's a shame we haven't got Matt Henry to watch later in the match just to see, because he was the chief exponent of that at the Oval, where it was difficult for other bowlers to extract much from the pitch. Stokes in, again, attempts to guide past Gully, but doesn't beat Bethel, moves to his left of field. So yeah, we've had 3 very different surfaces really, and this one, in answer to what is going on, is that the pitch has been quite significant. I must also take into account the fact that it is scorchingly hot, and I don't know what that does to bowlers. That said, England seamers haven't bowled too many overs today because Bashir has had a healthy quotient today. How many is up to now? 22. We've had some from Bethel and 1 from Root as Stokes is in. And that's played with soft hands to cover point for Latham's 150. Both batters now at 150, and they've been going toe-to-toe for the whole of this day, really close together throughout. Latham raises his bat. 314 without loss, and it's a bit softy, but we might be looking at two batters. Well, they're definitely eyeing up double hundreds. Can't be too often that two opening batters have got double hundreds. South Africa, Mackenzie and Smith.
Conway just
not normal.
Starting, I think, to show.
Stokes in. That's played beautifully off the back foot. Finds the gap, but there is a deep backward point. Bashir, they just take the single. 315 without loss. There's an hour and 10 minutes to go. You continue your thought about what Conway started to do. We'd love to. I think everybody in the ground would love to see him start to play rashly and lose his shape, which I think is unlikely. And then I could have bring in Jonathan Agnew.
Just some distress about just general movement, body movement, really, and whether that's, well, it's obviously to do with the length and time that these two batsmen have been out there, and running singles and twos and running quite quickly at times earlier on today. He's looking to hit boundaries a little bit more often than he has at the start of play today. That's understandable as well. So they're both continuing on pretty well, I'd have to say, in the heat that they've been able to withstand so far.
Well, haven't they done well? I mean, they really have. We talk about the fielders out in the heat, but these batsmen have been amazing. 315 for no wicket. As the first ball from Bethel is prodded away by Conway. No run, 155. Latham, 150. What a start for New Zealand in this game.
Thoughts on England?
Quite a few.
Yes.
There's Bethel again. Bowls. Pushed away back to him. Well, I mean, being serious, these two have played seriously well, but there have been chances offered, and again, they've been missed. I don't like that short ball tactic. It should be an absolute last resort. Here's Bethel bowls, leg stump flicked away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's sort of admitting that you've just got no thoughts, and that you've given up, really. All you're hoping is that a batsman just flogs one into the air and gets caught. Very hard to get back again into a rhythm after you've employed that tactic. Another one clipped away down the ground for a single this time. 316 for no wicket, but what a foundation for New Zealand. One or two balls have turned, one or two have kept a little bit low, only a little bit, but first day low usually means fifth day could be tricky. Latham on 150, Bethel moves in Bolston. It's turned away into the leg side. And there's no run. It was here, of course, in 89, that famous Australian opening partnership, battered all day, without losing a wicket. Marsh and Taylor. Bethel bowls short, pulled away out towards deep square leg. My thought about the spin bowling, for what it's worth, is that if they're going to play a spinner who's going for the best part of 5 and over, doesn't bat, then why not play Rehan Ahmed, who's going to score you runs, he'll score you quick runs too, and he'll bowl wrist spin, which is different. I know he will concede runs because that's what a young wrist spinner will do, but he's not going to concede any more than this.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And we've talked ad nauseum about today that the control is not quite there for Bashir. He's trying to get wickets with almost every ball that he bowls, and he's either too full or too short. And sometimes the distance between the short ones and the full ones is up to 6 metres. Well, that's a lot it's enormous for a spinner.
In comes Stokes at the pavilion end, and he bowls. Oh, there's a little edge there. He's out. Latham's out for 151. Stokes has taken the wicket in the 73rd over of the innings. Bit of a tired shot from Latham, looking to run the ball towards third man. It might have been a bottom edge. Smith has taken the catch. Well, there's a tremendous ovation here for New Zealand's captain, who's got his back tucked under his arm. Away he goes, all of Trent Bridge rise to New Zealand's captain. Wonderful thing, Test cricket in this country. There wouldn't be too many other venues around the world who give that sort of applause to a visiting captain. What an innings, 317 for one.
Yes, great innings really. Of the two, you probably would say that he was a bit more organised throughout the day, really nice and tight and compact and playing within the areas that he's comfortable with. Played some lovely drives and some pulls and some cuts, and you'd expect them all, wouldn't you, with an innings that goes on for that long. And some reverse sweeps towards the end off the spinner, and he's set the game up now for his side. And it's just a question now, can New Zealand continue this on, or will England make a little breakthrough here and end up picking up a couple of wickets, which they'd love to do. So Nicholls is the new man, another left-hander coming out. He's off 100 in the last game at the Oval, and a 20-odd in the first innings. He was bowled in the first innings. So let's see if Stokes can make something happen for his side.
Nicholls takes guard. 317 for one up on the board. He's waited a long time with his pads on this hot and sweaty day. And now he's about to face his first ball. Stokes, urged on by the crowd, the late afternoon crowd. Comes in, bowls, and that hits right at the bottom of the bat. Keep rather low. And the first thing Nicholls did was to actually inspect the bottom of the bat to make sure that it was still intact. Just looking at the dismissal, it wasn't a bottom edge. It was a bit of a tired, sort of I don't know, looking to sort of run the ball down to third man, wasn't he?
It could be the bottom of the bat, couldn't it, as well as rather than the bottom edge.
Typical hungry opening batsman. He looks disappointed to have got out for 150. Here's Stokes bowling wide of the off stump. Nothing from Nicholls. Allows that to go by.
The final numbers on Latham's innings: 151 from 214 balls with 15 fours. His 17th Test 100, his 7th Test 150. The partnership of 317 was the 9th highest for New Zealand for any wicket against any team. Their highest ever against England for any wicket. Their 3rd highest opening stand of all time, and also the 3rd highest opening stand in Tests against England by any team.
Here's Stokes round the wicket, bowls to Nicholls into a drive. He's off the mark there, taking on Archer at mid-off, who throws at the stumps and misses. And Nicholls safely in his ground. And New Zealand moved to 318 for one. We were saying earlier this morning as well, doing these jobs, you get to interview various captains. So Tom Latham is one of the really nice people in the game, isn't he? He's a really lovely fella.
He is. He's
always comes up, always talks, always happy to be interviewed, winning or losing. Stokes round the wicket, bowls, that's flicked away into the leg side, rather dismissively by Conway. Moves to 157.
I was watching him this morning at breakfast, and he had the family with him.
Oh, yes.
2 young'uns, maybe 3, and one was creating some difficult moments for Mum, and so Tom was up and away he went, grabbed the pram and away he run it, moving him around, brought him back. Under all things under control.
Stokes round the wicket, moves in, bowls. Nicholls pushes, doesn't quite time that drive. Archer can field at mid-off. And there's a rare event today. Applause at the end of an Englishman's over. Ben Stokes has stuck to it pretty well today. 13 overs in this heat. He's finally got his name in the wickets column. 1 for 57 from those 13 overs. Thanks to Nicola, who's emailed us. It was my brother Ian who made that chocolate cake for you today, she said. We're currently sitting in the unforgiving sun of cricket. But, thank you so much, Nicola, for that, because we're wondering who it was. She's saying it's my first live test match today. It was a 50th birthday present from the very same brother Ian. He makes excellent cakes, but questionable heat-based leisure decisions. I think that's fair enough, Nicola, but thank you. It's a wonderful cake. And we worked out, looking at what was going around the top, the missing Maltesers. Here's Root. Bowls as high in the air. Catch it, they shout. And he's caught. And Conway's rather given that away. So Root takes the wicket. It's caught by Fisher, the substitute fielder down here at Long On. And so both Centurions are dismissed in successive overs. I think he'll be a bit cross about that. He's rather given that away, but again, like his captain a few moments ago, it's another standing ovation. It's time for Devon Conway, who raises his bat. And departs with a score on 319 for 2. Another wave of the bat to the crowd. Very well played, and as is always the case for the Devon Conway innings, it is cover drives and square drives that will live in the memory.
They're the two, aren't they? That's how his innings was pieced together, really, laced with those strokes from cover round to backward point, very quickly onto those to seize length and width. Sometimes he'll have a crack at that. He's attacking by instinct, put it that way, whereas Latham will leave those wider deliveries. He won't. He tucks it. Sometimes he can look a little awkward round leg stump and middle and leg, where he lets one hand, the bottom hand, go off the bat. But that's all a bit churlish to say those things at the moment, because he's pieced together a wonderful innings for New Zealand. I agree with you about the timing of the dismissal. If he could just play out till to the end of the day, I think just with pushing the ball and allowing Nichols to get into his innings, I think that might have served New Zealand in the long run a little better.
I think so. I think he'll be kicking himself for getting out like that. Two new batsmen now. Ravindra is the latest. Joe Root urging on the crowd there, saying, come on, let's hear you. Around the wicket he goes and bowls. Ravindra clips his first ball to mid-on, and there's Fisher. I'm not sure who he's on the field for. It doesn't happen very often that you get a substitute like that taking a catch in a test match, but anyway, that's what he's done there. Looking for obvious candidates. Where's Atkinson? He's sort of not possible to be a quick bowler who's off the field at the moment. Root grips the ball, bowls to the left-handed Ravindra, who smothers that. Duckett fields that point, and Root quickly runs back to his mark again. They're trying to press on here a bit. They were so far behind with their overs at the Oval. Root again tosses that up. Ravindra drives gloriously for 4. Handsome shot again, very much a feature of his batting. It flew past mid-off's right hand.
That's his signature shot, isn't it? Just a little press forward, and then the plant pushing ahead further with that front leg.
323 for 2. Root round the wicket, bowls. This time he plays very carefully, quite cagily from the crease there. Good scoring rate, nearly 4.5. But the good news for the fast bowlers is there's a new ball due in 6 overs. Here's Root. Bowles into Ravindra forward. Plays out into the offside, and it's a successful over for Joe Root now. So wickets in consecutive overs. 323 for 2. A memorable opening stand.
Conway's final numbers: 157 from 244 balls, with 3 sixes and 22 fours. His 8th Test 100, his 4th Test 150, and Joe Root's wicket was his first since the second Test against India last summer. He's bowled over 60 overs for 226 since then.
Thank you, Andy. 323 for 2. Archer's back. That's interesting because the new ball is round the corner. But I suppose Stokes feels that there's an opportunity here. 2 new batsmen. Let's have a bit of a burst. Perhaps someone else will take the new ball. So yes, thank you, Nicola, for that email. We're wondering who it was, and we did a quick count-up of the Maltesers. I think Alex Hartley at 25, which is a pretty good effort. Because once she'd eaten one, she knew she'd be rumbled. We'd all know that there was a Malteser all the way around that. We think she'd at 25. In comes Archer, bowls outside the off-stump, and Nichols keeps the bat inside the line there. The crowd liked it, those side on. Michael Vaughan's back.
Good afternoon. A couple of wickets.
I know.
I must admit, I'm looking at that Conway shot. He just must have been tired.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that one.
And I guess you're in, you feel confident, you think you can hit it anywhere, but
to
lose a wicket like that, I just keep going back to that last Test match against New Zealand here, where they got 550. I think they can get a couple more now. Finish today 360 for 4 or 5. That'll end up being a very good day for England on this pitch.
So the new ball just round the corner. Archer moves in again now, bowls, and Nichols almost holds out of that leg slip that has become such a vogue in this series. Worked off his hip, and it was in the air as it flew past Root. It went very quickly, but almost. He's got no control of where it had gone, and when it went down for 4.
Yeah, it's about a metre away from his right hand.
Could have gone anywhere.
So for Archer's, this is only his 9th over of the day. All the other seamers have bowled 13-ish.
There he comes again. Past the umpire, over the wicket, bowls short, pulled away out to deep square leg. That's going to be 4 more off the middle of the bat this time. That was a long hop, really.
Yeah, it's a nice one on this pitch to get. He plays it nicely, swivels 83 miles an hour from Jofra. Shoaib Bashir, I don't think's back out there yet. It looked to me like he'd gone off with he'd got a sore hamstring. I'm hoping it's a cramp, but he's not come back out there yet.
Right, so he was the reason the Fisher was out there, was he?
Yeah.
Right, Archer bowls again, and defensive stroke from Nichols this time, and there's no run. 331 for 2. I was saying to Jeremy, if you're going to have a spinner who's going at 5 and over, then you should play Ryan Ahmed, shouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, I think Shoaib, for the most part, I thought he bowled quite nicely. His last spells, Ben went on the attack and brought all the field up, and he started to get hit a bit. Then he's probably got a bit tired, and maybe this hamstring's been an issue.
Archer bowls tucked away off the hip by Nichols. It's up there, just outside what would have been a fielding circle by Fisher.
But you would argue, with Joe Root bowling his off spin, Jacob Bethel bowling his left arm finger spin, having Rayan in the team as a variable would have been, and packing the batting, Ryan Ahmed at number 8. Bit of paddle for me tomorrow morning, John.
Are you paddling?
Yeah, 8
o'clock.
Hot? Yeah, well, it's indoor. There'll be a bit of aircon. Stephen Finn, my partner. Peter Willis just texted you.
I know, he's angry.
What's he angry about?
About everything.
Okay.
Here's Archer, moves in and bowls outside the off stump and beats the bat there.
Used to have great sweets, did Pete, at Square Leg.
Did he?
Yeah, nice.
He wouldn't have bought them himself.
Well, he certainly gave me the odd sweets. Square Leg used to like, standing next to Pete. Me and Auntie McGrath used to give us a sweet or 2.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Pete.
Yeah, it's a good man. One of my best friends, Peter. No, he's having a good old chunter at the moment about various things.
Just a final stat on the two openers. So both openers making 150. The second time New Zealand have had that feat. Turner and Jarvis in the West Indies in 1972. Glenn Turner 259, Terry Jarvis 182. And only the second time it's happened against England. The other was 2003. The first test in Edgbaston, Graham Smith 277, Herschel Gibbs 179. The 19th time in all that both openers have reached 150 in the same innings.
Change of bowling at this end. Josh Tongue's coming on. Change of commentary too. Simon Mann's coming in here.
50 minutes play left on this first day. England beginning to run through New Zealand now.
Oh, there's been a collapse.
Here is Tongue going into bowl to Nicholls. It's full, he drives, nice shot through the offsides, heading out towards the boundary. That's going to be 4. Very lovely fluid drive from Henry Nicholls, full of confidence after his 100 at the Oval. Not easy though when you've been sitting there all day thinking any moment you could be in.
It's a lot easier
next.
when you're on the back of 100, Simon, I can promise you. When you've not had any runs and you're kind of desperate for a score and you have to wait for a long time, it's hard. But when you're sat on a nice ton.
Perhaps he was just sitting there so confident that neither would get out that you can relax. I don't know.
He's quite happy with the team situation.
336 for 2. This is the 76th over. Tongue goes in and bowls to Nicholls, and Nicholls turns into the onside towards mid-wicket. It's picked up by Gay, who whips the ball into Jamie Smith. And there is no run. Anstice Hughes in Bromsgrove. I was there in the members area at Trent Bridge in 1989 when Marsh and Taylor batted all day. It was a similarly sweltering day, and what I remember as they came off the field at the end of the day was how tired they look. So we shouldn't blame Latham and Conway for giving it away. Conway gave it away more than Latham. Latham was probably just a slightly tired shot. The ball didn't really seem to do anything. Just one of those things. He nicked it through to the keeper. Tongue bowls and turned away by Nicholls towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Gay again. And there is no run. It's a flat pitch. It's a hot day. And Conway and Latham have made the most of it.
Well, the good news for England is it looks like Shoaib Bashir's coming back out there. Just seen him just down by the boundary. Ben Stokes is having a moment off, and he'll be coming back on, as will Bashir. So that's a good sign for England. Feared the worst when he ran off and thought, if you lose your spinner now this week.
336 for 2. Tongue from the Ratcliffe Road end ran the wicket to bowl to Nicholls, and Nicholls plays defensively, a nice solid looking defensive shot back to the bowler. Of course Nicholls here says to himself, although we got 336, we got a chance to bat all day tomorrow, or most of it anyway. Get a really huge score. Jim Simon from West Sussex just surmising that it will be impossible for England to win from this position, question mark? Not yet.
No, I mean, you go back to the last game here, similar pitch, when New Zealand were in town, and got 550.
I think they're 496 for 5 in the first innings.
Here's Tongue bowling. Oh, and is he gone? He has gone past the outside edge. There's a half an appeal, more from the crowd, really, than the bowler. I thought for a moment he'd nicked that through low to Jamie Smith. He did not. That's not the end of the over. There's one ball to come. There was that test match at the Oval we were talking about earlier, 20 years ago, where South Africa was 354 for 2, I think it was, and England won by, what did they win by, 8 wickets, 9 wickets?
Yeah, Michael was early in your captaincy. Second or third game as captain. They were 3-4-5 for 2, then 3-6-2 for 3 before Neil Mackenzie was out, right in the last over of that first day, and England won comfortably in the end.
Tongue bowls, turned away into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's why I think here in New Zealand, I mean, they're absolutely right to be as ruthless as possible. And you don't want 500 here, do you? I'm looking for 620. I'm looking for from New Zealand. Another drinks break.
Yep, that's 336 for 2. I mean, it looks great now, but you put 2 or 3 on it, and you're 380 for 5. It's a pitch that you at least have to start with a 5 in the first innings. And if you can get to 6, well, I don't see that New Zealand would lose from that situation, but they only get 480, 500. I think then we know on a pitch like this can go and get a big score.
make it very difficult in the third innings of the match, and if they have to chase like they did last time, 280 to 290, they'll fancy the chance if the pitch stays as good as we've seen it. But I just fancy this pitch over the course of the next few days, if the conditions stay pretty hot, which we think it will. There's got to be cracks open up.
You think so, wouldn't you?
It has to be.
It's
There's got to be footholds developed.
Yeah. New Zealand playing Santner in this game. They got Ravindra as well, and the ball. I mean, he might get some slightly uneven banks.
Yeah, someone like O'Rourke on a pitch with a bit of uneven bounds will be a real threat. And then you've got the likes of Nathan Smith tipped to ball with the keeper stood up. The new tactic is causing chaos.
No Henry in this game though. If you missed that, he was injured. No Phillips for New Zealand as well. They've done well in this final session. They've done well all day, but they've scored at 5.59 runs per over in this session. We've still got a bit to go. In the Women's World Cup, India have beaten Bangladesh by 5 wickets. They were chasing 137. They got there in the 17th over. Later, South Africa playing Netherlands. Commentary from 6:15 on Sports Extra 2, and then here on Sports Extra around about 7 o'clock after we've done our roundup of the day and got reaction.
Simon, I've just been sent something. So Suryavanshi will arrive this next week or so to launch white balls around the UK. Someone's just sent me this, that his brother, I don't know who he's been playing for, looks like it's under 11s cricket. And his brother, it's called Ashravad, has scored 225 off 81, so there's another one coming through.
No. I was going to be almost pointless playing India in about 20 years' time. They seem to have so much time. I was looking actually at the players they've left out of the T20 squad. I mean, it's a pretty strong lineup already, but some of the players they left. I mean, no Shubman Gill, for example. I mean, Kohli was I think they've left out 3 of the top 4 run scorers in the IPL. I was looking at it last night in preparation for that series, and Saisadas and Gill and Kohli, I think, were all in the top 4, but they get left out. I mean, Shubman Gill, I was watching him in the IPL a couple of years ago, and some of the best white ball batting I've ever seen, and he can't get in the...
Well, someone we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago, that we felt that India had probably 4 teams that could challenge in a T20 World Cup, and a guy picked 4 different teams, and in their 4th 11 was Rishabh Pant.
yeah. Well, he's almost been forgotten, actually, isn't he? He's another...
Yashasvi Jaiswal made it into their 4th team.
It's extraordinary. There's commentary on Ireland against India tomorrow, Sports Extra 3. That's from 1:20. They're playing that match in Belfast. Couple of games in Belfast, and then the first match against England is at Chester Street.
I know they're playing at Old Trafford on the 4th of July, Saturday afternoon, because I'm actually just going as a fan to watch him.
I'm not surprised. I think it's on Wednesday, the first game, isn't it? Here's a ball from Archer that's turned away into the onside towards mid-wicket. Yeah, because there's talk about Brooke going from test match, say, finishing the test match at, say, 6 o'clock on Monday, and then playing in the T20 on Wednesday.
I think that's why they've picked an extended...
5:30 start.
Picked an extended squad of
they have
17, haven't they? So
yeah. But you'd expect
you want your captain there for the first game.
You'd expect the skipper to play, wouldn't you?
Set the tone. It's not easy being an all-format player.
It's quite an intense series, that 5-match series. You got the last 3 are Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Bristol is one of them on the Thursday, and Southampton on the Saturday. Is Archer bowling, swung away towards deep back with square leg, runs here for Nichols. They're going to come back for 2.
I tell you what, Simon, do you know anyone? You're kind of I know you don't live in the area from Bristol. Do you know anyone that lives in those flats at the ground?
I don't, but
if you do, just tell them to just put some in front.
Put some cardboard up or something, or put some wood up.
Yeah, they might need a bit of protection, and also the flats behind.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the big build-up, Suryavanshi. Well, it's not just him; the rest of them as well. Big build-up. I hope he doesn't totally disappoint.
No, he won't. He'll have a moment.
3:39 for 2. Jofra Archer only bowling his 10th over of the day. Moves in down the leg side. Smith takes it. Nichols looks to glance.
How do you reckon that is?
It's odd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very strange when you're probably a fast bowler on a day that you've only got 2 wickets. He's into his 10th over and we're at 10-6.
What were the splits today then of the bowlers? Who's bowled what, Zoltz?
Atkinson has bowled 12 overs in 3 spells. Archer is in his 10th, also his 3rd spell. Tongue has now bowled 14, and
here's Archer bowling, played away towards forward square leg by Nichols, and there's no run.
Basically his 4th spell. He changed ends over the course of tea. Stokes 13 overs in 3 spells, and the rest has been 22 overs from Bashir, 4 from Bethel, 2 from Root.
So Bashir's bowled a lot, so he's allowed Stokes to rotate the quicker bowlers and keep their overs down today, their overs burdened down today. I mean, normally you'd expect on the first ever test match, you've got 4 quicks, you'd probably expect them to bowl 17, 18 overs, wouldn't you? Something like that. 339 for 2. Archer bowls, it's short, it's pulled away. This is 4, racing down towards fine leg. Will often have a fielder there, but he's a bit squarer with a deepish leg slip in. So 4 more. 340.
He's just
3 for 2.
He's bowling that lovely length on this pitch. Just that in between length, it's just sitting up. Going to go short, he's got to go a lot shorter than that. And obviously he's going to err on the side of full. He's got to be a metre or so full. That just looks so easy.
Back with Archer bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Nichols, who's on 20 from 19 balls. Archer goes in now and bowls to him, and Nichols tucks that away into the onside towards Bashir at forward square leg. It's the end of the over. We've had 77 in all, 343 for 2. I don't know if you've caught up with this story. Probably a few people listening, quite a few people listening will have seen this story already, but when England play India, Vaibhav Suryavanshi will get his own dressing room to change in because of ECB's safeguarding regulations for players under 16, because he's 15. He will be allowed in the India dressing room during matches and for team talks, but will use a separate room while changing. This will be away from his India teammates. His parents are coming with him as well, aren't they?
Yep, they'll be here. So what happens if someone needs to, like the Sir Alex Ferguson hairdryer treatment? Do they have to go in both?
Well, I presume for team talks. I think it said for team talks he's allowed in the dressing room. Well, it is a phenomenon, isn't it? 15 years of age to be striking it like that. Was it 776
Well,
runs?
he's a rock star, isn't he now? I mean, he should be like a rock star. He should demand things in his dressing room.
Are you allowed to do that at 15?
I think
Command
he can,
things
yeah,
in
a
the
load of
dressing room?
sweets, a load of crisps.
Sweets and crisps.
Big telly for his cartoons. Connect 4 and stuff, Uno. Snakes and ladders. What else did you do at 15, Sam? What were you up to at that age?
15? No. Here's Atkinson bowling, played away into the offside towards point, and there's no... Well, playing lots of sport, actually. Rugby, football, cricket.
What was your rugby position? Were you scrum half?
I was outside half.
Where they don't tackle?
Yeah. Some of the...
Sensible.
Well, you don't want those big guys charging at you.
You don't know.
No, I think 15 sport was my life, but you hope that you might be able to make something of it, but
well, you have
in a different way. Atkinson bowls forward, goes Ravindra, plays that way into the offside, backward a square. Yeah, and Summers were sat in front of the television watching the cricket or listening to it on the radio when the horse racing or the Wimbledon was on.
Did you play golf?
No.
Tennis?
No.
So you don't play many sports then? Just rugby and cricket?
Rugby, cricket and football. Yeah.
What position is football? Midfielder back?
Left back. Left back. And striker.
And in the old days of 4-4-2 where you didn't bomb down the wing, just stayed at left back.
Exactly.
Rock solid.
Yeah. It's a tough position now, isn't it? Left back, up and down. Atkinson bowls, played away by Nichols off his hip through mid-wicket for 2 probably. Rather laboured Tongue goes after it. Gay beats him to it, sends in the return.
He's on the back of 100 and he'd be in a confident state, but Nichols he's got the 22 off 21 without really doing anything.
346 for 2. So as a result, Michael, I know you on social media you did your 5-a-side team for the last game, didn't you?
you didn't get in?
Well, I think, you see, I looked at some of those that did get in, and I think, I don't know. You see me when I was younger, I think I should have got in. Atkinson bowls, and it's defended by Nichols into the offside, and there's no run. You didn't even consider me, did you?
No, I didn't, no.
No.
No, I didn't.
Was this your all-time greatest five-a-side?
At TMS team.
Oh, TMS.
Yeah, Zolciu didn't quite make it either. To be honest, it was one of those spur. You know, when the digital team
Didn't have time to think about it.
I was just having a packet of crisps.
So who did get in?
Jeffrey Boycott, centre half. So I'd dig in. I just thought I'd have Jeffrey.
He's lost a yard of pace, hasn't he?
I don't think he ever had a yard.
I bet he was quite a good footballer, though.
Wasn't he,
Jeffrey?
Good player. I think I had Cookie in there. I don't know why, because he could run. Yeah. I think you could probably do
You
that.
needed a bit of silk there, Michael.
That was me.
Atkinson bowls full. It's driven away towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Finney gets in for just in case.
That's tight in the box.
Well, just in case. It's only 5-7, but we need a big fella up front.
Yeah, exactly.
Go long. Yeah. And the cat in net.
Very much gone for the professional athletes over the non-professional athletes in your selection.
That is a very debatable, question. Sorry, Simon, I didn't realise.
I was a bit miffed when I saw that.
I just thought you were like just a boring runner down the river. That's where I see you. I didn't think you're good with the ball.
Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke there from Henry Nichols. Low through to Smith. It's the end of the over. Where are we in terms of time? We've got 35 minutes left in this.
I can see you though as a nuggety left back, just doing your job. Someone gets by, do you chop them? Make sure they don't come past again, or?
No, it wasn't. Never dirty, Mike.
Stuart
Play
the
the game cleanly, unless someone kicks you, of course.
And then you,
never start anything. Same with cricket as well. Never start anything.
Yeah.
First 25 yards are in the head. Henry Nichols made his second quickest Test century at the Oval. 20 off 20 balls, the fastest start he's made to a Test innings in terms of score after 20 deliveries.
Joe Root's going to bowl. Third over. He's taken 1 for 5. He goes into Ravindra, and Ravindra's forward, playing that towards Bashir, who's very, very keen there to get to the ball.
Well, I think we're going to get about, my guess, we'll probably get about 7 overs of the second new ball.
Yeah, England flying through here, are they, to try to get there? Well, 2 relatively new players out there as well. Why not? Root bowls, Ravindra's forward, stunning any spin. Root's firing it in. He's looking to just get through this over quickly here. Bustling through. 346 for 2. So 1 more over after this, then new ball time. Root ranged arm bowls. It's driven up towards mid-off. They're off for a single. Get it as well. Stokes can't prevent that.
Ratchins is a lovely chap. Get down on the pitch in the morning. He always comes up for a chat. He loves to talk in the game.
Well, if he gets going tomorrow, it'll be fun. He's an exciting player. He really did it the Oval, didn't he? He made 76. Root now to Nichols. Nichols back, pushing this into the onside for 1. Yeah, only 1. Fielder rushing in. Tongue hurls the ball over the stumps to Smith. 348 for 2. Two balls left in the over. Root past the umpire, bowls to Ravindra, and Ravindra happy to defend back up the onside of the pitch. And they know what's coming, don't they, these two? They know they're going to face the new ball fairly shortly. Just spotted something on our monitor as Ravindra defends that into the offside, and there's no run. Stokes fielding that ball just a moment ago from mid-off. He went to attack it to start with, and then thought better of it, stopped it.
Cramp.
Just a grimace there. Well, let's hope it's cramped, nothing else.
Just lip read him.
Yeah. What, you said cramp, did it?
Yeah, he just ran past him and said, I'm struggling with a bit of cramp.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's unsurprising, really, on this sort of day here at Trent Bridge today. So Atkinson's going to bowl. Well, he did open the bowling this morning. How many overs has he bowled in this spell, Zoltz?
It's just the second.
So he might loosened up for the new ball. And they might give it to Arch at the other end.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's only bowled, 10 overs today?
Yeah, that should be the plan.
So Ratcliffe Road end, Atkinson looking for his first wicket of the day, bowls, and Nichols goes back and clips that up towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Tongue. The ball seems to be following Tongue around at the moment. Still not a cloud in the sky. And we're expecting to be hot tomorrow, hot on Saturday as well, but the possibility, we don't know yet, the possibility of a heavy storm sometime during the day.
Hailstone, I've heard, from weatherman Agnew.
And then if that does arrive, then after that it's going to be much cooler. I think Sunday, Monday, sort of low 20s. Atkinson bowls to Nichols, plays a similar shot to the ball before, poking it off the back foot in defence up towards mid-on. There's no run. Latham out for 151, Conway for 157 if you have been away from the game for a while. 317 the stand, the highest partnership for New Zealand in a test match against England. What number test is this between New Zealand and England? Stokes with the wicket, the first one, and Root persuading Conway to play a tired shot into the deep, caught by Fisher, subfielder. Atkinson bowls down the leg side, and there's an appeal for a catch from one or two of the England fielders. Nothing from Atkinson. He's turned his back on it. He's already walking back to his mark, while some of his colleagues are still appealing.
Well, Joe Root's running from mid-wicket. Having a strong conversation with them, but Jamie Smith and Harry Brook just kind of waved him away.
England have 2 reviews left. Yeah, New Zealand 3, England 2. England burnt one earlier. One was going down the leg side, and they didn't take one when Conway would have been at LBW on 71. Atkinson bowls to Nichols. Nichols defends to cover. There is no run.
I'll tell you who's going to be busy in around 32 minutes. The Massus.
Yeah, that lactic acid build up today. Some tired bodies. It's a good night for going out to the club, isn't it? Day in the field. No. It's an early night tonight. It looks like you want to say something, Zoltz. Yeah, it was off the thigh pad. There was a noise, but it was off the thigh pad. That one that went behind to Jamie Smith. Atkinson goes in, and Nichols solid in defence towards mid-off, knowing the new ball is coming, and just protecting his own wicket and protecting his teammate to come as well. Don't want to get out at this stage.
Yeah, in answer to your question, it's the 118th test between England and New Zealand in men's test cricket. And that record for highest stand, 276, had stood since the second of those games.
Second of those games back in 1930.
1913.
Yeah. 348 for 2. New ball available after this delivery from Atkinson to Nichols. He's got a slip and a gully in. Atkinson bowls short, pulled away by Nichols down towards fine leg, controlled low pull, and they're through for a single. 349 for 2. And what do we do now? Is the new ball coming on? Yep. You'll be pleased to know that the 4th umpire is jogging out there with the new ball.
It's been very good today.
Yeah.
There's another test match going on between Sri Lanka and West Indies. It's day 1 in North Sound. Rather different game. Sri Lanka 110 for 5 at the end of the 26th over of that game. Kumar Roach struck early to get out Patham Nissanka, the Sri Lankan opener, made a brilliant century against England at the Oval a couple of years ago. Kamindu Mendis got a first bowler as Alzari Joseph took 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Shamar Joseph has just snuffed out a recovery. Got Chandamal out for 54 and Kusal Mendis out for a duck, so 110 for 5.
A better day for the bowlers there than
than here. 349 for 2. The new ball has been taken. We thought that was going to happen as soon as it was available, and why not? Archer with it, bowls short, pulled away down towards fine leg, 4. 350s up. Well, he banged it in short, and it was swung away by Nichols. He's off to a good start here. 28. It's 353 for 2. And the most runs by New Zealand in a day in tests in England. It doesn't entirely surprise me. And there's a lot to score on the first day of a test match. We're used to England in their very positive approach recently, scoring more than this in a day, but that's England. Previous record was back in 1949, 352. Here's a ball up for Archer outside the off stump. Nothing there from Nichols. And it's through to Smith. Alex Hartley is here for the last half an hour of the day before she's got TV presenting duties tonight. Today at the Test, BBC 2 at 7 o'clock. Mainly New Zealand highlights today, but you can have a look at the near things for England. Not many of them.
Yeah, we were just discussing what we are going to talk about, because it's been very much New Zealand's day today.
Just need to nail it down here in the last half an hour. And then tomorrow, great chance to build a huge score. Archibald short, it's hit him on the helmet there, looking to pull it, I think, Nichols. Yeah, it's clunked him on the helmet. And so we'll have the concussion test. And he's on his feet, taking his gloves off. I think it rattled him a bit. Taking his helmet off, inspecting it. It was a short ball from Archer, tried to swing it away. Yeah, I think that was a painful one. I'd say that, well, obviously it's painful because he hit him on the head, but some just glanced, but this one seemed to just clonk him on the head and just sort of drop down. And he's shaking his head as well, to say, whoa, that shook me up.
Yeah, there are some where the batter, you almost sense that they're fine straight away, and this time he sort of hit him flush and it rattled his head, and almost straight away he's looked a little bit shocked. But he looks all right. He's going through the protocols now.
Which we established that you have to agree the questions in advance and the answers in advance so that you can kind of tick them off.
Yeah, you do, yeah. So you compare previous scores to the scores before, which is good, because if somebody said to me, Al, can you do the months of the year backwards? I wouldn't be able to do it before I got hit on the head.
Would you be able to do them forwards?
Yeah, I hope so.
I'll do the month of the year backwards. You can do the month of the year.
It would take me a while, though. It would take. I think it'd be.
Perhaps if you've just been hit on the head, you might not be able to.
Yeah, no. December, November, October, September, August, July, June, April, May, April, March, February, January.
Oh, you were right. You couldn't do them backwards. You were right. Stephen Finn's coming in to join you.
Yeah. It'll be one of those where you go through everything before. Normally at the start of an international summit, you have a day where you do your profiling. You obviously do your fitness testing, your yo-yo, but you also have a section for your concussion, and it takes you a good 10-15 minutes to do those questions, because we were just saying you've got to do them before you get hit on the head so you can compare.
Yes, but you don't want to set your benchmark too high, do you? I always thought was if you set your benchmark too high, like if you ace those.
No, I used to do that with fitness testing.
Oh, as in you'd purposefully set your benchmark low, so then they'd be really impressed when you made minor improvements.
Yeah.
Well, it's sneaking. It's a good job you're no longer a professional cricketer.
I can admit to these things.
The cat is now out the bag.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, the concussion ones are funny, aren't they? Because they start really simple, like what day of the week is it? Where are we? What's the time? And then
what's the time is actually quite hard.
Well, yes. And impossible to know without looking at a watch.
Yeah, because you get that. What time is it? And you go, well, we've had tea, and I feel like I've been batting for an hour, so probably about 6.
Well, if you ask the fielding team that now, they'd probably say it's the year 2042.
Yeah.
Longest day, 353 for 2. It's not pretty.
No, it's been a tough old day for England, hasn't it? And they've tried absolutely everything. Over, round the wicket, spin, seam. They've tried the bouncer tactic for a while. It's just nothing has gone their way, and there's been half chances and half opportunities, and there's been opportunities where an inside edge has just missed off stump, and on another day that would have hit the stumps, and a frustrating day for England.
What have you made of the way Shoaib Bashir's bowled? Because it's clear a long time since he's played in a test match, isn't it? That Lord's test against India last year, then everything that transpired through the winter, and then a long hot day where he's had to do lots of bowling today.
Yeah, I actually thought, which is normally the other way around for him, he got worse as the day went on. He got more inconsistent. He started off really nicely, really consistent, got the ball to turn in his first over, was attacking the stumps, 2 left-handers obviously at the crease, and then as the day's gone on and he's been out in the heat all day, that short one outside the off stump came into play, didn't it?
Yeah, it has been sapping conditions. Sorry, it's also...
Well, just to highlight what Alex was saying, his first 11 overs was none for 31. Would have been 1 for 31 had they referred that LBW, just 1 boundary in those first 11 overs. And his his remaining overs, 11 overs, none for 66 with 9 fours and 2 sixes.
I thought it was interesting. Stokes brought the field really close, didn't he, in that stage, just where New Zealand were looking to accelerate as well, and that goes one of 2 ways. It either forces the batter to spoon one up or not, and it didn't. But we're back underway. Jofra Archer's running into Henry Nicholls, full of a length outside edge, thickly towards a forward point where Duckett tumbles away to his right and stops the ball going for any runs. A dot ball. That's the 4th ball of the 81st over, my apologies. The run rate 4.38, and that's got away from England as the game or the day has gone on, and understandably so. I think it's easy when you're sat in an air-conditioned commentary box. I mean, Alex has been complaining she's been cold all afternoon.
No, I have.
I think 17,000 people here would like to be in your position.
I actually brought a jacket with me today.
Archer over the wicket to Nicholls, left alone outside the off stump, taken by Smith, dot ball.
Yeah, the crowd to our left has all disappeared because they have been in the sun all day and they've gone home, call it an early day.
There's a slither, isn't there, of shade. So as we look out towards the left, I'm actually not sure of the name of the stand, but it's got a very thin roof on it, and I think the top row of the stand is in the shade. The rest of the stand is in blazing sunshine, and there are still some people in that stand, although looking slightly weary and sunburnt. The lucky few in that top row, shielded from the sun to watch the close of the day's play. 20 minutes to go. Archer to complete the over the wicket to Nicholls, defended off the back foot, back down the pitch. Archer fields in his follow through, and it's a dot ball to complete the 81st over. 353 for 2. Nicholls 28 from 37, Ravindra 7 from 14.
As a spinner in these scenarios, in this scenario, you're sort of going, okay, well, I'll just keep bowling and keep doing my job for the team, and you know it's hot, you bothered. But as a seamer, surely you're going, don't look at the captain.
Well, when Tongue pulled up there and Atkinson got swiftly called back into action, maybe so. I mean, this is extreme, isn't it? We're in mid-30s here, so this is extreme heat, but this is better than there being like a cold wind across the ground. I just find my back would get stiff, and I'd be like a wardrobe trying to move myself around the field.
Yeah, no, as a cricketer, you'd much rather be hot than cold.
Atkinson to Ravindra over the wicket, defended off the back foot, off the splice of the bat towards extra cover. A bit more bounce with this new ball. Dot ball the field. There's 2 slips, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, a close mid on. That's Josh Tongue. A forward deep square leg and a long leg, and shadows lengthening. The crowd on the whole have stayed. I mean, walking up the stairwell of the building that we're in, you just see
the hospital scene.
People laying on the stairs trying to shield from the sun. Atkinson to Ravindra, beats the outside edge, lovely ball. Beautiful ball that, the kick and bounce of the new ball there.
Yeah, you know it's a good one when the batter nods and says, well bowled. Lovely wobble ball. And it just nips away from Ravindra.
There's a lovely simplicity to his action, Gus Atkinson. And round the wicket with that scrambled seam when it's angled in towards the stumps, forces the batters to play. 2 slips and a gully still. No temptation to put a third in, even though that beat the outside edge. Left alone outside the off stump by Ravindra through to Smith. Another dot ball.
It's the first time England have looked at a scoreboard with 350 for 2 on when in the field since the Lord's Test of 2015, when Australia Rogers getting a big 100, Steve Smith a double 100, reached 383, but they were 350 for one, then 383 for two before Michael Clark was out. They made 566 for 8 declared, followed by 254 for 2 declared, so 820 for 10 in the match.
Atkinson to Ravindra. Fuller clipped into the onside. Tongue scampers around and stiffly stops the ball one-handed at mid-on, dot ball.
So how do you rectify a bowling attack like that, Finney?
Well,
who'd you bring in for the next test?
You tell me, Zorts.
The next test, in comes Stephen Finn, picks up 2 and 6, wasn't it?
Yes.
6 for 79.
Yeah, that was one of my favourite days of cricket, that first day.
Edgbaston.
136 all out Australia.
Great day.
It was a wonderful day, actually. Atkinson round the wicket, full of a length, left alone by Ravindra outside the off stump. Dot ball.
I'm suggesting you should play the next test.
The most successful test bowler in the England setup is doing the post-match interview tonight. Tim Southey.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, I do like it when England have a day like they did today. We do all have a little wager on which member of
Well,
staff.
we thought G10, didn't we? We thought G's.
It got to a stage in Australia where we thought the physio might pop out.
Well, probably would have been better off at times. Atkinson to Ravindra. Oh, left alone. It cuts back and over the top of off stump. It's a good over. A round of applause for it from the crowd here. We're now 16 minutes from the close of play. 353 for 2. A maiden for Atkinson there. None for 55. He has.
He always makes me laugh, Atkinson. It was a lovely, lovely over where he's got Ravindra fishing outside the off stump, leaving that ball. It went over the top of middle stump, and he's just always got the same expression on his
deadpan,
face.
isn't he?
Yeah.
You'd call that a deadpan expression. He'd be a good deliverer of comedy lines.
He
When
would.
you have to keep a straight face. We should get him involved, Zots.
I love how we both looked at Zolt and said nothing. He's too busy looking at a scorecard from England, Australia.
Doesn't seem keen, I'll be honest. Archer over the wicket to Nichols, defended into the onside, off the back foot, dot ball. What I'm now thinking of is when you get back to the hotel tonight, it feels like you sleep for about 3 minutes and then you wake up again and you're in the field.
There's always that point where you think you're not going to sleep because you know you have to get up and bowl again the next day, and you know your feet are sore and your calves are twitching, and you'll go, oh no, I've got to open the bowling tomorrow morning.
These stewards have had a stinker. There's just two people bowling in front of the sight screen at the far end, but Nichols hasn't spotted them and is just cracking on as Archer runs towards him, defended full of a length, up towards mid-on, dot ball.
Yeah, that Stuart Broadend has caused some mischief today, hasn't it?
I mean, gates there or something to stop people. It's happened all day.
It's not been great down there.
Constantly walking across.
I did suggest earlier an electric fence.
Well, yes. I mean, they might have to have an overly active HR department if that was the case.
Yeah.
Archer tosses the ball from hand to hand. Runs in towards Henry Nichols. Left alone outside the off stump, back of a length. Good carry still in this pitch though. The dot ball. And it's been flat, hasn't it? It's been flat. There's not been much turn, although it turned probably up for Bashir earlier in the day rather than later. When it was slow. It turned when it was slow. But it's not been like I'm thinking back to when, I mean, I hate to mention it, but when Alistair Cook got his wicket in 2014, that was a turgid, horrible wicket to watch cricket on. At least the runs have flowed, haven't they? And if an edge has been found, which only happened at the very beginning of the day, it has carried through to the keeper and slips.
Yeah.
Archer.
We just had one stay low earlier from Tong as well, didn't we?
Just one. And that's something to keep an eye on, I think, with the wicket baking in this hot sun. Now Archer's changed his line around the wicket to Nichols, defends into the offside towards extra cover. Stokes comes and collects a dot ball. It certainly runs on the board in the first innings with not knowing is what's going to transpire as the game wears on, is the way forward. Archer just slowly walking to the back of his mark. He's never in a hurry, Jofra, is he, when he bowls an over? He bowls them in a hurry, doesn't walk back in a hurry.
You wouldn't if you're trying to bowl rockets every delivery.
Not in this heat. Archer into bowl, full of a length, dabbed into the offside by Nichols, who sets off immediately. Ravindra responds to that call, so there's a single into the offside for the 5th ball of the over. The strike turns over, 354 for 2. Nichols on to 29. Yeah, do you think Bashir? Well, you can watch highlights on today at the Test at 7 p.m. on BBC Two and BBC iPlayer, presented by Alex. We're chatting about it all, won't we?
I find it incredible, the turnaround of the highlights.
Yes.
We start recording after it goes on air.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Well, I think there was a day during the last game where it was touch and go. Archer defended back down the pitch by Ravindra towards mid-off, and it's a dot ball to complete the 83rd over. Archer has none for 53, Ravindra 7, Nichols 29, and 354 for 2 is the score. Yeah, it is mind-blowing, isn't it? Because we're on air
as
showing the highlights, but still recording the highlights.
The turnaround's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, the team do an amazing job.
Simon Mann asked me before if I'm just a one-take wonder, and I was like, oh yeah, you've got to treat it as live TV.
Yes.
I stumble over my words, then I do it live, so what's the difference?
Good pressure to put yourself under, isn't it?
Exactly.
And not a cloud in the sky here at Trent Bridge. A bit hazy. I think that's the mugginess and the heat going up into the atmosphere. Gus Atkinson with 10 minutes left to play this evening, running towards Henry Nichols from the Ratcliffe Road end, outside off stump, left alone by Nichols. Through to Jamie Smith. Another dot ball. Now, where was that partnership in the end in terms of record partnerships? The opening one.
The opening partnership, 317 in 72.1 overs. New Zealand's highest ever against England. Their 3rd highest ever opening stand.
But not their highest as a partnership, was it?
No, so they had a 323 against West Indies in December, which was New Zealand's 2nd highest opening stand. And the highest opening stand for New Zealand was 1972 in the West Indies, Turner and Jarvis. It was the 3rd highest opening stand ever against England in Test cricket.
What was that West Indies attack that they did that against?
Oh.
Sorry to put you on the spot with 9 minutes to go. Atkinson round the wicket, full of a length, dabbed into the onside this time by Nichols for a dot ball.
But even this stage of the day, Finney, with the new ball, it still just feels a bit slow and a bit too easy as a batter out there, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I would mitigate that, having been in this situation as a bowler,
just getting through till the end of the day.
No, because it's an opportunity. Definitely, there's definitely more kick and bounce with the second new ball. But you're right. I think this is where you want the fielders to generate something.
It feels quite flat.
Yeah.
From up here, and I know we've
I'd
got the
agree with
window
that.
open, but it does feel quite flat.
Yep. Atkinson in, floated up, drilled for 4. Well, I've barely seen that as that's gone to the boundary. It's gone that hard. 4 to Nichols. Lovely stroke. 358 for 2.
Well, it will be flat now. That was a beautiful stroke through the covers. As you say, a bit floaty, outside the off stump, and punished.
Yeah, that was crunched. Actually, when you watch the replay back, it's not a half volley. It's a fairly decent length ball. Just the width on offer allowed Nichols to throw his hands at it. A big inviting gap between backward point and a wide mid-off. Atkinson, what's his response? Punched by Nichols towards mid-off, but straight to Stokes. A dot ball, 358 for 2. Nichols on 33.
I think it's fair to say that was not one of West Indies' strongest attacks. So in 1972, the 4th Test in Guyana, West Indies packed the batting, and their bowling attack was Van Bernholder, who was a good fast bowler. Gary,
one of my favourite umpires, Van Bernholder.
Garfield Sobers, great all-rounder.
Yep.
Tony Howard, who was a spinner who played only 1 Test.
He got through 62 overs. 62. Atkinson bangs this one in. It's turned round the corner. The pull shot out towards fine leg. The fielder, good effort down there. Bashir is now scampering to try and dive and stop that going over the boundary. And it's so far away, I can't exactly see if he stopped the boundary, but it was a double attempt. The batters have trotted through for 3. I think we'll have to have a look at this upstairs. Good effort late in the day from Bashir.
Yeah, a double attempt, like you say, and then Joe Root with his arms in the air, who went down to collect the ball after Bashir on his second attempt. That's 4. He's touched the boundary sponge and the ball all at the same time, I think.
The way he lay there after the second attempt, so the first attempt was brilliant, tumbling away, diving to his left. He's then nudged it along the rope, and it's one of those ones where you have to go for it again, and he's tried to scoop it back in, but
he's hit the deck quite hard as well, Bashir.
It wasn't elegant, was it? That's going to be 4 onto the score. 359 for 2. I'm going to call it. No, 362 for 2. I'm going to call it after.
Yeah, the rest of that West Indies bowling attack, occasional bowl. David Holford, who was a sort of backup leg spinner, Clive Lloyd bowled occasionally, and then ended up with Jeff Greenwich and Charlie Davis, who weren't bowlers, bowling. Charlie Davis bowled 25 overs. Yeah, it was 365 for 7 declared in 135 overs. West Indies 543 for 3 declared. And get this, strap it. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. The West Indies got 365 for 7. New Zealand with 543 for 3 in 268 overs.
I'm sure they were absolutely packed in watching that. Rip-roaring entertainment.
Yes. Before the West Indian pace revolution, they were sort of between generations as a team.
759 balls Glenn Turner faced for his 259. Oh, it has been given a 3. Well done, Shoaib Bashir. That's a good effort. 361 for 2 is the score. Nichols on to 36, and Atkinson waiting at the top of his mark to bowl the last ball of the 84th over. 5 minutes to go in the day's play. Pulled, it's gone straight up off the bat of Ravindra. Smith's underneath it, he's gone. A late wicket, and that one's for Shoaib Bashir, and his teammates are mobbing him. A little bit of a drag down from Atkinson, and the top edge from Ravindra goes straight up in the air. Smith settles and takes the catch. And England late reward with 4 minutes to go now in the day's play. Ravindra has gone for 7, and New Zealand are 361 for 3.
Well, England needed this, and you could see by Ben Stokes' celebration just how much it means, but Ravindra looking to hit the ball into the leg side. A thick outside edge goes straight up the chimney, and Smith takes a very simple catch behind the stumps.
Well, good for England, and Alex, you're going to stay until the close of play, and I'm going to hand over to Jonathan Agnew now.
Well, Ravindra will be kicking himself there. There was obviously some sort of plan from Root and Stokes, because the celebration between the two of them, both pointing at each other, huge smiles on their faces. And it'll just give England a little bit of energy towards the back end of this day. Probably one more over going into tomorrow.
I think it was Bashir who Stokes was running around to applaud for what happened down on the boundary down there. So anyway, a wicket. There's only been 3 all day. 361 for 3, and the night watchman gets pulled out. Here we go. O'Rourke trudging out to the middle. Never a very nice job.
The non-strikers as well.
Yes, but in he goes with only 3 minutes left, so this will be the last over of the day. I've just been properly analysing that cake. I think you ate 25 Maltesers.
25 Maltesers?
Yep.
You think I've eaten 25?
I've worked them out, the distance around between each one. There's probably one in the middle.
No, there wasn't one in the middle.
24 then.
24?
24 Maltesers, just to avoid being caught having had one.
I felt a bit sick after about 4 as
You
well.
did. You just had to eat the whole lot.
Well, commitment to the cause, you know.
No, you did it entirely, so you weren't rumbled. 361 for 3. Here's the last over of the day. Jofra Archer, can he break through here? The night watchman is at the other end. They're putting a man out to deep square leg. He's in place now, and Archer's on his way, spurred on by what remains of the crowd. Here he comes, and Bowles outside the off stump. Oh, well, it looks like he's been caught behind. He has been caught behind. What a breakthrough at the end of the first day. Nichols out. Caught behind for 36 off a rejuvenated Jofra Archer, who ran in there. Put a lot of energy into that ball. There was some bounce. It just took the outside edge, and Jamie Smith has taken the catch. That's an enormous wicket in the context of things. How this game it's not turned around. New Zealand sort of had a really good day, but England have fought back. And that's the shortest spell of my career. I think 1 ball. There we go. It was a good ball. It bounced, took the edge. Smith's taken that with his gloves above his head. Really went through. Well, that's just given England a lift. And a long time to take their first wicket. And they finished the day having taken 4. A ball that's still got plenty of hardness and shine to it.
Well, this is where cricket's a real shame for me, Agus. The last over of the day, take a wicket, you've just had 2 in 2 balls, and you go off.
You walk off,
You've got all the momentum.
I agree. Yeah, it's a silly rule.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand it, but Ben Stokes has a big smile on his face, and he's applauding there. He's actually leading the team off, and England have really come back there. They're still. New Zealand still had, I think, probably the best of the day with 361 on the board, but they have got quite a long tail. They haven't got Phillips playing, so it'll be Santner in next? No, it'll be the keeper in next, Blundell next, and then Santner.
Mitchell.
Mitchell, correct. I'll get there in the end. So that replay of Stokes, he goes rushing down and mobs Bashir.
It was a brilliant bit of fielding, wasn't it?
It was.
Got it on the second attempt, and obviously then Ravindra's on strike, and it was Root that helped Bashir out then, so all 3 of them celebrating together.
Well, it's nice to see the smiles. It's been a really difficult day. Hard work and hot. A couple of drop catches and chances and stuff, you know. It just wasn't going England's way, really. But, so it ended all in smiles and the promise of a really interesting day tomorrow. So there we go. Mitchell, Blundell, Santner, Smith, and then Tickner and Sears, the 2 seam bowlers who have come into the side for this game. All that noise is down there. It sounds rather like a leaf blower or something like that. But, not sure where that's come from. But it stopped. Thank you. I think it's the drone coming into land.
There you go.
Yes, that would be it.
No, it's not.
Well, it's taking off again.
That's not a drone.
Well, I hope not.
No.
That's buzzing around the ground.
It's a drone with a bad engine if it is. No, I think that is some sort of blower.
Yeah. Right, Alex, have you got anything further to add, or are you going to go and get the telly on the air?
Well, just finally and quickly, that rule we were talking about, we were saying it's ridiculous and how they've gone off England 2 wickets and 2 balls. That law rule is changing in September.